We can get the shit, whatever.
Yeah, you can. You're fine.
Make it up.
That keeps to the door. Just for those who already have gotten their stuff out of it. Yeah, but so far we're not even. You don't actually even have a concern. You want to hear something. Yeah. Okay, you need to run special. Twice. So. Getting special. Be the watch. Got one on 5.
It's in Rock, Jane, I said,
Yeah, man, that's. Put it that
I'm looking at all the things on the page, but it's not that. That's what I'm. Christopher looking. Mine.
Where do they live?
This was all the pages are going up, 789. What's the name? It's all this file. Basically, yeah. What's the name of this file?
It's like.
It's like that, where is the border?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
There's a couple in the bottom that have to make. They're not super. I can live. Is that gonna be my name? Yeah, that's not parking.
So.
That are here. So if you want to contribute something for Linda's son, Karen's collecting her gift cards. Okay. So if you want to contribute something for Linda's son, Sharon is collecting her gift cards. To everybody. You don't have to do it right now. Right, I never had to get back buried. Yeah, there's guys on. No, he doesn't. I had $7. What's the groups? If you know, I'm gonna be right.
I got you.
So, because I can now use the numbers that are associated. Great minds.
Whenever you're ready.
We see two people, so I'm just seeing if they're not.
Oh, okay.
I think it's just the creepy chair.
Was it?
That was at breakfast? Yeah, okay, and I didn't know that.
Yeah, John was given breakfast and left.
Right.
He made a phone call. His.
Right.
Yeah. we got it.
Yeah, we're not hearing anything, we should go here, go in. Oh. Ron said a 9 AM start. What is the agenda say? No, John said a 9 AM start.
Oh, that's nice. That was the 8:15 start, yeah. No, it was the second 30 breakfast there.
Right, just said- Right, no, probably the 9 AM. We're gonna start.
Okay, this one.
Yeah, the top of the agenda. They'll be there at 5, so. Who needs to be here for this?
Yeah, you're okay.
All right. Joe, you're gonna do it, okay. Good morning. It is 8:19. We are starting the second day of our retreat on March 23rd. 1 second. I'm sure everybody needs to get there. I mean, we're starting. I need to get a computer anything on the screen. I got it. No, it's fine. While I wanted to give everybody a brief update this morning. I wanted to give everybody a brief update. I talked to Bill Floyd this morning and SPLOST. So for those of you who may not know, SPLOST is a referendum that has to go through your CAB delegation and legislature and then be signed by the governor. And so I thought I should confirm that it was moving. It moved before crossover day. So just another bit of history is we were having a little trouble with there's three bodies essentially that have to approve the SPLOST referendum. It's the cities, the CEO and the delegation. They're really three entities because we have form of government. And so we did get it through before crossover day. And this year the session is progressing as planned, like they're not taking unexpected break. They are committed to ending next 29th. Next Wednesday, and nothing can move. There's going to be, it has to be finished with both houses on the 27th. So all the finagling that goes on the last day, I think they decided they're going to try to avoid that this year. But anyway, it passed the Senate, and now it passed the House before crossover. It passed the Senate, and now it's going to the governor. So, and this SPLOST is a regular SPLOST like everybody else has. It is not, so the previous SPLOST had restrictions on what it could be used for. And for us, not that we're necessarily going to use this SPLOST for other things, but for us, host, which is what SPLOST replaced, to be used for a wider variety of capital projects than what was allowed in what we, the mayors, call the baby SPLOST. Because the CAB had not had a SPLOST before, there was some skepticism. And so next up, the SPLOST, after the governor will sign it, is the population negotiations. But I think that there's enough mayors committed to using the most logical number. There's a couple of mayors that want to argue that they're going to annex, but it doesn't work that way. Because if you have an annex by, the mayor set a deadline of July. So if you haven't annexed, because the referendum has to be written and on the ballot, submitted by August, right, Sharon, to be on the ballot. The election is in November. It'll be countywide for SPLOST, but only barring something unexpected, only municipal governments will be voting that day because that election, because it's just city elections. It's that day in November. And so next up, we'll get the governor's signature. The mayors have said, like I said, we've set a deadline for the 2 or 3 cities that they're annexing by 100%. So that has to be done by July, and we'll continue those negotiations. I think we'll be fine. I think we'll use whatever, either the 20 or the 22 estimate is where we were. And then that determines, what we get. As far as we know, the county is allowed to put a level 1 project, is that correct? So tier 1 project, which means it's countywide and it comes off the top. And the mayors have agreed to public safety, particularly fire. So if they want to take money off the top to improve fire stations or build new fire stations, the mayors are supporting that. We are not in favor of any kind of convention center, which, to be fair, we haven't heard any chatter about it at least 9 months or anything else like that. But that's where we are with SWATs. So, just as we go on, I just wanted you all to know, I thought we better check to make sure that it had done something it was supposed to do.
So that will be on the ballot.
It will be on the ballot in the fall, so I can't imagine the governor's not going to
Right.
sign it. And then it will be on the ballot in the fall. So part of what I'm hoping we come away with this morning is an idea of how we want to direct SWAC spending. So because this is a big block of time, I don't think it's going to be very hard, but then we come away with an idea so that we can just be done with everything. The population negotiations will have to happen, but we'll be ready to write the referendum. So. Okay. And does anybody have anything they thought about overnight from yesterday that they want to add to the parking lot or ask questions about? No. Okay.
Another couple coming.
I think coffee is coming.
It's supposed to be coffee and tea, it's supposed to be, I've requested it.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Whenever you're ready.
You can wait,
Yeah.
John.
Well.
Let me just take a peek.
Okay.
Walk.
Yes, I Joe. Too many cats.
You see him?
The facility, those are not on the facility here, but the people who are new. For the people who weren't here yesterday, we do have our restrooms are right down that corridor over there. So if you need to go over there, we do have some beverages and things over here as well, and there's more water coming in the moment. We had a very good retreat yesterday, very good. Facilitators did a good job leading us with some items on the board. Before the end of the day, we're going to go through those items as well, some of the priorities, and kind of look over those
Yes.
one more time.
We need to assign dates for these.
They're making additional things
Right.
pop up, so we want to be sure we capture all of those. What we're going to start with this morning, today's agenda is the bonds, capital, law, and finance. That's the first element. Then we have our bond council, and the bond here as well with us. We do have the Dunwoody Village we're going to talk about after that, pedestrian safety, the break for lunch, communication, citizen participation, and constituency response, customer service, and the RFP process. So we also have with us today our distributional staff members, Richard Plato, Smith is here, Richard McLeod, Michael Carver coming a little later. Ken, if you want to introduce the team we have over here, then we'll get started.
Y'all know Jack and Ward, Doug, Doug, you want to introduce?
Yeah, this is our associate Christopher Holt. Great to be with you all again.
Bruce, good to have you, Doug, thanks for being here. Behind us, Roger Murray, he's our bond counsel, and Humphrey Blatchford, who y'all probably remember from last year, a series of public events. They serve the bond counsel. Thanks for being here, Roger.
So what I want to do is I want to start out this morning with this slides, and I'm going to pick it off, and then Councilman Lambert's going to come in and talk a little bit more. And Tom, when I'm to that spot there. So the focus of the capital, this is the city council retreat, capital needs update. So the capital, how can we raise capital? Bonds, the SPLOST the mayor was just talking about, which is good news. That's going to move forward with the county. Because the county, as y'all know, have to drive the SPLOST. They have to ask for the SPLOST. We as city cannot do that. Have the hotel motel revenue, which is now rebounded. It went down to the very low numbers during COVID. And also we have our surplus of general funds. And the reason that's important to talk about is each year we do our budget. We talk about how we have this operational deficit, things of that nature, but we're very concerned with how we operate the city. And I say we, not only, the council, of course, y'all are the ultimate control of how to spend the money, but the staff is extremely conservative with our revenue estimates and also with the way we operate the departments. Everything's budgeted at 100%, but we don't ever spend 100% for numerous reasons. But nonetheless, we'll hit that slide a little bit more. So the question of the day, what is the next step for Dunwoody City Council to address the growing capital needs of the city? So in 2022, the city hosted dozens of meetings and events to determine and identify needs for new capital construction. We went on the road, so to speak. We had public meetings out there, talked to a lot of different citizens, some were the same people, different ones. Other times we had new faces that you hadn't seen. Came out and said, hey, we want to hear more about this project. The conclusion, following numerous town meetings of the city council and meetings of the Citizen Capital Improvement Committee, which you talked a lot about that, or you met with those people quite a bit, as well as other council members, but identified the need for capital improvements to the city park system, trail system, and transportation system, as well as repair of current assets. Staff recommends the following. City connect. So this was the original recommendation. Some of this stuff may have changed, but these are just different ideas that were out there. There's nothing glued to these slides here. Did we want to talk about? There's three separate issues, so to speak. We put it in one question, but there's three separate issues. One is parks and green space, citywide trail, transportation improvements is what kind of came out of that. Those are big categories. And then during that, you can issue different bond amounts, anywhere from $10 to $50 million each. You don't want to issue a $5 million bond. City council, and then talking about the SPLOST renewal, which we're supporting. The mayor just gave us an update, brand new information there. Also, we do have that we've closed now finally on the Shallowford property. So we have about a little bit over $7 million of proceeds that came in from that piece of property. We also have excess reserves in our budget. We have an operating reserve. We have about $2 million excess in that. It's over and beyond what we're designed to have. A couple of thoughts on that. One is you can expand what you're designed to have. The city's budget has expanded from when it initially became a city. If you want to have additional reserves there, or you want to spend that way, it's fine either way. Also, a project to be designed at a later date for future capital projects. But anyway, this is all part of what we can do with these funds. The city council will examine those options for bonding hotel motel maybe in 2024. These are just options that y'all have. You don't have to execute any of them. They're just options. Bonds. The 2022 net digest for the city is about $4.4 billion, meaning 1 mil levy would generate about 4.4 million. So this is showing your numbers here, your gross digest, less the exemptions, less the senior / disabled, and less the freeze. The freeze being the biggest of those, of course. So that nets you the 4.4. And this is what everybody likes to say. How does it relate back to me as a citizen? Okay, using a $500,000 house with a frozen value of 400 as a base example. Here's the annual increase, and these are based on the different size bonds at a 20-year number. And the recommendation for us at this point from staff is a 20-year number to look at. So this just shows for that house, your average home, say in Dunwoody, this is your increase, annually that you would see. If you have 50 million, it's 136. All the way down to 10 million is $28 additional per year. And then you have the e-host credit, which is where the county uses sales tax to reduce county property taxes only. The rate the year before e-host in 2017 was 9.433. The proposed 2023 rate is 10.543. If that rate had not increased, Dunwoody taxes would also receive this credit.
Do they move that rate every year so we don't get a credit?
Richard, you're the expert on that.
Microphone to be us. Is that good? Okay. This is just stuff for the file here. No, it's not the one.
That's what y'all want us to say, right? We don't have to use this language.
No,
Okay.
no.
Because I don't like that.
Yeah, this is just, there we go, thank you. And then this is stuff here too, this is just kind of a generalized question, we're gonna come back to some of this a little later, and get folks. Because I want to get to the meat of what we're here to talk about, but this is kind of how a question would look, so to speak. But this is, Tom, this is where I wanted you to come up if you're prepared, and ready to talk about the citizen input, kind of the project list, what your thoughts are, what your proposal is, that you kind of, you led the citizen committee, and love for you to do that. Like I said, we have all the experts here, but any questions that I can't answer, or y'all want to point, you can have our finance folks as well as external finance folks and the legal counsel, so we're in good shape there. Tom, if you want, but I don't know how many, you just tell me when you want to move.
Yeah, so just real quick, I don't know what the slides are. I was planning on Jay to do this presentation, so I'm kind of, you know, the last minute tap in on this. So, but yeah, what I did is, I took the initiative as the chair of the Citizens Advisory Capital Committee to put together a recommendation, based on priorities that we've heard from our citizens, our residents. We've been discussing this topic for a long time, and one of the concerns last year is we didn't know what was important to our residents, and I agree with that. Over the past 12 months, I believe we have a much more clear picture of what are the priorities for our residents and what they expect out of us as far as moving forward with the capital priority. So I also want to say that what I'm going to talk about is just merely a recommendation and starting point for the conversation. I'm not saying this is what we need to do. But I thought we could have a much more productive conversation if we had something to start with, and then we could cross off, add to, debate and discuss as needed moving forward. But I wanted to give us a starting point so that we could have a more efficient conversation. And also with the confidence that the starting point that I'm going to discuss is firmly rooted in what our residents told us were their priorities. The projects that I'm going to put up here, with the exception of what I'll call one wild card, is taken directly from the evaluation of the Citizens Committee. So I'll talk real quick before I get into the projects. As far as a strategy of, we've talked about doing one bond, we've talked about doing 3 bonds. I spent a lot of time looking at what some of our neighbors have done that have done successful bond issuances, reading their questions, looking at their materials. After evaluating all of that, it's my opinion that moving forward with the bond, that one question is quite frankly just simply for the voters to understand and digest. I wanted to make it very clear and transparent to our residents. This is what we're asking. This is what we're going to do with it. And I felt that doing it in one question just made it very simpler, much more simple for them to understand. So that my recommendation is that we do one question. And really that came out of also trying to figure out, obviously parks are very clear where they fit. Transportation projects would be very clear where they fit. Trails or pedestrian improvements could go into parks, they could go into transportation, they can stand on them by themselves. So I just thought putting it all in one, and the question will be focused on parks and trails / pedestrian bike safety improvements. Transportation is not necessarily on here, but I will say that the top 3 transportation priorities from the Citizens Committee have made it onto this list. So even though we're not calling it or tagging it as transportation, the 3 highest priority projects from the Citizens Advisory Committee related to transportation projects are still on this list, and we're addressing those. I also talked with Michael a bit, and not on here are intersection improvements. And the thought process behind that is, if we were to have a sudden lump sum of cash that we could use for intersection improvements. Logistically, could we really do that all at once? Could we do 3 intersection projects all at once in the city? And from a bandwidth of staff and also just from the pain point for our residents of having 3 major intersections torn up at the same time, it didn't really make sense. I had a lot of discussions with Michael, and we believe that we can meet those needs as far as intersections and other types of street projects using SPOS and just over time, so that there was no benefit to bonding those particular projects. So
So I had to get a cough drop.
yeah,
It's critical. So what did you say you're calling this one bond? General operate? Because you said there's
It's one question. The capital bond.
one question.
yes, one question,
Capital bond.
right?
So it could be anything capital, right? So.
Yeah, so I will defer to the experts when we get to the nitty gritty, but
What I heard cough drop was that you were saying no transportation projects, but there are transportation projects in here. Are you referring to? Why was that important to mention? Sorry. I'm totally a little confused.
yeah,
I think that's the most with
Yeah.
Eric.
yeah,
So just about question, Roger, can you explain how the ballot question would be function if it's a combined ballot question with multiple subparts?
I think you need to come up here to answer, because
I don't know what the slides are. I actually put together a proposed bond question. I don't know if that made it to a slide. Because I didn't do the presentation. Yeah. So, no, that's fine. That's fine.
This will help, so you know what legally should be put on the ballot, so Roger.
Yeah.
So one of the topics we talked about before was one question
Right.
versus multiple questions, right? So one question has the advantage of, it's one question, it's easier. So there's legal, there's political advantages and disadvantages to each, right? So it is definitely simpler to have one question. The trade-off is you may have some people that like a particular project and other people that don't like another project. So for political reasons, one question may not be advantageous. There's also a legal issue. There's a case that suggests that you really need, if you have separate purposes, you have to have separate questions. So I know, like, for example, in Roswell, they had one question. In Atlanta recently, they had one question. That I understand the reason they would want to do that for simplicity. However, there is some case law that suggests that if you have separate purposes, they need to be in separate questions. So, kind of where I come out on that is, you just have to weigh simplicity on the one hand versus, politically, would it be better to have multiple questions? For example, if somebody doesn't like the trails, they might vote the whole thing down, or if somebody wants to do roads or whatever it is. And then also the legal question of, do we really have one purpose here? Is the one purpose, oh, we're going to do this capital program, or is it we're doing parks, we're doing roads?
Roger, if the question was a capital program, colon,
Capital program.
sub A, sub B, Roman numeral 1, Roman numeral 2, Roman numeral 3, like the draft had it. Is that considered one question for purpose of your concern when it's got subpart?
Yeah, you can't vote yes or no on the different.
Yeah, it's just one question. Would that pass legal muster?
In my view is no, that you would, because, well, it depends what they are. So for example, if it was, I think parks and green space and trails are probably viewed as one purpose. Right, because those are all sort of related. If
I'll interrupt. A 12-foot trail with concrete on a sidewalk, is that more of a transportation or is that a park?
But to me,
I would argue that it's transportation, not a park. It's not green space. It's hard to say that it's park when it's not.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, again,
I'm trying to give you what we're trying to do when you call something a trail here. it's a 12-foot concrete slab in front of single family.
Okay, so if those are the facts, as opposed to a nature walking trail,
Correct.
if it's a connectivity trail, then I would say that the trail is probably more related to transportation and connectivity, right? So it's very fact specific. There's no, there's no case that says, oh, a trail that's paved versus trail that's natural is, is one or the other. So again, if the question is worded, so first of all, I just want to say, what we can't do is just say capital projects, period, right? That's too broad. You're not putting you're not giving the voters reasonable notice. And I think in the Roswell situation, they said capital projects. I don't know why they said capital projects, including, and then they had 1, 2, 3. Right? So the capital projects doesn't add a track, it's really 1, 2, or 3. And then the question is, do those 1, 2, are those 1, 2, and 3 things, or 1, 2, or whatever we're going to do, are those related enough we can do it in one question? Or would we be better off doing it in multiple questions, either for legal reasons or for political reasons? And so again, I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to dictate what you shall decide to do. I'm just trying to sort of frame the advantages and disadvantages.
And then how tight are we to a list, predetermined list of projects versus the question? I mean, we went over very quick over a caveat of what a bond can and can't be used for. How closely are we tied to a list? And if we want to advertise that list as a specific list project versus, oh, we trust the council, let them do whatever they want.
Okay, so let's just use parks. Okay, let's just say the only thing we're going to put on the ballot is parks. So you've got 2 separate questions, really. What are we going to put on the ballot? And then what are we sort of bound to legally, right? So what some people do on the ballot, they decide that they want to be very specific on the ballot. We generally recommend, I've been doing this for 34 years, and almost every time somebody's specific on the ballot, it comes back and bites them because they need flexibility later on. So I recommend that you just say, for example, parks on the ballot. You don't say this park, and this park. However, there are many instances where the governmental entity says, no, our voters are only going to vote if we're going to do these 2 or 3 parks, right? And we want to be bound by those 2 or 3 parks. So you can do either general or you can do specific on the ballot. Having said that, if you do general, but you later in your promotional materials, you have specific parks, like you have town hall meetings, you say, oh, we're going to do these parks. That's where that disclaimer came from. Because if you hand out promotional materials in connection with the referendum, you are bound by law to then do those.
Roger, can I jump in? Can I jump in on this real quick? Because it's very important. Promotional materials, I'll get you in a second, Joe. Promotional material is really a inartful word, but I know what Roger means. I want to make sure y'all understand. Y'all can't campaign as a city with taxpayer dollars for this ballot question. What he's talking about is if you have a citizen hall meeting or whatever, and you put something on, whatever you're putting on an advertisement becomes part of the ballot question, whether it's on the ballot or not. There's some Supreme Court website. Yeah, website. So we always say anything that's out there, first of all, nobody should put anything with Dunwoody's letterhead on it without a disclaimer that this has not been approved by the city council. Because if you don't have a disclaimer, that's going to become part of the ballot. Also, individual council people need to be very careful about what they're saying to their constituents as a representative of the city, so it doesn't confuse the question. Okay, so when he said promotional material, he's talking about having town halls where you show them, hey, here's our capital program or whatever it is. You're not promoting it. You're saying here's a need. It's up to y'all to decide whether we can fulfill it or not. But you can't spend money to get a yes answer, if that makes sense. Roger, is that correct?
Yeah, no, that's right. You can't, there's kind of a couple things layered in there. One is you can't spend city money to get people to vote for it. You can obviously hand out fact sheets, right? It says, oh, this is a $500,000 house or $400,000 house, and here's what the average tax is going to be. So again, you have to decide as a body, you want a general question, again, which is parks, and we're going to do parks and recreation, or do you want to say we're going to do these 3 parks? If you do those, you say those 3 parks in the ballot, obviously you're bound by those 3 parks. But we're just making the point, you could also be bound to those 3 parks if in your informational materials or promotional materials, you say these are the parts we're gonna do, unless you add that. What we tell people to do is, 'cause it helps to have a conversation, say, this is what we're thinking right now. If you're gonna have that conversation, say, this is what we're thinking right now, we recommend that you just put the disclaimer, say, this is what we're thinking right now, but we don't intend to, we may pivot and do some other things, but again, that's up to y'all.
Thank you, and that will play into the discussion later. All
Yeah.
right, Tom, go, I think I understand it.
I follow on legal, Roger. So
Yeah.
there's the bond resolutions. Maybe break down the process again, because we went through it last year again, but refresh me. So we would present to council, right? Tell me the legal steps that we would do.
Okay.
Bond resolution.
So what you do is you do a resolution calling the election. Basically saying I'm assuming you're still gonna go in November, on November, whatever the date is. We want to have a referendum on whether or not the city should issue these bonds. And this is going to be the ballot question, and this is the form of the notice that we're going to publish in the paper, and this is the form of the call, okay? Then once you do that, as the Board of Elections joins in the call, so the Board of Elections takes some sort of action, either an order, or we typically like them to adopt a resolution, also calling the election. Then once that is done, the call is published, which is just an ad in the paper. It's called the call. The call is published in the paper. And then once a week in each of the 4 weeks preceding the election, we publish, or actually something recommend you do at 5. You have a notice in each of the 5 weeks before the election, the referendum, and then you have the vote, and then you declare the results of the election. So that's the process.
Thank you.
And is there anything to prevent us from having our own, another resolution stating in general, here's a little bit more detail of what, like here's the work we're looking at doing. So we have the question that's going to go by. So like there's always websites and collateral, but
Yeah.
do we put that in a resolution?
No, it's not. It's normally not done in a resolution. So then normally what happens is, okay, we all know we want to have this vote. Now we want to provide information to the constituents so they can evaluate whether or not they want to vote yes or no, right? So you'll have materials that are published or that are on your website or whatever you're going to do. They're going to be facts, because what Ken was saying is you can't use city monies to encourage people to vote, but you can give them facts. So again, that's a gray area. What's a fact versus how are we advocating? Some communities also have great groups, citizen groups that basically we're for it. We're going to take up a collection of our own money, and we're going to go out and advocate for this. And I don't know if y'all want to do that or not, but the citizens get together, they form a committee. And that's when you have to be careful, again, what's stamped, because if they use something with our knowledge, then we're bound by it. So they can't run off, they can't run off the reservation. But they are allowed to advocate. But I don't really know if you need that, because if you're giving folks the facts, then they ought to be able to figure it out. Right?
Thank you.
Thanks.
And I think the question, once we go over the project list, we can figure out what we want the question to be. I think the important part is determining what are the capital priorities for the city.
Yes.
And then we can figure out the nitty gritty, the finer details. So,
Well, let's go over the list and then.
okay, yeah. So I think that's the best thing, is to just dive into the list, and I'll kind of, so I guess we have up here, some slides these were the evaluations from the Citizens Committee. And we can go through these quickly. We can refer back to these if people have questions. But I do want to point out that the top rated projects are all accounted for in what I'm going to recommend that we do. So
because it's ahead of those two, there's two lists here.
Right.
So that's a complete list, of what was talked about in citizens came up with. Is there another list that Jake had?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So
But I think whatever you have.
Yeah.
Let's go over what
oh, so this is actually the transportation list. And
Wait, go back to the parts. Let's start.
Yeah, that's the beginning. Remember, this is the priority.
Yes.
Citizens came up with.
so this was a list that the citizens came up with here.
The trails aren't on there?
And this is ranked. If you remember, the trails that discussion has been deferred until after the path foundation gives us a plan and we presumably adopt a master plan for trails, because it seems premature to evaluate trails when we didn't know what our plan was. So the committee decided that they would reconvene after the council presumably adopts the master trail plan. So what we're working with here is parks and transportation. And if and again, we could circle back to this because what I want to do is focus on what the actual projects that I'm recommending we do are. So you have the click through.
Yeah.
But if you stop here, though, I do want to point out this is the transportation list. The top 3 projects are accounted for, and we'll get to that in a second. So so what do we have?
And this is the.
Was this the trail piece?
Right.
Yeah, they did a preliminary, but they decided they didn't have enough information to
Finalize.
to
Adopt.
make a true recommendation. So
Yeah, that's
this
the rest of it you have. No, I don't have that.
oh
Yeah, that's it on that.
Is that in an email? Tom, is that in an email?
You're able to do that in an email, that your piece of paper.
it is.
Can you get to Ginger and she could share it on the screen?
Do we have, you have that one, Ginger? It was a different one.
That's not in here because I sent it to Jay to include it in the presentation.
That's fine.
I'm in this one.
Is there another presentation?
No, it's fine.
It's in the share
It's in
box.
the share file.
You know what it was?
I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know, because that was what, for those of you who don't know, Jay and Russell couldn't make this.
No, I don't think that's, probably there was a capital one.
Well, the capital is where we were.
Oh,
Yeah, that's 6A and 6B. We'll go to 6D, go to 6C. No, that's previous. That's the one I'm last on.
Mike, did you add?
Oh, Michael's coming to you.
That's the 5G one, just so you know.
yeah, I think it's overloaded, so I can't get on.
There's another one. Yeah, for the.
So 6A was what we were just talking about.
Excellent. And it's up here, same as.
There's a folder for bond that has some stuff in it.
Yeah.
Bond amount, bond.
It's like 99 bonds.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Bonds, and what's the folder, 99 bonds?
That's right. It's like-
99.
Okay, so round amount worksheet, yeah, okay, those are the 3.
Do you want to do it right now, or you want to finish, are you in a place where?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's it.
I might need your help to get the other ones up.
Yeah, that's fine, I'll stay, I'm right here.
You can,
Okay, there we
you
go.
can't actually read that.
Zoom,
Okay,
zoom on.
No.
Oh.
It's on your computer.
Okay.
the important part of this for me was, we've talked about how much are we gonna bond. I thought it was critical that the dollar figure was driven by our priorities and not that we came up with a number and figured out how to spend it. So just for the record, I started the list by identifying what I thought were the priorities that the citizens told us, and then meeting with both Michael and Brent and Jay to get accurate cost estimates and then adding those up. And that's, so the number that I'm proposing was dictated by the priorities. The priorities weren't determined by how much we had available to spend. And I think that's very important to clarify. So basically I broke it down into categories. We have the parks projects. And these were the priorities that we heard from our residents, Roberts Drive, Vermac, softball, both acquisition and construction. I will point out that that's a very conservative number. It's likely not going to cost that much, but I thought better to estimate high than low because we don't have to issue the full amount. But if we come up short, we could run into a problem. So Waterford Park, the completion of the trail and the playground there. Brook Run Phase 2, which is relatively small. That is a picnic pavilion near Treetop Quest and bathroom that would service both the dog park and community garden. And the turf at PCMS. Now we'll debate that topic separately because there are some issues because we don't technically own the property. Can we bond it? Can we not? I'll let the lawyers handle that question for me. But as far as trail segments, I put up here model mile because they talked about that, but we didn't really have a model mile. the Dunwoody Village streetscape. We have money coming in from ARC, but the estimate of the city's contribution to that project is $15 million. Going through SPOS, I don't see how, anyway, we're gonna be able to fund that in the foreseeable future, so this seemed to be a perfect project to put into a bond. I also did want to note, because we've had discussion, should we bury utilities, should we not? The estimate for burying utilities is $4 to $8 million, which is not included in that 15 million. That would be an additional fund. So I just wanted to clarify that in case people were wondering. Winter's Chapel Phase 2, we have, again, ARC money available. We also have contributions from Peachtree Corners because that would be a joint project. So the city's contribution there, again, the $1 million is a little high based on Michael's estimates, but I thought it was better to be conservative. The one project on the trail segment that is what I call the wild card is North Peachtree. It does appear on the preliminary trail map that Path is putting together. I included it for a couple of reasons. I thought that it was when I say I-285 to Barclay, it's basically from Dunwoody Village Apartments up to Barclay. It's a gateway into the city. I know I have, and I believe John has also been getting requests from residents that live in both Dunwoody North and Dunwoody Village Apartments concerned about the number of students that walk to school and that the current situation there is not very safe. So the fact that this actually would service two schools, both Chestnut and Peachtree Middle, as well as our flagship park, it just seemed to be a logical project for us to focus on as a priority. So that's why I included that. And then the last part was the completion of the sidewalk improvement plan. And these are the segments that were included in that the plan that we're currently working off of. So we also accounted for project management in there. Basically having someone to oversee these projects for us and make sure they're completed and properly and on time. Before I want to show everyone a map, but before we get to that, I do also want to talk about we have the proceeds from the North Shallowford property, roughly $7 million that's available. I thought it was appropriate.
Just so people understand, that's after fee. Every cent
That's right.
of money that was tied up in the sale of that property has to come out of the sale of the property. So that's because I think it closed at like 7.75 or something.
Right. What I did is I allocated some of those funds to some of the projects. I put in the Brook Run maintenance facility. And one reason for that is, we could do that immediately. That's a priority for us. We've actually had a fire over there, so it's even more of a priority for us. And so we don't have to wait on a referendum. If we decided that was a priority to fund out of that, we could do that right away. And then what I also I talked with Jay about is taking, because one of the concerns is if we add all of these new amenities to the city, can we pay to maintain them? And that's a valid question. So I talked with Jay, and I know he spoke with you, Richard, that we set up a dedicated maintenance fund where we set aside $2 million to pay for the maintenance of these added facilities. That $2 million would cover us for at least 5 years. So that would give us 5 years of those projects being not an additional burden to our general budget fund. So we've accounted for the maintenance of those projects, and that gives us 5 years to come up with a game plan of how to do it beyond that. Obviously, there's no way to fund that in perpetuity, but we have I think it gives us a solid head start that we've accounted for how we're going to maintain these projects for the next 5 years, and we can certainly work on how to figure it out. So can you pull up the map, because I think this is important too. I also took the projects here that, again, these are the priorities that the citizens gave us, and I just threw them on a map for the city so that we can see where they are. And oops. That's it. Yeah. And I just color coded them just because I'm kind of anal that way, but for ease. So the green are the parks projects, the blue are the 3 trail segments, and the yellow are the sidewalk improvement plan projects. Obviously, I couldn't map the softball complex because we don't know where that will be. But I thought that it was very nice that the projects that we're looking at or that I'm proposing are well distributed throughout the city. Every resident in the city will have a project near them that they can enjoy. So you know, it was very important there. I will also point out, because there is one spot that isn't, and that's the perimeter center. But that is accounted for. So obviously, we have 2 ways to handle the improvements that we're looking to do in that area. We have the hotel motel tax, and we also have a very good partner with PCID that we can pretty much count on a 50% match from that organization. So reviewing the projects that we have in the PCID area, we have funding available to complete those priorities through those, so we wouldn't have to bond those. So there was no reason to ask for more in a bond to do those projects when we have another way of funding those projects. So that was my logic in not including those projects here. So there was one more slide, right? I don't remember. Oh, the other slide was just the question. Yeah, let's put that up. You gotta do your. And so again, in the interest of keeping it simple for the voters, I'm proposing one question for one amount. We would list the projects on our website. I think Roswell's recent bond initiative is a good example. They had a question. I'm going to be honest with you. This is their question. I changed Roswell to Dunwoody and changed the amount. They asked for 107 million. We're only going to ask for 59 million. But the meat of the question is right here on A: acquire, construct, renovate, and install the following capital projects for the city: recreation parks, bicycle, pedestrian paths, and sidewalks. I think everything that we're proposing fit neatly into that category. I didn't see a need to separate out different questions personally. So that's where I came up with, and then we could list whatever the projects are on our website so that our residents know exactly what we're proposing to do with the funds. So again, this is, I wanted to have a starting point for the conversation. I'm not saying this is what we need to do. So I'm handing it back to everybody else, and we could debate this topic. So I just wanted to give us a starting point.
Go back to the project list, maybe. His project.
Yeah, the Excel spreadsheet.
And then can I start by asking a simple question? We don't need a long explanation. Can police cars be in a bond like this? Yes or no, it's fine. Or is
I didn't.
cars be part of bond? Police transportation vehicles.
Could they be?
I'm asking. That's my question.
That's you do.
Yes.
Can.
Yes. Yes.
But I know it can be splosh, but can it also be a bond?
Well, if it's a 20-year bond, they won't read the car.
Is it covered in the last 20 years?
No. Well, you could amortize that piece.
Yeah, we'd have the ability to shorten, if you want to do a police car, you could, in theory, allocate a 5 year.
I was just asking.
Yeah.
Amortization if you wanted to.
So I think before we get into particular nuance, like, I don't even know how to do this, but I think we can, as a group, whether we're gonna agree for a bond or not, we can vet this list as a starting point. With a reminder that we have $7 million, we sell the property that we said would be used for capital. We also could change our mind, we could vote differently, I'm not saying we need to. We have SPLOST, which we're estimating, I think will be, how much is SPLOST right now a year? About 7 million?
It's over the life of this cost for collect $43 million.
On a 5-year SPLOST.
Started in May of 20.
No, so it's a 6-year SPLOST. So you think when SPLOST ends in 24, we will have collected $43 million, which is about 7 million. So if we work with this, but it's been going up yearly, right?
We have seen some increase. Yes.
Okay. but so let's just figure 7 million a year.
But that's not all capital.
No, it's
Because,
all capital,
well,
I just
here's,
read the bill.
here's the problem, here's the problem. We, remember we had the old money. The, lost. Not the, but the host, excuse me, we had the host, that's what we used to operate under. Now, under that current clause, we use that to operate under the way it was written, because that replaced that, but it's a sales tax, personal property. But the difference is, so if we yank that away, you don't have any way to operate your operation. Where's operational money coming from?
So the host, the spot that the current stands is 85% goes to transportation projects.
Right.
But I just read it.
15%.
No, we don't get that in this one. So I just read the new one. So you get, if we're gonna have, you know, we asked for the same spots that everyone got. And the only, because I had suggested something to Rob, wherever he is, I mean, Tom, that I don't think is gonna work now that I've read the bill that's gone to the governor. So the new bill is like everybody else's SPOS, and you can only use, I swear it says repairs on bridges and roads, that kind of thing, in the event of a catastrophe. Does that sound right? So I'm gonna read it to y'all, because I think it's an important part of this discussion. But now I have to find it.
Yeah, take your time, Mayor, to find that.
Okay, well,
But Richard, hey, anybody who's addressing, I'm gonna say this, anybody who's addressing the council, come up, we gotta stand.
well, thank you.
The other thing I was gonna say was, talk a little bit while the mayor's looking that up, about how our budget works, because, you know, under the old host, you know, that went for how our operational budget works, is what you gotta explain to them. Because if the new SPOS comes in, a little bit of a shell game, you have to operate, so you have to shift some other money.
Well,
How does it work?
well. So if, as the current slots, which is 85% transportation and 15% maintenance, basically, we do that for facilities and parts of facilities. So, and it's all capital projects related to that arena. For the general fund operating budget, we are conservative in nature, absolutely, and that's where we cover all of our costs. So all the general fund revenues cover all our general fund costs, basically, as they exist. So that's all police staffing and things like that, all fuel for vehicles and things like that. So that's the current process.
I mean, but so when we get the new SPOS, you know, those things still have to be funded, is what I'm saying, of course.
Yes, absolutely.
So, I mean, but is a new SPOS gonna be a new source of money, or just out, it comes in as a different?
We will continue with depending on the verbiage of how the SPOS is.
Right.
The new SPOS.
But it's the same penny.
Use it all. It's the same penny. It's the same law, basically.
Right,
yes.
same thing,
So
we're not getting any new
majority
revenue,
capital,
well, there's no new revenue.
It's a continuation of
Right.
existing.
There's no new revenue, but there's new flexibility.
Yes.
Is what I'm saying.
That's right.
So we don't have to spend it the same as we've spent it the last 6 years. So in theory, we could say less on this and more on that.
Right, that's right,
If that was our priority.
that's right.
So you might not want to consider it as a total amount of money. But I don't think the 15% is.
Did you find that?
I'm still looking for it.
Okay,
I mean,
I was just curious, that's the brand new.
Yeah, it's brand new, it just passed. So,
Well, Mayor, as we move forward, one thing I asked County to help us with here for this retreat is to help get us to a, you know, where we are. with this
Well, so there are
city-wide.
two questions,
Yeah, go
right?
ahead.
You have one question, as I understand it, you have one question regarding pros and cons of moving forward with the bond. And I think that's clearly something we need to resolve, but I'm not sure you can do that without the question of what would the bond look like. That's what I hear you saying, I just want to make sure. So to me, there are two separate questions. One is, what are the projects, if we were to move forward with the bond, what are the projects? And then what are the pros and cons, and make a decision about whether or not we're moving forward. Is there?
Yeah.
Can we get the list back?
up?
Is there agreement around those questions, being the two questions? Yeah, okay, so I've got the projects list, and I think the easiest way to do this, because I think they do need to go in that order, because I'm not sure that you'd have comfort around just, are we going to do a bond? So what are the projects that everybody in this room, obviously council, feels like are good projects if we were to move forward? We're not saying we are, we're saying if we were, these are the things we can all agree are good projects. And then at the end of the day, pros, cons, decision.
okay, and I think that it can just be, we're just prioritizing capital projects.
Certainly.
So, okay.
That's your comfort level. These are the two things from a facilitator standpoint that I think need to be fleshed out.
So everyone look at the parks list. I think this is just the easiest rather than review each. each of these projects. Hey, Joe.
Hey,
Okay, so everybody look at each of these projects in the park list. We all know I think we all know what they are. If you have specific questions, ask them now, and then let's just get feedback on the list.
for each one.
No, because we all know these projects. So they're-
Then you want to go down the line.
I don't want to go down the line. I just want somebody to start talking.
So
And then the term illegal project for us on the school property.
That's a question.
That's a fine question, it's an attorney question.
I would like to take the term off, so we don't even have to get into legality and put it under the Emery sale property. Because we can't even get, we can't,
That's the same.
Right.
So, why is it the same question?
If it is not to put legal on the bond, legal for city funds to pay for property that is owned by
Right,
the
we need
county,
legal.
that's the question.
We might as well get the answer to that
Well,
question.
yeah.
Oh, I agree for them to answer.
So one,
So the situation is, we do not own a piece of property. We have a usage agreement with the Camden school system. Can we do a capital improvement project on a piece of property that we do not own legally through a bond?
Well,
can we, what I would suggest, Callie, is a third sheet of paper, so with the topic of not the bond, but other sources or questions, so maybe you need 2 more sheets of paper. But
Michael, you want to take one of the sheets, help her out with the.
What I actually need is I mean, I can do it up here.
Yeah.
That's what you gotta do. Y'all need to hear, even though it may be getting shifted to the sale of the summit property, you need to hear the bond question. And the reason why you need to hear it, because it's not just a legal bond question, it's also an IRS question. When you're issuing tax exempt bonds, so let him answer because he's prepared to do it right.
on who owns the property.
Well, what do you get at all?
You may answer.
okay.
I think we're moving.
All right, so I'm gonna caveat this because we have not collaborated on this topic. I want to make sure I'm not saying anything that he does not agree with. Okay, so let's start from bedrock. So from bedrock, there's an intergovernmental contract clause in the Constitution that lets 2 governmental entities contract with each other for joint services and facilities that they're both entitled to provide, okay? So my analysis of this, I'm assuming Ken's is the same, is you're both entitled to provide recreation, right? They provide, the school provides recreation for students and we provide recreation for our citizenry. So to me, it seems like a logical conclusion that you can enter into an intergovernmental contract with the school district for recreation services, right? So under the intergovernmental contracts clause, it doesn't matter who owns it. Because it's joint services for the facilities that you're both entitled to provide. You could have, I've seen arrangements before where the things were owned with joint tenants, one owns, the other owns, it doesn't really make a difference. Okay. So for state law purposes, I believe that you can do that and it doesn't really matter who owns it. So for bond purposes, you can issue a bond for anything that you're entitled to do. And so short version is yes, in my view, you can bond for it. Now it gets a little more, it's a little trickier to figure out if we can do it on a tax exempt basis or a taxable basis. And so that I don't know if you want me to get into the weeds on that, because as a general rule, you know, all the bonds you use are going to be tax exempt. That's a lower interest rate. And you can do that for capital projects. As a general rule, you cannot finance tax, you can't issue tax exempt bonds for working capital as a general rule. So we would have to dig in a little deeper to see if under federal tax law and accounting laws, you guys capitalize that expenditure or that's an expense. So we would work through that. But the short version is, I think you can legally do it
Okay,
if you want to.
thank you. Can you put
Thank
North Shallowford on one of the, or not North Shallowford, on Shallowford money? So this is your bond project list. What would you like Shallowford money? Okay, so Shallowford money. Got it.
No, that's right. If you had the 7, and you also had the extra 2.
I'm not.
Don't worry about that. Just 7. Okay, just a 7.
How many years are left on the agreement? With the,
So we have about 20 years. It was a 25-year agreement.
15.
15 at least.
How long this turf last?
Yeah.
Mayor, I know for dollars. Okay, so I think Stacy just recommended that for lots of reasons, mostly simplicity of life, that the turf should maybe be funded differently, is that what you said?
Yes,
If
I'm
we
saying
can-
that the PCMS turf should be funded from Shallowford money.
Does anybody object to that strategy?
Nope.
Okay. It also means we could start, well, there's a lot of other problems, but it means that once we have the school systems cooperation, we can
Right.
get it done.
Subject to an IGA still.
That's right.
Right,
Which,
Is there any reason why I need to put dollar amounts on?
no,
Thank you.
I don't think so. Maybe don't think you, well,
Not yet.
not yet.
Okay, I just want to make sure that.
Not
this is- Okay, got
All right, so anybody else on the remaining, this is probably that far, 5, 6 things that are left for parks have thoughts or concern?
Just on the softball, we can open that up to say, park space acquisition.
it does.
He's saying just generally. and-
Park space, so we're softball,
With acquisition and construction.
no, but.
You might want to find a space that cannot handle a softball field, but we find appealing for another purpose.
We're free, we're open, we're adding more flexibility to the project list,
No.
so that.
I know, but I'm saying I'm not actually good with that. I wanted to say softball. Because, and if we can't do it, then we can't do it. But I want voters to know that that's what we're going out for and not, and it might not turn into.
And
Well, I think what Joe's saying, and maybe my thoughts is. Let's say we try as hard as we can to find a softball site, and we can't, but over on. The east side of town, we find a great spot for a pocket park that we can buy. And so we use money for that instead.
Or flip it on its ear, and you get 3 acres in the middle of Dunwoody Village for
Yeah.
community green.
Yeah, or yeah.
And that's the only other thing.
It's softball, and then if there's leftover money that we can pick up for green space acquisition or park space acquisition. I'd like to open that flexibility.
So here's a question, a legal question. So again, I looked at what some of our neighboring cities did in Roswell on their website. They listed the projects with a dollar figure next to particular park project. Some of the park projects, they listed specific projects in there, and then at the tail end, they put possibly re-turf athletic fields. So my question is, can we leave it open-ended like that? Is that, or would you recommend against that? I don't know if this is simply semantics or, but it's not, it's actually what we're legally obligated. They put in the word possibly do this. I guess they wanted to give themselves the freedom to do that project, but not obligate themselves to it in case and I don't know the reason why. Maybe they were worried that we're gonna run out of money, or,
They tiered the projects so that at the bottom.
but they literally used the word possibly in the description of the projects on their website, not on the ballot question, but on the website. So
I mean, that's the kind of thing is on the website, so. I would say, do they have a disclaimer, then not have a disclaimer, because they say this project, so if they have that project list and this one was possibility. Then if you have the disclaimer that says, look, this is what we're thinking right now, I think you got flexibility. If they didn't have the disclaimer on the list that was on their website, I think that. I don't know how the judge would say that. The judge would say, well, no, this was like after the rest of these. And then also, you also look at the prioritizations, because if you want to bind yourself, nobody knows what construction costs are now today, right? It's really tough. So if you want to put a list of these projects, let's say you decide to go to the general question, but you intend to be found, so you have this in all your promotional material, then you also have to think about priorities. Because when you bid these things out, you have no idea what they're going to cost. You know, maybe they're not going to be 30, maybe they're going to be 50. You know, so what do you do in that instance? Maybe, you know, one comes in at one instead of 10.5, it comes in at 14, and the softball field comes in at 8. What are you going to do then? I mean, you have to look at the realities of operating in this environment where it's very difficult to nail down construction costs. It's very difficult to know what land's going to cost, and walk the balance of what, you know, what you're not, and we're here to accommodate you and do whatever you want to
I
do.
have a question. Because I have not studied other cities in depth, and I haven't looked at anything in over a year. Do cities ever list the projects and not a per line amount? So could you say 30 million
Yeah.
for parks to include Roberts, Burmack, softball, Waterford Park, Brook Run, we took off turf, and then land acquisition, period. And that's the total we're gonna spend on those things.
And I've seen it that way, and at the end it says acquisition, construction and maintenance of facilities.
Yes.
Good way to do it.
So, because we don't have any idea how much things are gonna cost a year from now. So Joe, does that solve your conundrum? Because then we're not saying 12 million for softball and it all totals 30 million.
Right.
We're saying here are the things we're going to complete with this bond, including land acquisition. Answer.
Right. And the verbiage you say, so, yeah, and the verbiage you say, including by acquisition. And by the way, rather than the word approximate in there, numbers.
Right, but I don't even, my conviction is, because there's two reasons I think this is important. One is that we want to tell them we're spending $30 million or whatever number we ultimately come up with. And what if the Brook Run bathroom, something goes wrong and there's granite under it or something, and it costs $1 million? Then you say, okay, well, I'm gonna only spend right now 2.5 on Burmack. It gives us flexibility. So we're just saying on these things, and then in discussing it, if someone asks you why 30 million, and you say, well, we think the Burmack, the Roberts Park estimate in March of 2023 was $12 million, $10 million, but we don't know, it could be 12 in 18 months. So just list the projects and a total, and then you can add, so the thing that's missing from the list is published tally is land acquisition.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
Because it also means if to get a softball facility, and I hope it does not cost this much, it costs 14 million. Because maybe you put tennis courts on there or something else, you find a piece of land that can be multi-purpose. It gives you the flexibility, nobody can come back and say, you said you were only gonna spend 12, so. Okay, so I'm looking around, everybody, is everybody okay with this? Got it. Okay, Parks and on. All right, model. For the next
Move the thing up a little bit. Just let me
one, yeah, trails.
Right.
Okay, can someone explain to me 21 million for the Dunwoody Village streetscape? Like how we got to $21 million? No, it's not, because it's additional funding, $21 million. That's a lot of money,
Yeah, so the estimate,
and that's without bearing wires, so go ahead.
well, so the estimate on the current concept is 9.1 million for right of way. 8 million for utilities, and then 11.6 million for construction. So that all comes up to 28.6 million
And that's just the Chamblee Dunwoody section?
from Womack to Roberts.
It's a huge.
And that's without the everything.
Well,
Yes.
It's a whole couple of buildings that.
So, yes, so. I don't disagree, I don't know if the citizens agree with this. But my question is with the right of way acquisition, I don't know if you can answer this yet, are we taking parking from anybody?
we're not planning to.
So it's possible,
Well, I'll take that back. The donuts.
Yeah, that's a problem right there.
Possibly.
so one possibility. This is maybe bigger than the bond question is that because they could just refuse.
Yeah.
And so one possibility is to maybe be working on an alternate, and maybe you already have, where we don't do that. Because I wonder if we could get some of the property owners to donate. They're not gonna donate parking.
No, I mean, we always, on a project like that, we'll always go in with the first offer is, we can do one and donate, but with the federal money, we'll also have to get appraisals, and a lot of times when they see, oh, I think we get 200,000 for this, why would I donate it? I mean, we saw that a little bit on Georgetown, we really couldn't get, it wasn't a donation, but the gas stations, wouldn't, they wanted even more than what was appraised. And so we ended up having to kind of cut them out because what they wanted for the right of way, unreasonable.
Right, so I think. Before we talk about the specifics, and I think we need to talk about the specifics on this list, obviously, I would approach this the same way. I would have an amount.
Right.
And I would have the list of projects, and then under sidewalks. I actually think. Well, I'm not really, so there's a lot of demand for neighborhood sidewalks and. These are main streets that I guess we've already identified, is that correct?
Yeah, they're on our list.
So I would recommend, that we talk about sidewalks, that we maybe don't include the list particularly, but we lump them in with trails if we can. And we do the same thing, we come up with a total that we're comfortable with, because I think on the website or whatever, in the bond question, we put, sidewalks, including a neighborhood, I don't know what we would call it, like a neighborhood sidewalk fund or something.
For example, the Path Foundation has paths through Dunwoody North neighborhood with speed humps and a bunch of other stuff. I think the community would rather have sidewalks in that area than just one idea. I mean, there's probably 1,000 places in the city that would rather have sidewalks
And I think,
that need sidewalks.
yes, and so these streets need them because they're main streets. And so
And it's citywide.
and it's citywide, so we could say, we could list these, completion of cities. Tier 1 sidewalk projects, and then another line that says. A neighborhood sidewalk fund or something.
Could you pull the funds that we had in for the turf field and just add a little bit so we could do a neighborhood project?
Right.
In this?
I think the money,
You identify?
or because we could, if we're gonna do one question, if we end up doing 2 questions or 3 questions, we can't, because we could move the money, you're right, it's fungible.
No, I'm just.
But I think that what we should do is combine trails and sidewalks, because I think in a lot of ways, they're sort of the same thing.
So Alpharetta, which doing Alpha Loop, you come off of a trail onto cement sidewalks to get to the next trail. And everybody understands that it's a trail.
Yes, and that's where no,
My disconnect is the 12-foot path, which is really a sidewalk in front of a single family home.
right,
To me, it should be a sidewalk. It shouldn't be a path.
Yeah, and
When you
it's,
lump them together, I might vote against the path, for all of it, because I'm not sure we're putting these paths.
right. Which leads me
it's
to,
vocabulary.
yes, it's vocabulary, so which leads me to, so my suggestion for whether it's.
This combined means you don't have to differentiate.
The transportation to intersection.
Right. Which we didn't include any, or was not included on this list, which doesn't mean it couldn't be. So however we do it with however we do trails, it should be a lump sum. And a list, rather, because we don't know that we're gonna spend, at the end of the day, that we're gonna be willing to spend $21 million on the village. Maybe we are, maybe we're not, we don't know what it's gonna cost, but it gives us some flexibility if it. It might not be this council deciding any of this, it could be 10 years from now. And so, rather than saying you have to spend 21 million on this segment. You just do the total.
Were these numbers, I thought, were kind of put up just to guide us to the bond.
Well, but some places do push the number.
Right. I don't think you can put the number.
Yeah, the purpose here was to show
Right.
where the total number came from.
Okay. And then I was gonna talk about this in communications later, but I think if we're adding the North Peachtree thing, which I don't necessarily think it should be 12 feet in the parts where people live. But whatever it's gonna be, I think before it goes on any list that we're gonna ask citizens to vote on, the council people that represent that area need to knock on doors and let them know. I'm gonna talk about that more in communications, but
This hasn't gone in front of Public Works. Public Works hasn't really
right,
discussed this whole aspect. It's the right away, it's for this, for
Right.
that. I mean, this hasn't been vetted at all. And again, you're talking all in front of single family homes. Yes, there's a need for a wider sidewalk there, but that's only because it's a 5-foot sidewalk that's overgrown by bushes. It's right next to the
6
street.
or 8 feet.
Yeah, it could be 6 feet, it could be 8 feet, it could be, a better buffer. There's a number of things that can improve it. A 12-foot sidewalk, to me, is overkill.
This doesn't specify.
It doesn't specify this.
It's in the trails,
But that doesn't mean, what does the trail mean to you, John?
yes, I don't know what it means to you, and that's my concern.
Right.
It doesn't mean it's not applied.
Okay, so let me explain something politically to y'all. Just so you know, Joe, that's what the public thinks. Tom, that's what the public thinks. So they can be all for it, they can be against it, they can be neutral, but. I'm just telling you politically, that's what people think they're talking about, and I actually think there are gonna be a lot of places on that segment where there's not 12 feet unless we move the road. And so,
But we don't have to specify here, what we're trying to get to is.
Right.
We conceivably agree that these are the topics so that we can get
right,
to,
so
are we moving forward?
yeah, I understand. The problem is that this North Peachtree segment, which they desperately need something.
Right.
Is whether or not it's a trail or a wider sidewalk. Or it's part of the trail, but it's gonna be 8 feet, or does that make sense? Like, from a-
What if we don't have the categories, what added the trail, because it's pedestrian.
right,
Safety improvements.
And that's
and
maybe-
infrastructure.
right.
Non-motorized
I
infrastructure.
think we can agree it's a priority. What it looks like, the question and the solution looks like on a bond question is different.
And that'll go to communication, right? I mean, that,
No,
that
yeah,
requires,
maybe.
I mean, that's a.
Safe routes to school.
You could add it to the sidewalk list, the sidewalk's never gonna be, meet the definition of a trail or a path. That is a what, minimum of what, 10 feet?
If
12
it's
feet?
a sidewalk, right? It's a
Yeah, but a sidewalk is limited up to a certain amount of.
Is it?
It doesn't have to meet the definition of a path.
It's a
What is that?
multi-use.
Well, what's the sidewalk? The sidewalk, the bigger umbrella, concrete next to a road sidewalk?
This is 12 feet, so it has to meet the definition of a path.
No. What's, if it's 12 feet, is it a sidewalk?
I don't know.
It's
What's the
concrete.
definition of, Michael, what's the definition of a path?
in the sidewalk. Sidewalks from-
Like, Joe tossed out the non-motorized. Like infrastructure improvements.
Yeah.
And that way, we don't need to get caught up on his. Non-motorized infrastructure.
Then the design is based on the best design for the neighborhood.
Right,
Because I don't want, it is important that we don't misrepresent or mislead the public either, that if we categorize something as a trail and build a sidewalk, you'll get anger on both sides and vice versa. If you say you're putting a sidewalk and a trail.
right,
So just
and
categorizing it as pedestrian and bicycle
Yeah, I would-
improvements, I think.
yeah.
I would do bicycle and pedestrian, non-motorized infrastructure sounds like you're trying to hide something. Honestly, I would call it bike and pedestrian.
I'm looking for.
Yeah,
That's fine.
that's fine.
Non-motorized is seen.
People love
It seems like we were trying to get the little. Yeah.
Right, and you-
And what is,
To be
it's like
pedestrian first.
I
Yeah, great.
pedestrian bike, yeah. And I do like to, like, keeping the word infrastructure in so that people know that it's not
Yeah.
defined, but it's actually structure something, we're actually building something.
You got safe routes to school in there as well, that it's important. It's the.
We've already finished, right? Have we finished our safe routes to school?
Pedestrian and bike infrastructure improvements,
Sort of, except for North Peachtree. Yeah,
are we, so,
pedestrian and bike infrastructure
so
improvement,
this,
Yeah.
yeah,
we're all in agreement here, okay? Perfect.
right.
So do we lump sum those all, and then we set 30 million here, does something?
Wait, say that again.
Right.
We'll do the same, whatever total we agreed to should be above that.
Okay, and so you're starting at 26, do I see that correctly?
Yes, yes.
So are we?
Yes,
So that's
everybody wanted to,
Did we want to,
The project manager.
not that I'm very to the original number.
yeah, we'll
Up
figure
into
it.
the-
Wanted to put
And again, this isn't necessarily how we list it on the website, this is just showing where we determine the number. And I do, yeah, acknowledge that we gotta probably finesse where things are allocated a little better.
And then in that list, missing from this is a neighborhood sidewalk program.
Got it.
That, Yeah.
So those are usually really easy to implement without all the drainage utilities, so they don't cost as much, so they're easy to fit. Like in an annual capital.
But it's-
Yeah.
But also it might allow you to, I understand we can only do so many projects, but accelerate it.
For some reason.
All right, I want to bring up something else. I want to bring up something else, and that might be premature. So as I reflect on Chief's report yesterday, with the understanding that we don't know what's coming from Barry Dunn. But presuming that we, over time, we've been growing the police anyway, pre-pandemic, when it was a little easier to find people, we were adding officers every year. There's multiple questions I have. One is, is the police department gonna outgrow the space we have? If we add 5 officers, if we add 10 officers, or 5 or 10,
That's a big thing.
right? If we just add, if Barry Dunn comes back with a recommendation to use other people that fill the space, does that make sense? Like other kinds of I don't know, but you know what I'm saying? Like if they come back, this is how we're gonna address these challenges. Is the space big enough? Okay, you don't have to answer.
Okay.
Because you don't have reason to know unless you talk about it. And then what infrastructure, what capital needs will growing our department necessitate? That's the second question. The third question is if this is a 10 to 30-year bond, are there public safety facility improvements? Like, is there stuff, I realize the annex space is not that big, but is there stuff that we ought to be looking at from a capital perspective related to public safety? We also have the EMS situation, which we're not going to know the answer to right now anyway. But is there a public safety component? Should we be looking down the road at the potential of needing more space for public safety, which might necessitate their own building or a substation, I think it's called? And if so, can we know that in a month? Or is that, I do think you could do your own, you could do a public safety bond separately if you needed to build a public safety facility. Or if we take it over, if we take over fire, for example, we'll have to do that.
That's right.
We would have to
That's
do
right.
that.
That's right.
And so. Just want to throw that out.
Mhm.
It's
We-
stuff
we-
I think we need to figure out.
What you're asking is you like me to come up with some numbers, nothing
I'd like
today,
not
come
today.
back with some numbers, show it in a short period of time.
Look into like how many more officers, like if we have room for in our physical space. And it could be that it works fine because they're never really in there.
But there's a lot of moving pieces. For example, you have the annex to a certain extent, so
Right.
take over a little of that. You have a possible redo on the parks maintenance facility,
Right.
which would then take, which would house either the parks department, or you could have a separate little substation for the police department there in that.
Yeah.
facility.
Or you could free up the house at home.
And you have the house at permit where the parks are gonna move over there. So you have 1,000 little tiny.
The first question is the need imminent? Right, so the first question really is the need imminent? And if we do, because when you, correct me if I'm wrong, if you hire 5 patrol officers, for example, that triggers leadership position.
That's right, that's right.
Really triggers it, reward. But that may necessitate like another captain, a lieutenant, whatever, or maybe not. If it's 15 officers, that would, and so,
And that's what you need the office space for,
right, it's not the,
right?
except they need a meeting space
They
when
need
they
an
don't
office
fit.
space, correct, yes.
But so anyway, that's just a question.
So what can answer on that?
And I've got this over,
Okay.
like public safety infrastructure improvements.
So that, to me, that actually maybe even leads into the Shalford money, because we had talked about some funds for maintenance of parks. Do we want to earmark some money for potential police department improvements? Because we know, it sounds like we know we're gonna need to do some hiring until we know what that is, just to have fun.
Well, we can talk about that in a second. Yeah, I mean, I think so too. But you can SLOSS.
Sure.
You can-
And so just,
SLOSS is over here.
so I think the question is valid as far as if we increase the size of our force, have we outgrown the space? I will say this, I've already had a discussion with Chief on substations, just as a general practice, because there was concern from some residents on the far east side of town that, you know, we're all the way over here, police stations on the other side of town. From a functional standpoint for the police department. Once roll call is done, the officers are in their vehicles and they're out in the streets, so
Yeah.
having a substation. Simply to have it on that side of town serves no function or purpose, it doesn't improve safety.
Right,
So just as a,
right, but as space, I was just trying to.
but if we needed additional space, it's a completely different
Right,
question.
like-
But as a, just to put one there, because we want to have a presence there, it doesn't, because then you'd actually have to man a station, so you'd actually be taking officers off the street
It was,
to man a facility.
some places don't keep their substations open all the time.
Right.
So,
Or that begs the question, could you relocate other functions currently in Sunny Hall elsewhere?
I'm here to say.
We have the,
You're gonna get it back. So that's not about, this, we want to report it for discussion.
Maybe the-
yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
That's-
this is just raising it as a potential capital need that wasn't on the radar 2 years ago. That, so just so everyone heard me, it's just raising a potential capital need. We haven't talked about it all, that got more highlighted yesterday.
I agree. And another thing, if we do need additional space, we do have a tenant in City Hall that
I think Jay's accounted for that space.
might provide.
No, but I think Jay's accounted for that space already,
Yeah.
So I got that over here.
Okay, so next, so what do we need to do now?
So if this is, because we're specifically talking about the bonds, these are the two project areas with the total amount here, if I've got that accurate, 30 and 26. So then we go into pros and cons. Are we moving forward as a council November?
Can I add one other question? Sorry.
And we can't decide today, what we can do is.
Sure,
Is
but
there objections to trying to move?
have some consensus.
Right.
So before we go, I think it might be appropriate, before we go into the pros and cons, is to talk about the $7 million. The $2 million that we're above operating were not necessarily capital funds, right?
That's right.
So I would like to hold off, talk about that.
Yep, what kind of, which is.
It's 2 million, so this, we have 7 million and over 2 million over in operating funds, but I'd like to talk about that separately from the 7 million for shallow. So. So this is 7. Ish. Yeah.
I think it's 7.
And there's, it's okay, it's okay, and then there's a $2 million discussion.
Why
Oh, it's 7.
the idea that Tom is suggesting, which is 2 million set aside for park maintenance, I think that's capped.
Yes.
Well, maintain.
What are you building? It's the main capital, but
That we.
it may be. Yeah.
And we also could come up with 5 million in capital projects that everyone agrees with, and we don't have to work.
It's operating.
It is operating,
Right.
but the question is whether or not we, because we made the decision, not everyone here made the decision, but we made the decision to use it all for capital.
It's unencumbered.
It's unencumbered. We can change that recommendation if we need to, which is the other thing. We
Although technically it might not, I think it fulfills the spirit of what we intended was to.
Right, so we can argue that in a council meeting when we're voting if we want to.
It's maintenance.
Also, we can, this money is totally unencumbered with the exception of the capital requirement, so we don't have to rush to spend it. But if there are things that people think, so we're not voting today, but I think there's consensus that when we get the school system on board, we can, is there consensus that we should just turf the field?
Yes.
So that,
It's in the last about these concerns.
Right.
Right.
right,
We also have an obligation to maintain it. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't.
And so maintenance would be a discussion.
Another, above it, PCMS, that's.
right, that's.
I'm not, I'm saying.
They'll spend this money next week even, but I think we need to be proactive, because why ask for more money
If we're not.
if we're not spending? So can we go back to the spreadsheet from the committee? Is that a good place to look?
Sure, and did this also have the maintenance facilities potentially?
Yeah.
It was scrolled down, that's.
I like to.
Brook Run, the Brook Run maintenance facility.
Maybe we finish this list of that.
Yeah, Charlotte, the Brook Run maintenance facility.
Okay, it's on the spreadsheet. Okay.
Yeah.
Just, that's since it's local.
Here.
But no, it was.
Back on the
it was
spreadsheet.
Excel spreadsheet.
Or you just, we just need to scroll down.
Just scroll down.
Sorry about that. Further up, down. There you
Okay.
go. Okay.
Right there's 1.5 is there.
Okay. So. Do we want to?
Just
Go ahead.
the right number, Michael, what's?
I think that number actually came from Brent.
It came from Brent, yes, and Brent actually came in a little, he was thinking more of $1 million. Again, I wanted to put conservative numbers here, so that we didn't come up short. I discussed it, and we discussed it, and we thought that 1.5 would make sure that that was covered entirely.
And we're thinking that that's a behind the scenes, not public facility. In other words, that's a parks department, maintenance facility, maybe police substation for them. And I'm just trying to think. Is it through the front facing?
It would replace the facility.
It's like behind the file.
Right.
Right.
And it would also be a separate entrance off of Peeler, so that all those maintenance vehicles aren't coming into the park entrance, and so.
It already has a separate entrance.
Well, it's
No.
only a driveway, so.
No, we don't want to add a driveway because that's another curb cut. I think that we have to figure that out, but we're in the weeds.
Yeah.
The question is, not the 2-minute, this is shallower.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have, okay, someone should bring this forward to us as a recommendation for the shallower funds? Does anybody disagree, have an argument against that?
No.
I support that.
Okay.
Or we'll add maintenance facility.
Yeah, maintenance.
There's some parks maintenance.
So that's 4.5 of the 7.
Right. So this was 1.5 for the maintenance facility
1.5.
And 3 on the other.
no, 4.5 is the extra 2 for maintenance if we.
That's right, that's right. Yeah, that's 1.5 there.
1.5.
One,
Turf is one.
Thank you.
and then 1.5.
Thank you.
There you go.
And
And then 2 is for the
Right.
down there.
She has a.
Yep, that's down.
Yesterday, we saw internet at the other facility,
Yeah.
parks, that would be considered capital if we wanted to go that way.
I like internet at the parks.
And we'll have to get a price on that. I don't have a clue.
Right, but that's okay. We can list it. We don't have to
Yep.
price.
I'm just saying it's a parks project, it's capital.
Right.
Versus.
And then we
There
can,
may be grants and stuff.
Whether they do-
We're still up here, right?
Yes, we're not going to talk about the overage.
Sure. Okay.
Unless the internet, unless someone wants to.
Streetlights.
Yes, so I would, that's a really good idea.
I've had lots of people.
Right, so I would like to add to our, although there's an operating cost tied to that, streetlights. And so, but if you remind me,
Was it lights in parks or was it lights in?
So the feedback I got was, for example, Peeler Drive. If you can simply walk to Brook Run for a concert, but it would be dark.
Wheeler's been dark for 100 years. We discussed that.
Peeler, Ashburton.
So just.
right, at Ashford Center Parkway,
Oh,
so,
yeah.
so you're gonna have to cross off the 2 million
Got it.
overage, because I can explain to council if they want why I think we need to not talk about that today, but the streetlights.
Streetlights, yes.
and let me ask a question on the streetlights.
Yes.
Are we on the streetlight type stuff? Are we talking about pedestrian style lighting? We're talking about Georgia Power?
It depends.
Well, it depends on y'all. It's a
Right,
policy
that's what you
decision.
meant.
It's a policy decision.
Right. I think
And
it
if
depends.
if you
on
want
what-
to do like Canton did, you know, where they have the banners on them and all, for pedestrian stuff, or do you want the ones Georgia Power comes in and puts the arm over that?
It depends on the corridor, right? Some places we might just need pedestrian level lighting.
Yeah,
So I think, yes, so it's just streetlights, we don't have to put
Okay.
in numbers, yeah, no, we don't have to go.
Talking Peeler, for example, we have a streetlight policy that they haven't come to us, we haven't gone to them, but if we were to put in the streetlights, there's still an ongoing operating cost, which is then added to their tax bill. How do we effectively, what's the policy aspect of adding people's tax bill when we're adding the streetlights? And we're voting, we're actually in the opposite of our policy, because the policy is to wait for them, right? Isn't that what's
That's right. Now, in the Peelers may be a unique case because we own one side of the road, they truly have the park. So, yeah, if we added it on the park side, we would put the bill for that operation.
Ashford Center residents have asked.
Right, they have asked.
And you
Down
know,
by the neighborhood.
when you think neighborhood, I think of a dead end cul-de-sac 25 mile an hour, but these are 35-mile-an-hour arterials with double yellow lines.
And school, but we're
It's-
disagreeing,
This is public safety.
right?
Well, I think part of the issue is there are a few people on Wheeler that are already paying. Like they're part of the, you know, where their neighborhood comes out, like Wheeler, so then you're. You know, some people are paying and then you're putting it in for other people that aren't paying, and maybe
My suggestion might be, and we'll talk about, when you talk about foreign communications, is that the council people that represent that area potentially go have a discussion with the neighbors, because most people are really into safety, and when you explain it's, you know, it's about public safety. It's, your house is safer when there's a street light in front of it, we know that. And then see if we can get agreement from, so it's sort of reversed, but it's still the same outcome is what you're saying. Ashford Center Parkway is more complicated, as I understand it, because there are no homes on the street. And so I think we have to absorb the operating cost, correct?
we did that. Commercial streetlight district a couple of years ago, so now we could charge the property owners because they're mostly multi-family.
Well, there's
We have to
less
pay the
service.
installation, but we could assess them for the operating.
I know this is way low level, but if we come up with what does it cost a year for electric,
Right.
for a light as a takeaway, so we kind of get a scope of an idea of that, you know.
Yes.
What does the electric bill cost for, you know what I mean? I don't want that now, but
Yeah, we're in the weeds. Let's check out. So is there any around?
Per year for a couple of.
Everybody, does anybody have, you don't have to decide today, but if you have other suggestions for today. Can we put back up the list, please, the original list?
When did we go with powerful?
Yeah.
There it is. The one.
Yeah.
I see.
Sorry, it's just.
No, I got you. No, it doesn't matter. No. You know what you're doing. And then go to the slide 11, slide 11.
No, oh, yeah. That's a good one.
We'll get it. It's because you can put, it's slide 11, slide 11.
Right.
She's got it.
Are there, she wants one of the, is there anything in the village?
There you go.
So actually, I think we should not, we're not committing to a list here.
No, I'm just trying to,
No.
I'm just asking.
So there could be something coming about it. And so we could put Bill, like, just. Don't we? So Tom, on this list, we get through number 5, right? For the, on the proposed bond, the turf we just handled.
6.
Oh, wait, we skipped.
We skipped, the only one that we skipped over was the parking lot repaving, which may be a good use of the Shalford proceeds.
Or splash, the new splash,
Or splash, yeah.
right? So I'm making your life very
No,
complicated.
you're not. I got you. Plus, that's why we have this lane up here.
Right.
Okay, so where do you want the parking lot repaved? We want it here, we want it here. Spot, plus, yeah.
To me, parking lot goes inside all. It's not, it's gonna.
It's a repave, right?
Yes.
Got it.
That's not.
Yeah, if it doesn't last 20 years, then it doesn't go.
Right. Even if you shop for.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess we're not doing, okay. And then,
So that, and this is just the parks list here. This isn't
Right.
a composite list.
right. Then. Playground replacement is a big. Does the playground need to be replaced? At Brookline?
And the next, I think, Brett thought the next.
Part of it,
Yeah.
part of the one that's put in. When there, he said we inherited from the County.
We inherited all of it.
So it's
relatively new.
this point now. So at some point, it's a one. Yeah.
There should probably be a fund for you. $100,000 every year to replace something, so that's not at all.
Right, because all the playgrounds are about the same.
They're all the same.
They're all, it's like our homes.
So playground maintenance would be a line.
it's fine.
And we do, of course, keep it up and maintain anything broken, you know, when we did the phone.
Can we go to the next? Is there another thing?
Yep, there is a few pages, okay. It's just a page down there.
This is the transportation
Right,
list,
which you did
and the top three on this are
in the list.
yes.
Michael Smith, can I just, in general, our CIP, the intersection, I know we're, but it's the Peeler North Shallow Shannon Dunwoody intersection. Where is that forecasted if we're just gonna do SPOS eventually?
I actually am bringing a contract for design to the council and we can start that.
And that funding is
Don't
gonna,
have the construction fund money yet.
I want to just interject. The mood of the residents that live around there, I think could not be worse. And I'm not sure we should even talk about this yet. I mean, I get that I just don't know. I mean, people are just. I understand. So it's out of our control what's happened, but, and I live over there. And so I think if people think we're getting ready to start another project over there, they might come at us with pitchforks. I'm not gonna tell you what to do. I'm gonna leave it for Eric and y'all to figure
Yeah, we'll
it out.
figure it out.
Well, yeah.
But stand, anybody addressing the council, please stand up.
It'll be, we're starting with time, but it'll be 5 years or more probably.
But I think if you go out for public input in the design process, I think that we need to be very careful about this. It's not my job to tell you what to do. It's my job to tell you what the mood of the citizens is. And I know we eventually need to fix this intersection.
And I would also suggest that it might be premature to design until the Cache County school system figures out what they're doing on that corner.
Right? We should know something.
Because that will drastically impact what the
Right.
traffic flow at that corner.
Even land. So we're sharing that with you, Eric and Michael, and y'all need to figure it out. But if you're gonna go into design, it means you're gonna ask for public input. And, I mean, and
No, you're right. It's a painful area right now. You're
very
right. Yeah, let us look at that,
Yeah,
because what we want y'all to do as council is, you know, you're setting some of these problems. These are policy decisions.
Right.
When you want to do these. There's a lot of work to be done in the city. We don't need to keep picking at the same spot. Then that's what we've got done. People out there have gotten really worried or tiresome, I would say, of that. If there's another priority, let's move to another area and just come back later.
Right.
And Tom, you made a great point too, so that the mayor on that repeats that corner. You know, that's
Right, we
important.
don't know what's going on.
Right, we don't know what's going on yet, so.
And so I'm not saying, so I vote no, that when the Shalford project is Georgetown Gateway, the first phase, I guess we're calling this, is done, it's gonna be a huge improvement. But today, there are multiple citizens that would tell you nothing is worth what we've lived through. And so, and that's not just this project, by the way, but so I think we just have to be careful when we're going into a community or area of the city of timing. And so y'all discuss and figure out, because it could be a year from when we give them the contract before they ask for public input. But just be really careful.
No, Mayor, that's
It's short.
excellent point. Because between that piece and also talking about, like you did a moment ago, about the police piece, that's information y'all need. This is what comes out of a brief. We'll get you that information and get back.
Right.
That's very important for that. Going back to
I do think that,
whenever you're ready.
I do think that there are lots of people who think that something needs to be fixed there. I just think that it might overwhelm people to think, people don't hear the 5 years, they see that you're starting. And so maybe y'all figure it out. Okay.
We'll take a look.
All right. Anything else on this list that jumps out at people that we should consider? Because we don't have to spend the 7 million like
That's right.
today.
That's
But
right.
is there anything else on this list that jumps out as people that like we ought to consider? That actually, we don't actually know what any of these costs. So, but if you think it could be affordable, that jump out on this.
I just kind of want to point out when we talked about streetlights, and on this list is actually Dunwoody Club streetlights from Baltimore to Jet Ferry. We talked about Peeler and the,
It's right below the level,
Oh.
yellow. The 27.
Right,
yeah.
Scores 27.
right. So, right, streetlights.
Yep.
So I just kind of,
Yeah.
I mean, that one's actually on
Right.
officially on the list.
Right, okay.
That's really good.
It is, absolutely. What I was saying, I didn't know, y'all have opportunities You know,
Let me just ask a question on that for Dunwoody Club there, where are the power lines? Are they on the Sandy Springs side or the Dunwoody side? How do we?
they're probably on both, they might go back and forth.
Okay, I'm asking the question, how do we get it on?
Yeah,
It's on the Dunwoody side.
Okay, then cool, then happy, yeah, try to figure out the logistics. side.
and then,
Oh, okay.
yeah, yes, because that's a great point. When you said that, first thing I was thinking, oh my gosh, is it Sandy Springs or stuff where you had to go?
And that one might lend itself to a pedestrian lighting, low level, so it's not shining in the people's backyards in their windows.
And it's just all how y'all want it to look, you know, and that's why I brought that up earlier, because, you know, Georgia Power has the arm, and I can't remember, Jim Wright actually was our big guy when talking about whatever that glow was. The temperature of the lighting and what Georgia Power puts on there versus if you wanted something different, that's all. It's just opportunities, when you put the money into it, you know, that's the time to set those standards, that's all.
What we don't have to do that today, we just
No.
need to get things on the list and like we can go back and. Right.
One thing that, can I go?
Yeah,
Splosh?
yeah.
For it in Splosh, because we know just intersection improvement, whatever one it is, it's
That's right.
next up, we know we're gonna pay for it with Splosh and not Shalford or Bond. So just under Splosh, we all understand that it's intersection. It just,
Paving,
and,
well,
yeah, and
so-
intersection,
Right,
and, yeah.
it's paving, regular street paving,
Yeah.
and intersection. Potentially.
That's right. And there could be, there could be something else that fits in there. I was just concerned about the amount of money that's being, it's not a new penny, that's all.
Right,
Where, do we have a little CIP update to tie into this stuff?
We didn't have a CIP, there's something on the CIP.
Because these are bonds, but where, you know, we gotta go through our 5-year CIP and see if there's things that we potentially accelerate.
well, we don't have to decide that today, though.
No, but what
Right.
is it, CIP, what's our 5-year CIP?
You know, I think it's in here somewhere, and then you look at it.
I did look at the CIP when I was looking at the prioritized projects, nothing on the proposed bond question is currently in the CIP, if I'm correct.
I think Winter Chapel is.
Winter Chapel,
Yeah, and village, but the village was only for a piece of it.
right, it was for design, I think, it wasn't for.
Well, and maybe there's.
Like Michael, we got teed up the Tilly Mill Mount Vernon intersection. Is that pretty much forecast to be fully funded here in the next 2024?
Yeah.
All right, and then we have Mount Vernon to Corners Drive. That's another
pushed
one,
out. That's beyond 5 years right now.
because that one is multimodal and it has a lot of nice connectivity there. The finishing up Mount Vernon would be something I'd like to have a conversation on. From Tilly Mill to Corners.
So we're not doing specifics right now, we're just saying we know over the life of the SPOS, there will be intersection improvements to be made, and that is something that can go there, is that correct? Yes. Yeah. I'm trying to keep y'all out of the weeds, I promise you I'm not trying to be a news back all.
Michael, are there any update in the sense of the stormwater? We have some funding that we're going towards stormwater that we talked about yesterday.
Was 600. We have 4.5 million or something left.
Yeah, I think we've spent 20% of it or something like that.
And I was more worried about when it expires and do we have the projects needed to go forward to spend that money that's expired.
Yeah, I mean, we have our annual, operating that we're needing to also do. What we're doing right now is, we're money for projects that are in right away where we don't need easements and we can just go in and knock them out. Find types that we identify, and then using the operating to do some of the ones that are off the right of way. And but I mean, I think we're pretty good on the funds we have right now.
All right, so therefore, the operating expenses, at one point, we changed the stormwater to match cost increases. As construction cost increases far exceeded costs at this moment, it sounds like we're good.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah.
Question. Eric, I have a question. So. At the Donaldson Bannister house, it sounds like they're having some real water issues. I don't know if you know, Brent's talking about it. Brett knows because they keep trying temporary fixes. It's a stormwater issue. We could use, I think, I'm asking a question. Because otherwise, I think it probably needs to be in the shallow for, we either need to let them know we're not gonna fix it, and we're not gonna ask that, we're not gonna answer that question today. It's probably just a couple, not just, but it's probably a couple $100,000. Because they have buildings that they want to renovate left on the campus that they can't renovate until the stormwater problem is fixed. And there, you know, they took like all our nonprofits, they took a big hit during the pandemic and their fundraising hasn't returned. If it's a couple $100,000 and it's a stormwater improvement, is there money in that fund, in that 4.5 million that could go for that? So can someone, otherwise it probably needs to be, we have to make a decision. Let me phrase it this way. We have to decide if we're gonna help them repair it. Because if we're not, they need to know that they're never gonna repair those buildings. Does that make sense? If we're gonna fix it or we're gonna fix it, it's our property. And if we had made it a soccer field or something, it's not, we would have to fix it, or we might have already fixed it. So, that, will you look into that? So,
No, it makes sense, 100%. I think.
it isn't much to even rent. I think Gabe comes out and moves dirt around and tries different things. and they
If it's a
spend-
permanent solution, we can figure it out.
Eric, you got that?
Yeah, I got that. I got Lisa.
But it's
Yep.
in the, it would all be that level money. It's stormwater.
And again, that'd be stormwater. Where else on city property is there issues that we could use that 4 million for to fix?
Well, we're spending a lot of money to make it.
Right.
Like the boardwalk replacement, and then we're also doing 2 other projects out there, with stormwater.
Okay.
Okay, I just don't know that they can able that elevate their. Okay. All right, so. You got that, okay.
Stormwater, money, on city property. All right, so I'm gonna pull y'all back to this discussion. We've gone through the list, and they're very comfortable that they've picked the things off the list and put them in the appropriate bucket. We're not making decisions, we're not voting. But do we feel like the things that were on that list, we put it into the appropriate bucket to be able to have the conversations? Yeah, I'm looking at Tom's, okay. Yeah, so if that's the case, then we're gonna move to, are we moving forward with again, do we have consensus to be able to bring back a vote on the bond initiative? Do we want to do pros and cons, or do we feel comfortable?
Hey, Callie, let me frame it
Sir.
another way, if you don't mind, just to be safe. If you would like us to, staff can be directed, keep moving on a schedule to bring y'all something back that consolidates what y'all had this discussion about today. And we'll do it ahead of any proposed resolution. So if you want to alter it, change it, move the sentence around or whatever, but you can get to see sort of a preliminary draft, we can bring that back to y'all if y'all direct Eric to do that, as opposed to making decisions today. But we're taking this discussion into account as to what we will be putting together.
Thank
And
you.
Doug's here listening, Roger's here listening. Everybody's listening, so if that's what you want us to do, that's what we will bring back through Eric.
Have we had all the appropriate discussion from the gentleman behind us to give us the information? We talked cost.
Are we off track on anything that you've heard us discuss so far that you would recommend?
They need to stand up.
Yeah, come around.
For a November vote.
Well, you know,
I think there's 3 sort of other decisions that need to be consensus. I think we have a good consensus on the total project. We need to determine how much we're gonna borrow. The second one is a recommended interest rate, not to exceed that we're gonna have to do. Which generally our opinion is to do current market plus 1%. So our recommendation would be a 6%, not to exceed interest rate. And that's
Mine would be 8.
at least that much, right? And then the repayment schedule. So generally for governmental type projects, in addition to setting for the geo bond, setting the total par amount, you have to put forth the amortization schedule. The principal repayment schedule for that. And so we'll need to know, 10 years is probably too short for when we're talking about upwards of 60 million. In terms of key financial debt ratios to have the maximum credit rating. 20 years is what we would see as typical for these types of governmental type projects. 30 years is doable. I think that's more in line with the parks type thing and property acquisition. 30 years is possible. And so we would, if there's ones that you want to break out between 20 and 30 years or do half and half, we just need to have a consensus so we can go run the numbers for you all to put into that estimated resolution.
And keep in mind one thing, and Doug, give us your advice on this. If you're doing the deal, if the voters approve it, you can always go back when interest rates ever come back down and refi. So does that affect your 20 or 30-year proposal?
So generally speaking, in the public market, there's a 10-year bond call. Or 10-year par call, meaning that the investors have protection for a 10-year period. So eventually you have to be, and then the laws have changed recently, so you can refinance that more than 90 days in advance of that call time, but it has to be done on a taxable basis. So taxable rates would have to be outperforming tax exempt, your existing tax exempt rates. So once you're within 90 days of that 10-year call, then you can refinance at any time without penalty. After 10 years is typical. You can explore, and that's something we can look into, potentially shorter call provisions, maybe after 5 years, something like that. But there's generally a market premium that you pay to get that call flexibility, that prepayment optionality.
So you get less money to put in the ground if you go shorter.
Yeah, or
That's
that,
good.
yeah, the millage rate that you would need to support that would be slightly higher for the ability to have the option of refinancing in a shorter period of time.
It just, as Doug indicated, most folks in this context go 20 years. I mean, we don't care if we went in 10, went in 15, went in 20, went in 30, that's fine. Most folks do 20 years, and most folks either do the same principal payment every year or principal payment that goes up.
That's right.
A
So
little bit each year.
there's two general ways to do it. One is what's a level principal payment. So your payment's starting the highest to start and sort of declining over a period of time, which puts a higher stress on your initial ones. Then the more traditional one, where we see which is easier for budgetary purposes, is what's called a level service one. So your annual payment remains the same over the entire 20-year period.
Just like the home loan, paying more interest.
Yeah, so your home loan, that's right.
So the guys, the question was on this timeline, August a call. Are y'all comfortable with that? And can we get something before, this summer to put in front of them to bandy around a little bit, not vote on, but maybe for a discussion item again? And is that, are y'all comfortable with that timeline?
Yeah, so, I mean, those are drop deads on the August.
It'd be better to back it up.
So, yeah, I would definitely back up. So what we would recommend if you're gonna call in August, which means publish, that's what call is, that you'd adopt the authorizing resolution in July, but there's nothing that would prevent you from doing it before that.
Let me ask it another way. Is there anything about the Cobb County and getting it on the ballot that we need to be worried about?
No, I don't think so, Sharon, right? They do their job.
Okay.
That county is one of the best departments I've worked with.
Okay. So if we're doing November, we would try to get something back to at least by July is what I'm hearing.
Well, I'd like to make a request, and I've spoken to Jay, and I believe he may have spoken to you as well. I'm gonna request of staff that the first April meeting, we have a presentation. I think as long as have a general consensus of this is the direction we're going, I'd like to have that presentation in April so that we can get the ball moving.
And I'd like to know, and maybe this is getting too far on the weeds, but I'd really like to know, if you're thinking one question or two, because what I'm seeing there is, two categories. Are we going to go with two questions? Or are we going to do one question? And if you're going to do, and are you going to be specific in the question? Or are you going to be, and it's going to be the same result. You can, like I said, you can find yourself in your promotional materials. Should you choose to do that. So
They like to, I think Tom, I'm gonna speak for you, but I think I heard you say this. You like the Roswell question. So
I did, and like I said, I use that as a sample. I think it covers what we were looking to achieve. I also felt that with SPLOST going on the ballot potentially this fall, that having a separate transportation bond question might be confusing to the voters. Like they see two transportation things and not, I wanted to make it as straightforward as possible for the residents so they can make an informed decision.
So Roswell was sort of the model you like, what I think.
That was my personal, again, that's just one
We need to
person
look at the
speaking,
word.
that was. So do you, so I mean, is that sort of the consensus of the group, or you want, or you just want us to, we can? I mean, at some point, we gotta start calling balls and strikes.
Right, absolutely, and we're gonna get there in a second. So. Do we have all the legal advice we need about steps?
Well, I'm hearing April now, you'd like a preliminary draft, right?
That's the second read of that rezoning. And so it works both ways, there'll be a lot of people there. But the meeting's gonna be really long, potential, maybe not, actually, there's no public hearing. There'll be 30 minutes of public comment or more.
Mhm.
So I say April's fine, because there'll be an audience, and that's good.
Okay, we can gear up for that. So what we bring back is a draft of a resolution that's not being voted on, just considered, and it won't, it'll have a disclaimer. That will have a ballot, draft ballot question on it for y'all to discuss,
Right, not vote on.
but not vote on. Was that doing April?
All right. Now we gotta go back to pros and cons. Once there's any-
Kelly, want to hit the one or two questions, do we want to get a consensus here?
That point, well, I guess this is April staff.
Let's go and figure out. Right. Oh.
Sorry. All right, back to this. So the bond projects list. We've already said we're gonna come back with a list. Do we want this written as one or two questions?
Let me ask a question regarding the splosh, since I'm sitting next to it. Do we get to write the words for that? Do we get to see the words for that? Will it be clear to a voter that that is transportation?
Yes, if you Google Dunwoody's last question, I think you can find all of
That's a
them.
county,
That's a.
What's the response to that?
What's on the
the
ballot.
county's gonna.
So I'll read, let me give me 1 second, because I had it up. But I'm really not doing well.
Can I go, so just one possible slight curveball in here,
Yes,
in
please.
connection with the sales, the SPOS.
Uh-huh.
You know, you do have the ability to bond SPOS geo bond yourself.
Yeah.
So,
We've never
so
done
what happens
Oh.
procedurally in that context is normally we
I say about this, sorry.
get the county question.
Right.
But you could, if you want to, you could say, well, we're gonna have a slightly different question, and it's gonna be to do SPOS bonds. Now, that might be too confusing. That might be SPOS bonds, SPOS, and geo bonds, which is too much.
And when I did ask Jay about this the other day, and he said we didn't do it because we don't need to. Because we primarily spend our SPOS money on paving. So in the next, I can't, to be clear, I actually think we're doing a 5-year SPOS. I think that's all we need.
Yeah, Roger, I know that, again, soft curveball here, but that would be a revenue bond. No, Brookhaven did a revenue bond on their SPOS.
Yeah.
That's
It was
just-
Without
That's fine.
without a referendum.
Yeah.
So
All right.
are you gonna, in the next 5 years, are we finished paving or it's gonna depend on? Well, I know that. Funny, was it 24% or whatever it is.
Yeah, well, we're into 14, so like 6 years, maybe
Okay,
we'll
so-
do a cycle.
I would think that we'll spend most of SPOS on paving now. And so therefore, we don't need to bond it. In the future, for future councils, that could be an issue because they might want to use it for big capital project. Thank you for that.
So then back to
Right.
this question. Two questions would be these two topics. One, obviously, I mean, do we agree that this is part of, do we agree that to some extent, this is recreation, pedestrian and our infrastructure improvements?
Yeah.
So parks and recreation, so fit together as one question, or are they two separate?
I like to.
I like one.
I like one, so
So-
I like.
Okay.
You want to do it, show
I
me.
just, yeah, I'm just trying to get, you sound like you have a minute. So I don't think we can show him. Yeah, and I'm not, I'm just looking around, we're in.
So let me tell you my concern with 2 questions, just because I'm straightforward. I think there's much more support for park improvements than. In theory, because pedestrian bike infrastructure improvement, people are gonna know that some of that's for trail. So,
We're not trying to hide that. We're.
right, I'm saying
Yeah.
that if you think there's a chance that people against trails will see one bond, This is a political discussion and it's a political calculation. So, I mean, I like the idea of just laying out what we're spending. To me, it doesn't really matter if it's one or two questions, because we're saying we're gonna have a list. For your question, they're gonna say, so for our community, without a doubt, we need to be as specific as possible. Transparency.
I like the idea of one question as well, because there's some detail behind it. This is our disclaimers. This is what we intend to do. And to me, then it's a simpler yes or no. You like the idea, you don't like the idea. Whatever the majority decides is.
And I also like the one question, it is a rising tide lifts all ships. We're in this with all of one. I know people that are interested in active sports programming for children. And they think Parks and all about active sports programming for children, and they might not want that, but yet they might want the other ones.
Having served on a citizen committee a bunch of times to help process in communities. What you showed, when you showed your map, the thing that usually passes lots and lots are multiple projects spread out around an area so that something is there for everyone. So for what it's worth.
And I think that's why the one question, just because it's just everything all together. We're doing it here, we're doing it there, we're doing a sidewalk here, we're doing a park there, and it's all together with one big lump sum.
I think pro bond people are gonna be pro bond regardless of the details of this question. I mean, the details that we put under it.
So then are we comfortable with the direction with that conversation to get the staff to come back with one question? Mary, looking at you. Oh, sorry. I'm so based on the feedback that it sounds like that's the consensus of everyone. So we'll instruct staff on one. And then these three questions are things that need to be taken away and discussed as far as repayment schedule. That's gonna come to us, correct? That's right. So we don't need to worry about that. Is there anything else, Eric, that we need to, or can we, everybody needs probably a few minutes, right?
Agreed.
Okay, so if do you have what you need as staff?
Yes, so what we're gonna do is we'll bring something back to y'all in April, like the second meeting in April. For y'all, that's gonna be a discussion item, and then they will form up the final.
You said the second meeting in April?
That's the go.
No, that's I changed it.
Oh, when do you want it?
At least a month, because I think we need to get public feedback.
So what's the date? What?
No,
I mean, maybe.
The April 11th,
it's just the
April 10th meeting.
discussion item.
It's just a discussion, but staff is bringing us that, and then we'll do, based on our discussion item on, in that meeting, we have. A second meeting where we actually vote. Yay or nay to the resolution, calling for a bond.
Is that what you're saying, 1 month out?
At least 1 month out, and I actually won't necessarily be here for that meeting, so we may want to talk about 2
Sure.
months this week.
Okay.
But I think it's really important from a transparency perspective. And also a practical perspective. I speak just for myself and I'm one vote, but I want to hear. Voices that we don't always hear. So, because we hear the same voices.
Are we wanting to hear people's thoughts on having a bond
Yes.
referendum?
Yes. I want to hear, I'm one person, I'm one vote on the
So, but we'll also hear their voices with the referendum itself when we vote, correct?
Yes, but hypothetically, if 100 people that you respect reach out to you and say, whoa, I don't think it's a good time, it might change your mind. So, but if we don't give people time to hear about it.
I guess the only reason I question that is just because we talked about this last year, it's kind of been.
It happened, but
Anything
this
about-
won't have the specifics, it's gonna tell you how much it's gonna cost, which is always. People may think it's a great idea until they understand what it's gonna cost. They may think we're not spending enough, why aren't we, they may look at the project list and say, why don't you do? I don't know, phase 3, that's time we drop down and do without this, but you know what I'm saying, so. I think we do ourselves a favor if we keep moving forward. But we give ourselves a month to do this thing.
What is that? Okay, so what are you proposing when it goes up to council for discussion?
The first meeting in April.
Okay.
I'm not having the first meeting in May, if it's fair, you can vote, or we can.
So give her,
You got that?
I do. No, so that's first meeting, May. You want the word firms on there?
That and I want to fix that.
First May meeting vote? Yes.
The first and second,
Potentially, yeah.
first or second meeting in May.
The 27th. I mean, we said a month, so I think we shoot for May 8th.
Right, this is something.
And April, we said.
Yeah, the first meeting.
First.
April 10th.
That's April
Second
10th.
meeting.
Okay.
Yeah,
So April 10th and May the 8th.
May the 8th is the second. Is that right, Mayor? May the 8th for the second?
One of the meetings in May,
I've got first or second, May, first meeting April.
so the first meeting in April for sure. right?
Yep, that's right, that's right.
Okay.
Well,
You guys did a great job, because that was a hard conversation, so from a facilitator standpoint, I need a break. Do you all?
Do we do the bond rating? Can we go, do we decide, can we go forward and get a rating or, you know what I mean?
I don't know how that's true.
So,
And when do we do that? And does that help us sell the bond to the public to say, hey, guess what? We got it. Hey, guess what? Before we issue the bond, we got a AAA rating.
That's right. So generally speaking, the credit rating process is a part of the actual bond issuance. So that generally speaking, you don't get a credit rating because it costs money to do unless you're issuing debt. So when you go get the credit rating, the rating agencies will assign two things. One, they will assign the issuer rating, which is what the city is rating, and then they'll assign an instrument rating, which is what the bonds are actually rated.
And-
So a geo bond would be equivalent to whatever the city's rating is. And so when we go have the conversations with the rating agencies, generally it's done a month or so in advance of the actual bond sale date. We'll do a formal rating package highlighting the finances, the development, the economy of Dunwoody, and then they'll come back with the rating, which will then be published on the official statement, which we will use to sell the bonds to the public.
So you're saying that this would happen after the voter referendum?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
But sell the bonds of public meetings who buys.
Yeah, the big underwriting banks, yeah.
So is there any way to get, like, part of what we need to hear from you in April or before is whether or not our numbers match up to what's feasible for a city with our revenue,
Understood. Yep.
sooner rather than later, please. Okay. All right, we need a break.
it's 10:30, or you said with 5
Oh, wait,
minutes?
I just have a simple question, as far as the hotel and checking out and bags out of the car.
Yes,
is
that's
that now?
do that. Yeah, 11.
So 10:40 return.
What happens now? Yes,
10:30.
yeah, 10:45. 10:45.
Yeah, 45.
That's okay, yeah, 10:45.
Yeah, appreciate it. We're looking forward to working.
Then lunch.
Work with Brian, you know.
Jennifer, you're after lunch.
All right. Then you got Michael's pulled us already.
Sorry, my price.
Yeah.
Ended up on my key.
And we might have a great discussion. I think it goes across.
Yeah, my It's a big rabbit tag.
Oh, yeah, she was telling us about this yesterday.
Gonna grab it. Okay. we're ready. I can't say how-
Good job.
Move right through.
Mayor, the next section we have is the pedestrian, excuse me, Dunwoody Village. Michael Starling's gonna lead that, and also Richard McLeod, Michael Smith are here as well. As I said before, anybody who speaks on it, y'all can speak, anybody else that's gonna speak, you can speak from over there, just stand up to address the council. Michael, you got.
All right, thank you. So I've got very few slides, just an overview. I think some people just had questions about sort of the direction where we're headed in the village. I do want to remind everybody that the village is probably the most planned for studied area of the city. We've done multiple LCIs, we've updated the LCI, we did the survey in Charette, and then Richard and his team updated the actual zoning. So we've got a lot of data about the village. And I think we know sort of where we're headed after we had the retreat, the joint retreat with Development Authority and City Council. We went through all those master plans and pulled out all the actions that we saw in there that needed to be done still. And we put them into four big sort of broad categories. First is for the grid system, the pedestrian improvements that we've talked about. As you can see from the map, those improvements sort of are all over. It's not just the village shopping center, it's the entire village district. So we're working on finding a way to make some of those improvements with property owners. Parks and green space is also at the top of the list for actions. I put in some examples of parks and green space around just to give people an idea of size we're talking about. We're talking to multiple property owners about small, I would call them parklets, like little green spaces, maybe on the edge of properties or between properties. There's a lot of these areas that are underutilized, and we're talking to the property owners about how do we improve those. Either they improve them or use the development authority to improve them. But there's also a need long-term for a public park presence in the village. That's obviously a lot harder, but we are having conversations with some property owners around that as well. For infill and parking, that was high on people's list. 40% of all the land in the village is paved, so there's a lot of parking. The problem is the parking's not owned necessarily by the property owners who need it. I know that Dunwoody Village Shopping Center Regency, they've got two big leases they're about to open, and Shops Dunwoody has a couple as well. When those leases are done, most of the restaurant space will be taken up. So that would be a good time for us to hire somebody to look at parking in the village. Where do we need it? And then how do we create a shared parking process? So that, I think, is a little bit further down the road. And that does sort of lead to the idea of where and how can we do some infill development in and around the village as time goes on. And then the fourth is placemaking.
few minutes ago, we had a conversation about infrastructure called Dunwoody Village, who's really passed from a big stretch of Chamblee Dunwoody. Is there anything in Dunwoody Village in the sense of the connections, the street connections? Is there anything that the city could be doing to further push that along in the sense of any funding, infrastructure, things of that nature?
To make those connections between, yes, yeah, we're talking about that. Right now, the sort of the first project we're looking at is in review with legal to make sure if we do it, we're doing it right and it's legal. So we're still moving in that direction to make those two connections.
We don't own that land right now, but I'm not sure of the connection, but I just want to make sure that what we're talking about here. Is it related at all to the Dunwoody Village item that we talked about for a possible bond referendum? Are they connected at all, or that?
I think it is. Well, I think they're individual projects, but absolutely. If you've got Dunwoody Village Parkway, it's done, right? And now you come in and you do Chamblee Dunwoody. Now, how do you make those connections across those private properties? And that's the real issue we're dealing with right now, is how do we make those improvements across private property to connect those? But yeah, to me, they're in the big picture, that's all connected, and we want to make sure there's as many ways people can get through.
No disagreement when it comes to the bond referendum. What we're talking about in this project is probably not part of the bond referendum because we don't own it. We don't.
Yeah, I don't think that would.
I don't want to make sure we're not confusing people.
Yeah. No, this is a totally separate.
That's a Chamblee Dunwoody project more than it's a Dunwoody Village project. It goes through the village.
It goes through the village and it makes many of the improvements that we want to see on the main street, but it's not connected to that.
Right. I just want to make sure we discuss that aspect.
I have a question. So the Development Authority invested at the village and we saw a barn. Did that take all the money the Development Authority invested, and where is Regency on the other things that were discussed?
So it did not take, I think the Development Authority unencumbered, they have about $1.5 million in the bank, and so there's more money there.
No, I'm sorry, I thought they had agreed to an amount of money.
Oh, they did, yes, they did, 160,000. That was all to go into the courtyard development itself.
Okay, so.
But Regency they do have planned other nodes in the village that they are going to do as part of that. So I can't tell you where they're using that specific money if it's all done. But
so it's been a minute.
Mhm.
And they were supposed to do a new parklet around the tree and they're keeping the tree.
Yeah.
The Fresh Market parking lot. Potentially, they've done a few improvements where Rural Spices, but I think there's a lot more. And I actually get a lot of feedback from a certain group of people about how much potential it has over there. And maybe Ballard's gonna do some stuff outside. I don't know the answer. Ballard's furniture maybe was out.
Ballard furniture they just put in, and they're using that under, the drive through.
And so, and then the Marlowe space, even without improvements, could be activated, the lawn by Marlowe's. And so
I still think they have plans to
do all that.
To do all of those improvements. When they were looking after they did the courtyard, prices were a bit crazy. So I think part of it is they're waiting for that to come down.
But I'd like to follow up what Lynn's saying is where can we get an update from Regency on that? The parklet in front of the tree in front of Fresh Market, when do they
Yeah, I don't have a date on when they're doing that, they're still working on it.
Could be on our list. Right. So I think we'd like to get an update, just if they know it's 2 years from now.
Yeah.
Because it should, at a minimum, the Development Authority should be getting an update. Would you like it over?
So in all sort of transparency, they have not received that money from Development Authority.
Oh, so that Development Authority hadn't paid for the courtyard is what you're saying? Okay.
We put the money out, so we're sort of waiting.
He did the answer, right?
Yeah.
Never mind, maybe we don't have.
But no, we're asking just.
But they are, yeah, they are planning to do those. I think it may come, the tree, I'm not sure about that little part, but certainly the others, when the restaurants are there, I think is when they would make those.
Okay, but there are, okay.
Yeah.
All right, if you'll just get an update for us.
Yeah.
So if you'll just write.
Regency.
Yeah, on their plans.
That they were gonna do independent of us.
No, it was, they were sharing
I think it was, they were,
Yeah.
it wasn't in the agreement
Right.
that we worked out with the development authority, but the idea was that they would not just do the courtyard, it would be the other three as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there are others on their property, there's other pieces, like they share some property with NFA Burger. And if we could talk about how do we make that a little more user friendly.
Where is NFA Burger on their plans?
They-
You have to, I'm sorry.
Okay. They've not submitted the full plans yet, but they do have the design that was approved by the.
CBA?
Yeah.
Okay, but they haven't started.
They have not submitted it.
Right.
I'd like to give a shout out to Shop of Dunwoody for putting in a little sidewalk in front of the Burger King interior. Thank them, please, for doing that, independent of public dollars. Thank
Will
you.
do. It looks like people are using that parking quite a bit.
Yes, that parking,
It's pretty full.
I mean, we can't tell what to do, but people don't know that parking's behind the center, and so when the front fills up, and it does when the weather's pretty, particularly.
And they do have some,
Green space, I mean, it's a small, they've done some, and really. We were driving around one of those really cold nights last week, and there were actually people still playing out there. And so, obviously, they don't get cold, but it's little things that are making a big difference.
Yeah.
Okay.
all right,
Any other questions? Thank you, Michael.
all right, thank you.
Do we have do we want to entertain, penciling in another joint,
Yeah,
meeting with the development authority sometime later this year?
Yeah, we could schedule one.
and the planning.
Yeah, there was some talk about doing
Yeah, we,
more of a development overall with the
Right.
planning commission and development authority, sort of waiting to see when that. The development authority would love to.
so it should actually be a to do follow up. That's
Joint meeting.
But
you wanna
just
put those groups?
Just to talk about the village or to talk about everything, all of the
Planning
development.
needs to be with everything, and I think development authority should be there. So it's with planning committee and development authority, yes. You can keep talking.
Oh, I'm done.
Oh.
Unless there's-
Like everybody's.
Yeah, we're just watching you.
I know. Anybody have any other questions? Is there a timeline on this, man? We're gonna come back in and fill up, but we haven't put a timeline on anything. No.
Just this, yeah, I just wanted to know if you have.
We good?
Yeah.
What do we, on the next one up here? So, yeah, State Street, we finish with that. Richard, are you doing that one? Yeah. And Richard and Michael, who's leading it? Okay, y'all wanna come on up here? To the, I mean, and whoever's presenting, come up here, the other one stand over, kind of over there.
Maybe.
Oh, it just gets too crowded, like that's.
Okay, we're ready.
Ready.
All right, I think everybody wanted to maybe hit on pedestrian safety and what we're doing, and I know it's a big topic of discussion, and we get. Lots of input on it. One thing, we don't publicize these very much because they're pretty small projects, but. Kathy and our public relations team helped us put this together at the end of last year for the projects we did last year. 5 little quick build projects where we, added a little piece of sidewalk or shortened the pedestrian crossing and that fixed the ADA ramps and added crosswalks. So we did 5 of those little projects around the city last year, and we're planning to do some more this year. We have a lot of I know the projects take a long time to come to fruition, but we are in various stages of a lot of projects that address pedestrian safety around the city. Of course, the sections in green are actually in construction now. The purple segments are sidewalk projects or path projects that are in the planning stages, design stages.
And then we have several, we'll show some quick build projects there. We're looking to extend the sidewalk at the end of Angel Drive to connect it up to the pedestrian bridge there. We're looking at a small improvement on the crosswalk at Parliament and Vermac. Of course, we're planning for a bigger improvement in the future, but just something we can do in the short term. We're working with the CID and using some money that we got from the Georgia Infrastructure Bank a few years ago to do a crosswalk improvement down at Hammond and Ashford Dunwoody. I don't know if you've noticed before, but the road is so wide there and there's so much traffic that the pedestrian crossing is a two-phase. If you're crossing from Ravinia to the mall, you have to stop and wait in the middle and then cross. So we've looked and there's two left turn lanes there, and we really don't need two left turn lanes in Ravinia. So we're planning to take one of those lanes out and make a wider median refuge there, and that's all going to be paid for with tollway authority infrastructure bank money. And then we've got, we're working on two pedestrian beacon hawk type signals, one in the PCID and one over by North Peachtree Elementary. So we have a lot.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
But I didn't know. Just wanted to make sure, I didn't.
Yeah.
What about the one by Redfield?
You're gonna get.
That's here. I think they're working on that currently. I think they put the foundations in for the new signs in the last few days, I think. So that'll be done here soon. All right. You want to take?
Yeah, one question, Mike, go back, tell me about the sidewalk repair in North Peachtree. What is that? Is that just planing it down, or is it rebuilding, or is it tearing it up and replacing? What is that?
That's we planed it before. These are sections that are broken or just too far gone to plane. So we're putting together doing a bid or quote to go in and replace all the sections that.
All right, so you're just chipping out bad little.
Yeah, cutting out.
Okay, just wondered what it was. Thank you.
All up through the neighborhood.
Yeah, good, thank you.
Jonathan Judah did start last week. He came to the first or the last path planning meeting. There's his email. He'll be joined by two other people from ACOM to jump in and assist. He will be there on average once a week, but he's working almost full time for us. It's very remote, but he will be in the office once a week. A couple of the projects are identified to implement a candidate for tactical urbanism project, create standards for improvements like pedestrian crossings, curb bulb outs, etc. He'll guide the Path Foundation Trail project and help implement the plan over time. And he will begin reviewing the city's roadway and development practices. So he will start on those immediately. This is a timeline for the Path Foundation. We just had the last working group meeting. On the 30th, they are going to submit the master plan to the working group. We have about a week to read it. It's extremely long. And it's April 14th. We'll give it copy to council. And then on April 24th, presentation to city council and hopefully adoption on May 8th.
Richard, is that on the 30th, that draft master plan due to the working group? Is that the capital working committee, or is there a separate?
No, it's the working group of the Path Foundation. So
when does it go back to the capital committee? Because they're going to be reviewing it soon.
I think if council approves it on the 8th, any day after that.
So I thought we were getting their feedback prior to our approval.
If you all,
I'm just trying to think.
Yeah. It's up to Tom if he wants.
Yeah, I was planning to reach out to the committee to give them, once we had dates, so that they can inform themselves
make sure they tune into those meetings. Or attend those meetings to get the presentation and
The
then.
two groups work together. On that 30th. 6th. Does that make any sense?
It's just, they're just gonna disseminate it to us, so electronically, so we just get a chance.
I can certainly work with the group to see if we can schedule a meeting between the presentation and our plan adoption on the 8th, so that we will have a report of their feedback.
And given, I'm a big believer in agenda management. And so I would suggest that staff works on what's practical. If we're talking about the bond on the 8th, I'm not sure. I think we have to balance our workload. And so we may need to, we just need to figure it out. I'm not sure we should do it all on the same day, especially if we have other things to do.
Yeah, and this is as quick as they could do it. They actually asked to push it back.
They should push it back.
So to the May 22nd, I think.
Yeah, that probably will be better.
Would they still do the presentation on the 24th?
Probably.
Yeah.
That doesn't help them at all. It's still what we're trying to.
Right, if the presentation is the 24th.
Right.
So why don't, we're not gonna solve this here, that's way too in the weeds. Eric, if you can work with Richard. And look what's reasonable with the agendas. And we're not gonna make them do it soon. So that's the important takeaway from here.
Ready to move on or want to wait?
I have a question about this process. So in their plans. In the working, well, I haven't seen the working plan. Well, I've seen, I don't know what I've seen. But I've had people express concerns that are on your working group or on the working group that have said they have paths. Where, for example, there's one on. Which is Savoy, that where GDOT is gonna come in and put cotillion, where, and
Stuff on the waterworks,
there's stuff on the waterworks. I think internally, we need to clean that up.
So we're trying to take a backseat view, let paths go the committee's recommendation, or still path recommendation. We're commenting on it.
You're talking about the cotillion.
Yeah.
You don't think it should be in?
Well, my understanding was, it was ranked pretty high, if it was ranked. If it ranked,
No,
it's not ranked.
yeah, they're asking us.
So at some point, I've said to GDOT the other day, that at some point we're laying. Cotillion people walk a ton. Because they don't have cars, and at some point, if they don't. Give us definitive dates, or it's 20 years from now, we're gonna have to force sidewalks or paths. But the concern of the group was that. Because people don't really understand what's happening with the managed lanes and they think it's imminent, and it could be imminent. They don't want to see us do the work and then tear it up. So, and then the same thing is true kind of the waterworks where. But it's fine when it gets to us, we don't. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I think it's in the plan, the overall plan.
Yes.
One of the things that PATH is gonna do is say, here's your overall plan. Here's what we think you should focus on in the next 10 years.
And I think that must have been the 10-year thing that got the phone call to me. Was, you don't think it was?
I'm not sure what.
Right. And so anyway, realistically, obviously, we know we have to work with GDOT.
Yeah.
Or not. I mean, if we're not doing it anytime soon. So,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
that's all. Anybody have any other questions? Nope. All right.
Just, we're gonna touch on Jet Ferry streetscapes, real quick. That's something that was in the budget that we're working on. Richard and I walked the site with the consultant, and what we're trying to come up with there is something that's, for one, something that the developers, if there were redevelopment, would have to build to, but really what we're focused on are what are there things that we can do with the current constraints, current right of way, to make it, a little more easy to walk around. And we don't have a lot of right of way there. There are sidewalks in a lot of areas, but they're typically are narrow and there's no buffer. One question I think is for the council is, do we want to go in and make improvements in this area, or do we want to wait for private development? And then, some preliminary concept at some point after we meet with stakeholders, we'll bring some concepts to council, but preliminarily, what we're looking at to try to fit within the right of way are a couple of options where. You have a 2-foot landscape buffer and a 6-foot side, a little bit wider sidewalk than you have now. Or possibly bike lanes, landscape buffer and sidewalk. With the bike lanes, that's probably going to extend off the right of way or require some retaining walls and utility relocation. So the top one is going to be easier to implement in the short term. But we just wanted to update the council on those efforts.
What's the chance on the retrofit for new development? The light will just close. If somebody were to take over or make major changes there, what's the feasibility of us being able to get jet ferry space? Because I'm just guessing their development, they're redeveloping, they would either go up or forward. It probably wouldn't come backwards any. So
That's correct.
Yeah.
John, are you saying they might not be doing jet ferry?
I'm just saying, how do we justify getting space on jet ferry when they're going forward or doing other? How does that depend on the redevelopment there? How can we justify them for giving us space on jet ferry?
Well, if they did a land disturbance permit, which means they'll disturb the land, we could require them to give up the land or make those improvements. Probably they're gonna be sitting in the shell of the building, just renovating
That's
it.
my point. That's what
Yeah.
I'm wondering.
You
The
think?
feasibility.
So sure. You haven't heard from them.
No.
Right, because. I think there's some sense, I mean, they raised the rent a lot on some of the other tenants that we just don't know what's happening.
Something's in play. Yeah.
Right, and we could ask for a meeting. Or not, I mean, right, well. Okay,
Yeah, and Richard, you put this in here, there are requirements out there now in our code that they did come in, this is just for jet ferry specifically, here's a visual of what is required by the code.
Okay.
it's very nice of you. Do we have not in our code that if they do a renovation of a certain percentage of the building, it triggers the same thing?
It used to be in the village code, but it's not in the general code, but it's usually like 50% or
Right.
significant amount.
I think so is it on that topic.
Go ahead.
So thanks for, I know we had this conversation starting in 2021 to get into the 2022 budget, and now we're in 2023, but I appreciate moving forward. It's like the part B was, yeah, if the developer comes in. What if we have, what is on our books today right now? Do we have do we need to change our code today? If a developer comes in, what do they have to plan? What do they have to build?
You mean like a major, like,
They're building brand new.
Significantly.
Oh, yeah, what do they have to build to? That's what that's in our code.
Sure.
that's nice looking.
So that's a 5-foot, so, we can rule that, 6, 8 foot, et cetera, right? And then what about just the triangle, Dunwoody Club Mount Vernon as well, holistically? And are we doing the triangle? Or are we doing Dunwoody Club? We also talk Michigan, talking to Sandy Spring.
We will talk to Sandy Springs and we're looking at Dunwoody Club and Mount Vernon, all three legs of the triangle. The requirements in the code right now are, this is just jet ferry because it's considered a local street. And I guess Dunwoody Club would be too, but Mount Vernon is considered an arterial. So it has requirements for bike lanes in the code, in addition to what you see here.
When we get to the nuance of that real low level conversations, I love to hang out with, have a conversation with Sandy Springs about the Dunwoody Club Drive Club program. Because it's, it's 3-lane, there's a lot of crashes, people going out the opposite way. I know they had a conversation years ago about changing the 4-way, but yeah, I think we look at the whole holistically. And then do we also consider extending the multi-use path trails? You have from Tilly Mill with corners. Are we going to go down to Jet Ferry, or are we going to go down to Dunwoody Club Drive with a trail on the north side?
With the Tilly Mill intersection project, we're going to the shopping center there, entrance on Mount Vernon. And then I think in the path plan, the discussion is to take it down to North Peachtree, where that crossing is at North Peachtree at the shopping center. Because east of there, there's really nothing to connect it to.
That's.
Oh, right.
Another entrance of light.
Right.
I was thinking,
Might as well
where's
figure it out.
Oh,
yeah,
you're talking about going the other way?
No, you're right.
it was toward
We just.
Yeah.
the point at the end of it. I know. Okay, so that's in the conversation, that's in the mix. Yeah.
So, can I ask a bigger picture question? And really, Michael Starling can opine on this too. So that center. Would it help if we made? Would it make redevelopment more likely if we did some of this on our own? No, I think the answer is sorry. No, okay.
Yeah, it's just whether the city wants to purchase the right of way to build.
Right, well, no. Right, I do think when we meet with Regency, we can talk about, because they own the Chick-fil-A center.
Yes. And just as a reminder, there was a development approval on All Saints, which completely changes their entrance right there at the light. I don't think it's happening anytime soon,
Right.
but it's on the books, and we gotta think about when we make changes, how that will
Right.
impact that.
Yeah, recently they just submitted stormwater plans of these.
All right, thank you.
Do you know when we're scheduled to repave that section of Jeff Perry?
It's not on the schedule right now. We're doing an updated schedule this year. So, I mean, we're getting towards the end of the cycle, so probably in the next 5 years, but we don't have a year program yet.
Okay, so you're gonna bring us back what the consultant recommends, right?
Yes, we're gonna go meet with property owners and City of Sandy Springs and then come to the council with a couple of options.
It looks like it's fine.
Thank you very much.
And if you change your mind about economic development there, you let us know. All right, we're done with this.
Okay, good.
Oh, wait, we are not done with this. Sorry, Michael. Way back at the beginning of pedestrian safety. One question I have for Eric and staff is I think we all have areas that are problematic. Potentially, we all have areas that are problematic that we think that could use some improvements. How do you want us to handle that? From a council perspective?
If it's just a maintenance issue.
Nope.
Send it to us, but if it's like a small project or
Yes.
something. This action plan there's a contract on the agenda Monday night for this safety action plan. And that's one of their tasks is to talk to stakeholders, talk to the community and gather all the problem spots.
And then can you go back to the new position person slide? I'm sorry, this one. Okay. So identify and implement a candidate for demonstration tactical project. Does he want input from, I really know we're in the weeds, but it's the number one thing I think we talked about is a big concern. Is he just gonna pick or do you want?
Any input would be great. One of the areas that he is focusing on is school.
Right,
Yes.
Being in a cool zone.
schools and parks, but, yeah. Okay,
So, yeah, we'll be talking about this a little bit Monday night, but with the action plan, what they're gonna do, they're gonna look at all the crash history in the city. And that'll identify some issues, but then they also are gonna be looking at what they call, systemic problems. And one of the ways, it may not be reflected in the crash history, but one of the ways they're gonna identify those areas is by getting that kind of input. Figure out where the priorities should be.
so I think the data tells one story, but I think people's lived experience in Dunwoody tells I suspect a very different story.
Well, that's good. They're gonna be looking at both of those.
Right, okay. Thank you. Anybody have anything else? Right, that's correct.
Okay, let's go on to, Mayor, let's go ahead and go into communications. Even though it was afterwards, I did want to spend a lot more time on these. We can't do that until we're completely done.
Right.
The prioritization, but let's go on to Jennifer. And then we'll have lunch after that.
Great. You get, Jennifer, do you need a moment? Nope. Just to get my stuff and I'm good.
Yes, yeah, but I'm.
But I do want to ask, did everybody get their new digest? It may have arrived when you have been up here. gonna pass that to.
Actually, no, pay attention. Everybody pay attention to what Jennifer's saying though.
I'm gonna put it down.
We can look at it later.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Thank you.
You know, I see you have the Canton thing. So yesterday, 'cause I know you, when we started out there, you were with this, but it was kind of intriguing, some of the stuff we saw at Canton in terms of the publication they had. I don't know if you have the full set or not, but everything they did, I don't know if y'all saw the city manager, his business card, even how they had things on the back. It was just kind of cool. A little different nuances and things like that. And I did share those things with Jennifer yesterday. I put pictures and text them to her so she could kind of see as she came into the meeting today, be a little bit prepared for what we saw in Canton. And as we talk about communications, this is one of the main things, and communication is extremely broad, as y'all know. Everything from the very specifics that Jennifer just showing you like the digest, very broad topics and policy decisions on how we communicate and how we want to communicate back to the constituents. And what kind of response does the council want to give? As collectively or independently, also the staff and how staff's copied on stuff. Occasionally, the staff is not always copied on stuff that initially comes to the council. So always include us in it so we can help you out on those responses. But I just wanted you segue, take it from there, but I'm gonna add some more stuff as we go.
Okay, sounds great.
And we can also, if we run out of time, you keep going.
What time, Sharon, at lunch?
Noon.
12, okay. All right.
So I'll just start with a quick overview. Our goal is to share information, support engagement, and build enthusiasm. We are not in charge of tourism, as you know, but we want people who live here to love it here, and we want them to know what's happening. And we want to engage with them and hear from them. And so those are some of our priorities. How do we reach people? You all know most of this, but D-News is our best way of reaching people. The Dunwoody Digest, our website, calendar ads, I'll show you those in a moment in case you haven't seen those. Press releases, of course. And with our press releases, depending on what they are, we also have a list of apartment contacts. So sometimes we will, for instance, the trail meeting, when we sent that to you and then we sent that to the press, we also send that to our whole list of apartment managers. We're currently updating that list. We have about 30, and we're working through that so that we can be sure to share information about the Two Bridges grand opening. We want to make sure all the apartment managers have that so that ideally they can put that in their newsletter and share with their residents. We also have a new contact through Rosemary Watts with Ravinia. So they have their own monthly newsletter, and we're now have the opportunity to submit some ideas to them. And so that's really helpful to reach the workforce there. We also have an HOA list. So again, we don't send them every press release, but ones that are relevant, and especially if you want people to attend something or want engagement, we'll send that to our whole list of HOA contacts. And then we also have school PTO lists and houses of worship. So we use those contact lists a lot. And then of course, social media and our app. Social media is big, you know, you all see a lot of it, and we appreciate your engagement and sharing of that. I'll break them down real quickly. D-News, we have about 13,000 subscribers. I think we're up to 13.4 for just D-News. We have a 50% open rate. That is much higher than when I started. It was about 19 to 22%. So it's great. People read it, they see it. We have a new little teaser that Kathy came up with called Talkback, that we kind of tease at the beginning, but ideally we're trying to get people to the bottom. So it's a fun little poll or words. I think the one tomorrow is, what words do you think of when you think of spring? And so again, it's just one little way to kind of get them through it. Our stuff is always at the top, followed by parks, followed by park partners, and followed by community. And we have some pretty strict rules in our guidelines about what we can include. And so we want to be as open as possible and be as accessible to everybody, but we can't include everything because then no one will ever include it. So the idea is to get through to the bottom. Our Dunwoody Digest, 23,000 issues mailed quarterly to residents and businesses. Again, the new one is perhaps in your mailbox when you arrive home. It is our only consistent direct mail, and it does include apartments. It goes into every slot. The design is coffee table worthy. We focus on the calendar, economic development, parks, police, public art, fun things to do and see. The first few pages are always the calendar, and we hope people keep that throughout. That's really important. We work really hard on keeping that as accurate as possible. And it's really our only chance to dive deeper. You know, our social media posts are great, But in recent issues, we've looked into police LPRs. This one has a whole thing on the tornado anniversary, an article that Kathy wrote that's just really well done. We focused on overdoses and Narcan recently, apartment suites, and the current issue has a in-depth look at GIS. What is it? What does it do? Why do we need that? And then the Dunwoody League is put together by the Parks Department. Rachel leads that. It's an online publication only, but really effective. The nice thing about the fact that it's online is it's flexible. If something changes, she can get in there and change. Hopefully you've seen this. As a result of COVID, our advertising budget dropped pretty dramatically. We were kind of laissez-faire about our ads beforehand, but then, we really have a strict budget on that, and we want to make them as effective as possible. And so every month in the Dunwoody Digest and the Dunwoody Crier, we put one of these calendar ads in there. And, no other cities are doing that. Often it's an image ad, which is great, but we really think the specific information is more useful for residents. We'll do an image ad, for instance, in the Georgia Trend, or something of that, Atlanta Magazine, when we're doing those features, but we really think these specific details are important to people and really relevant. We love our new website. I hope you still do too. We work really hard to keep it updated. In fact, this morning I was in the car listening to y'all on Zoom and updating some of our pages. So we work really hard to do that. We don't always get it right. If you see stuff, let us know, because there are so many pages. But we really work hard to keep that updated. And as you know, we have microsites now for economic development, community development, parks, and then we always have groups. And I thought you might be interested, because I'm always intrigued by what the most visited pages are. And this is our top 10 as of the last year, March to March. Our homepage is first, followed by Brook Run Park, then police, permits and inspections, police open records, Parks and Rec, jobs, agendas and minutes, and municipal court. Social media, as you know, we do a lot of video, and we're pretty much doing more video than any of our neighbors. And that has to do a lot with the fact that I love to do that, and I have a background in it. But it's a really great way to build engagement. I think our ribbon cutting videos, what I love about them, they're more in depth than just going and kind of taking a few pictures and putting together a quick reel, which is also an effective way to advertise it or to get the word out that a new business is there. But you get to meet the owner, you get to see the owner, you get to see this, you get to see all of us there supporting them. And we've heard really good feedback from these business owners who say, I've never been welcomed in any other city the way I am here in Dunwoody, not only from the city staff, leadership, but also the community. And so, we started that as a result of COVID, and we really kind of fought to keep it. And I don't know, a year from now or 2 years from now, what we'll be doing, but it really, it's some work. It's a commitment on all of our parts, but we really think it pays off. Our 2022 social media stats, we had 2.5 thousand posts, 2.7 million impressions, 2.4 million users. That doesn't apply to the number of users. And this is all through Hootsuite, which is a program that lets you schedule and also track your engagement. That includes the city's the 2.4 includes the city's Instagram and Twitter accounts, plus Facebook accounts for Parks and Rec. Ours and Parks and Rec. And then we're sort of building on LinkedIn. It's sort of a platform that we didn't use a lot, and now we're using it. We're really engaged there. It's been great to, right now we have a boosted post for our career expo, and super excited about that. It's there are some things that are just perfect for LinkedIn that may not work as well on Instagram or Facebook, but we're doing really well. They kind of have their own internal rankings, and they sort of put you in categories, and we're up there with Atlanta, Sandy Springs, Marietta, Cobb County, and ahead of Alpharetta and Sandy Springs, not for overall followers, but for new followers. So we're really building engagement there. And you can see in that graphic, it's pretty typical that we'll get, we're disappointed if we don't get more than 1,000 views for a video on Instagram. And sometimes you can see that quick trip one, which was a quick video. We had 5,000 plus views there. Oh my God. So just getting back to what Eric was talking about with the city of Canton, I had a chance to talk to Lauren, and I know you all met her yesterday, but we had a Zoom call a few days ago, and so that I could know what she was going to talk with you all about it, and dig a little deeper. I heard a lot about the rebranding, and so I asked her about that, and she said that was done in 2018 or 19 before she arrived. And that really was about a new logo, color, font, signature, sort of redid when we moved away from the asterisk. Coolest small town in America. She said that's the mayor's saying. He likes to say that. But communications uses it sparingly. So people who live there don't want to be called small. So that's not something they use in any other way other than sort of from time to time. And the mayor definitely, my understanding is interested in it. She said they don't do video. She's the only person in the department. So that's something that she wants to do more of. Talking a little bit about it. I try to encourage her to start trying reels. So we'll stay in touch about that. And then I know she talked to y'all and there was some interest in their mass communications texting service through Civic Plus, not for emergencies. The best part is that it's 100+ languages, and you can also choose email or automated voicemails. She said right now they have 4 distribution lists, general community. So then when you sign up, you choose which list you want to be on. General communications, downtown, parks and rec, and utilities. It allows for geofencing. I think she explained that. She said one of the most effective ways they've used it recently is for paving in a certain area. She said they've had 400 people sign up so far. I think they've had it for several months, and it's actually versus 6,000 newsletter subscription. So they have a monthly, I believe, newsletter email, and they have about 6,000 people signed up. 400 signed up so far for the texting. 6,000 annually, and she said they use it sparingly, not daily, weekly text messages at most. So I think it's a really interesting answer to sort of the language question. The challenge is getting people to sign up, especially those who may not be very trustful of the government. Giving that kind of information to us might be difficult, but geofencing is really interesting as well. Jay had asked me to look into Nixle. I think you all talked about that a little bit with the chief today. So I got some information from Mark Stevens, who runs it. He said they actually do. I mean, I'm signed up for Nixle with everybody here, so I don't really remember the process. So I kind of went through it yesterday. He said there's 3 levels: alerts, advisory, community. Alerts are very sparingly used. He said that would be if there was a lockdown in the school or something like that. It wouldn't be, for instance, the perimeter mall situation recently. We didn't use that because there wasn't a message to the community and it happened so it was just better. The advisory is linked into the National Weather Service. So that's when there was kind of that thing where it hit in the middle of the night, so they fixed some of those issues. And then there's a lower level called community, and they do not use community right now. So that would be something that if we wanted to not buy something new and we wanted to build out Nixle, we could do. They only have 2 languages, from what I could see, English and Spanish. Now they may have a new platform. We could certainly look into that.
Do you know how many subscribers Nixle have?
I do. Where did I put that? Hold on. I was writing all these notes yesterday. I think we have. Hold on. Let me sit for a second. Let's get rid of these papers. Oh, it's in an email. I think it's 3,000. But let me just grab my phone and see if I can find it.
And do we know approximately how much are we paying that service a year as well, just to compare with the Civic Plus option? About.
I wouldn't know that because it's a police department program. So I did not ask Mark that question. I'm sorry. And what I don't know is that, I think we'd have to think long and hard about moving everything to Civic Plus because Nixle's sort of established. So I'd be a little bit worried about doing that. Not that you're suggesting it, but I had thought about that as well. Why don't we just start something here? Okay, here we go. Sorry about that delay. He said they have 3,030 people signed up for text, 2,226 for email, and 1,009 for voice.
And I think one person can be all 3.
Probably. So probably about 3,000 is what we're looking at, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
We get the text.
And then Jennifer, they don't have the option to do the geofencing, i.e. targeting some street
For Nixon,
for Nixle.
I don't know that.
Because that would be really cool. I mean, I like the idea about like your street's gonna be removed, or we've got a broken water main, or whatever we have going out in public rights of way.
Next Thursday.
Yeah. It's a nice way to really talk about it.
Yeah, the geofencing and I think the language options are really intriguing for the Civic Plus. Now, and I will also tell you, there are other companies that do it. I don't know them all. We've never really looked into it, but we could. I think they're probably around all, you find that with these kinds of things like our email or our website, a lot of the pricing is similar. But we could definitely see what other, what other companies are in that market and look at that. I also just wanted to mention, in addition to the digest, I brought a couple of these. I don't know the new Dunwoody Neighbors magazine. It's a private publication. It does not go to everyone in Dunwoody, but we every month contribute an article to that. So that's just another way of getting information out. In fact, the next one she'll have an article about the path, the Ashford Dunwoody path. So just another way. I mean, our goal is to just find every way possible to get the word out. Some people love social media, some people don't use it, some people, only see the digest. So we're just trying to hit everyone with it. And for our Dunwoody app, we have about 300 regular users sort of monthly, and we've had 1,800 people download it. About 300 have downloaded notifications. It's a great option. It's really hard to get people to sign up for those notifications.
You have to, so I get the notifications, and so if you're all not getting the notification, you should download the app and sign up for notifications. Because sometimes it's really pertinent. So,
yeah,
and then there's a way to sign up for the notifications.
And we actually did a video to show you how to do that, which I could share. I think we did get a little bit of an uptick there. But I think that's it for me for today.
All right, first of all, I was remiss with staff thanking y'all for coming, and you do a great job for us, and we really appreciate it. And Jennifer, you do a really good job, a great job. And because it's not just what we saw today, we're regularly covered in TV, print. Like yesterday, there was an article about the murals that they picked up. So the AJC now has a partner with Dunwoody Reporter, and their publications, Rough Draft. I think eventually they're gonna have to change the name or something, but because it's the same, but they picked up the rough draft piece on the murals. It was on the front page of one of the, or it was in the paper. Somebody took a picture of it yesterday or the day before. And so, but it's that kind of stuff that you do very well. You do it all very well, so we appreciate it. And you, the ribbon cuttings that we took over in a moment of need during the pandemic from the chamber have morphed into something that we should be really proud of. Not only because we give them a little publicity, but because the business owners so appreciate it. And they're blown away, but they also give us great reports on permitting and all that stuff too. So that's always good.
It's a really nice touch point.
It is a very nice touch point. I love that. But I wanted to touch on something that we didn't cover. We have a few minutes now. And so, which is, I think we need, Eric, I think we need to formalize, and it kind of relates to the RFP stuff we're going to talk about later, but we got to change how we're doing public outreach. And it's a drum I've been beating for a lot of years, and I think we try new things and they might not be as successful as we want, so we abandon the strategy. When we put out contracts for bid where they're going to have a public input process, something has to change. It cannot only be 6:30 on Thursday night meetings. It's not working. We need to, as they said, they go where the people are. So I would recommend Los Hermanos on a Friday night at 6:30 for young families. I was there a few weeks ago. It was covered up with people. Of course, they're not all Dunwoody people. But I think we really, if we are committed to reaching people, we have to figure out where they are, because too many Dunwoody residents aren't coming to a 7 o'clock at a night Monday meeting or whatever reading or Tuesday meeting. And part of that though, is I think council and me needs to step up. So I ran for mayor all those years ago, I mean, I ran for council all those years ago, in part because word got out that we were considering a project and the community exploded. I believe that whole thing would have gone differently if a council member had arranged a community meeting or knocked on doors themselves, reached out to their community, sent an email, however they communicate, say, hey, we're considering such and such. Can you send me your questions? Or what can this is a potential. But so I think it's a multi-layered solution that we need to be considering. We are not the same as, we talked about yesterday that every city is different. And that is true. We are not the same as Sandy Springs, where quite frankly, they do a ton of things in Brookhaven and they get no feedback. That is never going to be who Dunwoody is. And so we need to adjust to that reality. And we need, in my opinion, particularly with projects where there's a public meeting, we need to budget in and we need to figure out what it looks like budgetary wise and have the meetings in the places where people are. And we've got, to be clear, we've done some of that. We did it Light Up Dunwoody. We did it at the village was phenomenally successful. And some of that was because people were interested and some of it was because they were curious or they didn't like what we were doing. And so they showed up, but they showed up. We need to look at what works for us. So in Swanee, when they do all their comprehensive planning meetings, they go into the community. They don't wait for the community to come to them. So in their case, they have a very large Asian population. They work with some organizations, but they also go into specific Asian restaurants that are popular or whatever. They've done different things. I think we need to figure this out because our average age is 36.6. You would never know it. And so that's one thing. And it's not criticism because all of us are part of the problem, frankly. I think, or we could be part of the solution. Positive,
Right, yeah.
Positive, not negative. We can be part of the solution. We need to get back to town halls. That's also on me. State city, that's also on me. But we need to make it all part of the routine that we are in the community. There's a new councilwoman in Sandy Springs, and I took a picture of it now. I'm gonna find it. She wears a button that says, "I'm a Sandy Springs council person asking something." She wears it when she wants to. It's bigger than a name tag, so people can see it. What question? I don't know. I'll find it. But that's for us. So I will accidentally sometimes have on something that says mayor when I walk into the grocery store. And when I walk in the grocery store, normally people that know who I am talk to me. When I wear something that says mayor, lots more people talk to me sometimes. And so I think we have to be much more proactive in the front end, Eric, of planning things. So that it's in the RFPs or whatever, because we need to set expectations of what we expect of our consultants. And then, and I think Edge City did a really good job. So I want to be clear that we're doing a lot of this right, but I think it just has to become de rigueur. Is that the right word? It just has to become standard. That this is how we do public input in Dunwoody. And sometimes it doesn't work. With the last park plan, we were really aggressive and we still got less than 1% of non-homeowners that responded. But so we tried. And so that is that communication. Yeah, we need to figure that out. Go
And I
ahead,
just
Joe.
a
Yeah.
general question, on social media, yeah, super active, and I see that there's, I'm sure you have your own kind of guidelines of when you're as the city of Dunwoody account, and there's a post, and then people will ask questions, and some are legitimate and some are. And so I appreciate that you do, cite, here's the details or so on, or something that's dynamic, that's on it, just happened today.
Right.
It's just you're trying to react and try to get the most accurate information out there. And I am a big proponent. My role is serving as the board of directors on an organization. And that's the strategic level that my role is for me personally,
Right.
rather than engaging on a day-to-day basis and monitoring social media.
Right.
So I really appreciate that you're doing those things, because it's setting that expectation up. So I just can't re-emphasize that you continue to do that, and that's really great that you're in there letting people know as people react.
Yeah, we try to answer as many questions or posts that we can. Sometimes it's a question in an opinion, and so we try to steer away from that. We love it when people kind of get on there and start answering it themselves when there's some discussion or debate. We can kind of stay off of it, but or stay out of it. But Michael's great about, I'll copy it because I don't always know, in the weeds, some of the details of especially, a public works project. So all the staff are great. I'll often, either take a screenshot or copy it and email it to them and say, can you help me with an answer? And, generally hear back very quickly from all of them. Everybody gets it. And so that's great. In Dunwoody area community forum, we are not, as the city, a member, and that's intentional. I think for me, that's a good opportunity. Y'all are so good about responding and getting in there. And when I see something that I try to personally stay out of it, but unless it's something that I kind of see right away that I know the answer and I can jump in there or send them a link. But try to stay out of that a little bit more. And then the one challenge though with all of the social media is if somebody comes a week later and says something or posts something or whatever, we may not see that. I mean, we do our best to kind of answer when appropriate. But that is a challenge with only two of us to really keep up with that.
I always put back to, here's where you go to sign up to the D list.
Yes, yeah, we always appreciate that. And the new, the new resident welcome bags, we love it when y'all direct them there, and so that's really helpful.
Social media is tough when there's so many different private forums and say on Facebook, there's my neighborhood, your neighborhood, all neighborhoods, restaurant group, this, that, or the other. There's a conversation. Next thing you know, Hennigan, what are you gonna do about this? And I say, okay, now I'm being brought into it.
Yeah.
And well, we all live this life. But at the same time, by me jumping into that forum, which I try not to do too often, it then becomes a public record. It then becomes all this other aspect that's not subject to open records. And I've literally copied photo upon photo of post, and had to send it to Sharon to monitor and maintain open records for social media. How do we tell the public that Facebook's really not the ideal place to fix your city problems? I mean, it's a way to vet it with your friends, but when you come to me for help, it's hard for me to fix it on Facebook.
I mean, I think so. Totally up to you. But if it's something that you're really like, gosh, we need to just send this to Jennifer or to one of us, you can always do communications with dunwoodyga.gov, and we get that. Kathy and I both monitor that inbox, and we get it and we send it out.
There's so many different angles. There's legal questions, there's political questions.
Yeah.
I mostly just do, when it's a question, unless something's making me mad, I mostly just do Lynn.Deutsch. Most often I just put the staff person's name. Sometimes, because I'm curious what the answer is, I might say CC me at Lynn.Deutsch, whatever. But also on my mayor's page messenger. So if you have an elected official page, they can message you through it. I have an automatic message set. I don't think you can do that on your personal page, but you can do it on your elected officials page that says, I don't monitor this. You need to email me. So I don't, and I have I've been in a group discussion with mayors from all over the country about Facebook Messenger. Because there are some mayors who think we should reach the people where they are. But it's the worst, in my opinion, it's the worst tool or a bad tool. So I just, and on my personal messenger, when people email me about city business, I do the same. I don't create a record. I just say, email me, and I can't help it. I mean, this is back to the discussion with mayors from across the country. I maybe get 50% of them. There's a woman who every year messages me about sidewalks on a street. And every year I say the same thing. And you can see in the thread, she never emailed me. And I'm like, keep telling you what to do. They probably have sidewalk by. You never know. But I'm not going to follow up from a Facebook message. So anyway, but I try to avoid the fray.
But at the same time, I want to make sure when there's a large conversation, lots of controversy, how do I make sure that the city staff are aware of this controversy? I know you may or may not be monitoring,
No, I mean, I think if it's something like that, letting me or, because I may not see it, I mean, no, I'm just in a few days.
I'm not.
But, and I don't have any alerts on the forum, but letting me, or if it's, for Richard or Michael, letting them know directly is always worth something.
Again, it was a long thread about the Georgetown construction issues. At the same time, they're putting out a survey, so I just copied link here. Snapshot after snapshot after snapshot, all of the comments, all 50, 60 comments. I said, Eric, here's your survey. It's a matter of what is the pulse of the community and how are we looking at it? Is it our job? Is it your job? Is it everybody's job to find out the pulse?
And I did think one of the things they did during the pandemic in Canton, every city's different, is they did, while they were working on things, put questions on social conversations, where they put questions out on social media. I don't love that, like, is it the only tool? But, you can measure some things, but it just depends on really who your post is reaching. Like within police, I'll sometimes click on who's making comments, particularly if they're snarky, and they're often like in Ohio. I don't really understand how they're seeing them, but whatever. So. Anybody have anything else? All right, I think we can afford recess until what time?
That's right, we have, 1 o'clock in the back, and Mayor, and I do want the staff, please join us for lunch and stay for the 1 o'clock meeting part as well, Jennifer. If y'all, will stay, and then we'll come back at 1 o'clock and wrap it up and go through some closing statements with Kelly.
Well, we have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah, that's okay.
That is nice. Yeah, it's at the last. Thank y'all.
Thank you, okay. Lunch is ready.
Well, I have a. Now I. Days behind the bed. I almost feel bad that I left Sarah in that spot.
Yes, maybe.
Almost.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh.
You didn't know that.
It's, can we start? We're sharing.
No, we can start. Let's, yeah, Ginger, we're ready to go.
Good, okay, it's 1:00 something and I called back to order. All right, so before we go on with this next thing, Eric, I thought about the communications and our projects. And I want to propose, this is probably part of the public, to follow up, but I think, and so I think when we reflect on where some of our challenges and criticism have come from on public projects, some of it can be traced back to communication. And I wonder if we ought, this you'll need to write something down, but I wonder if we ought to look at treating public projects that are specific, that have specific impacts in geographic areas, the same way as we treat development projects. So I think we ought to consider the same rules apply to us as apply to developers. So that we have to have a pre-application meeting and we have to notify people in a determined radius. And whether it's a meet, I don't want to say we have to have a meeting, but for example, if we're doing a survey on what should happen on a strip of road or at an intersection, we obviously need to notify the people. I think we've not been doing this. I think we need to make sure that we take special care to notify the residents within a certain radius of that project, because there, anyway. So I think we have to, I think we save ourselves some heartache in the future. When you step back and you understand our community, I think we can save ourselves some heartache in the future by being particularly aggressive in how we let people know something's happening. Oh, the
ball is on.
I don't think it's on. I think it's just. Oh, Tom's not even in here.
Then let's blame Tom.
Right. It doesn't matter. But anyway, I think, Eric, I think it's really important that we, you know, Jennifer talked about the data, but we know that there are people not on social media. And we know that there are people who have not bothered to sign up for our email list. They may not even know it exists. And so we can, y'all can, I'm telling you the what is we have to change how we treat impactful public projects in terms of communication.
Eric, it's behind the screen.
Wow, he went to a lot of trouble, whoever did it. Right.
There it is. Yep, perfect. Thank
How
you.
did you know it was there, John, if you didn't do it?
It's like blue.
So the only observation I would have for this is we may want to figure out some sort of sliding scale based on size of project.
Yeah, right, and impact, right. I think so too, like if you're, there's, like if we're coming in and putting a sidewalk. we're gonna do it. I mean, it was Jim and I, we had conversations with neighbors over by the elementary, and we're like, we will listen to your concerns, and we will have staff address them, but we are putting the sidewalk in because it's how kids are gonna get to school. But I think especially if we're doing surveys and stuff, I think we need to look at how we're pushing out that information and determine some strategies. So, okay, got it. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, good.
Next up.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so city council retreat. Okay, we want to talk about constituency response, customer service, and a little bit about the RFP process. I'm going to start this out, and we're going to have Richard and Michael are going to talk about their components in a moment. All right, so what is the best method for council to respond when contacted as a group by a citizen or citizens? You know, that's so they contact you via email, sometimes they'll counsel. One person be contacted, sometimes be all of y'all. And so, you know, so these are the issues, then we'll go through some of the possibilities. You know, major construction project cause disruption, what methods does or can the city use to hold vendors accountable? And then how ClickFix and iWorks managed, and what's the most recent stats on that? And that's where Michael's going to come in and talk about that project a little bit. And Jennifer,
On here.
oh yeah, thank you. And I want you to chime in too a little bit on that system and what you're going to cancel and some other things along with that. Okay, so for the council to respond, in most cases, do not reply to all. And we've kind of talked about that some over time. And see what y'all are comfortable with. You know, what's the best comfort level? You know, I think y'all do a very good job of responding to constituents. I don't want y'all to ever feel, hey, you know, we can't respond. You can respond. Y'all are the elected officials. You can want to. We used to be expected years ago. There seemed to be years ago, like a race of who was going to respond first. I don't feel that anymore. You know, it was a you know, it's like, you know, let it age in it. If it came in at 12:48, we don't need to respond at 12:53. You know, let it age a minute. Let's staff look at it, help y'all with response. For emergencies, contact the staff, and y'all know y'all can reach me anytime. You always have my phone, and hopefully you'll never call me as good as get me. I can call back within 5 minutes. And so, and then at that point, that's not you. And the mayor, you're very good about that. I'll have your call if it's on the weekend, and I'll call one of my staff members. We'll get it handled. I like to put stuff to rest immediately. If y'all call me, I want to get it handled. I don't want y'all to have to worry about it again, because it's been reported. The best thing about that, y'all are kind of the first line. You're going to see more. The constituents want to see y'all. They're going to see you on the weekends. They're going to respond to y'all first. You just pass it off to us. Glad to help with any of those things. Some of the stuff, you know, it depends. I mean, there's some things you may reply to. If it's not a political nature, of course, I'm just talking about maybe something. It's just like with the bond thing, that comes up. If there's something you want to answer a question directly, that's fine, no problem. But if it's something to do with a department or a road project or anything like that, we're glad to provide all the cover and the answers on that. And then the staff, you know, if there's some kind of emergency, you know, and we know it's public works. I mean, certainly, I mean, you can reach out to Michael.
Well, they have a call number too.
They do have a call, and that works well. Yes. Yeah, and I've used it before. I mean, I'll call that, you hit the number, you find out who's on call. My first call, just because it's my nature, is to call Michael. Yeah, but if I can't get Michael for some reason, yeah, I'll dial that number. Michael knows, he knows. But we're all doing different things.
I just call the on-call number.
Yeah, perfect. Yes, like press 2, and it gets the person right then. And it works very well, you know. So that's what we have there.
Well, you know, let's go back.
Okay.
You're putting staff in the middle of that. Sometimes it's just the council that's contacted. So I just want to hear from the group, how you feel about so when to respond.
Right, so we go back, so you're raising the issues, but we're not discussing them. Is your intention to go through all your slides?
Let's discuss this.
I don't think
This
that
is
was the first slide.
Yeah. You know, and let me hold on. Let's just see what the second one is. Because I do want to talk about it before we leave this particular topic. Let's see what we have here. Okay, so when contacted as a group, let's go through that one. And then.
So you're not, just so you know, you're not on the second slide, you're now on the third slide.
I'm on the, did I skip one?
No, I think the first one was the overview.
This one, the issues. Okay, then we have the individual,
Okay,
right?
Right, that's
Then,
right.
and then we have the, well, this is more of.
No, but you gotta go, the first one is, I'm sorry.
Where am I missing? What am I missing?
That's the first thing we need to talk about.
Okay, but I think the second one's the same question. It's just different.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? It's for non-emergencies. And then if you're not copied, but it's all the same thing. These are just breaking it out. And see, that's all. This is when all, and this is when group, or when all of the group,
It's the same
the
thing.
same thing, different words.
Right, it's the
But
same.
we just want to talk about it.
So, Catherine. This question was, so when I am just thanking people, when we get a bunch of emails about something and I sometimes let y'all know I'm just gonna answer them. You know, and it's just usually thank you for letting us know or whatever, and that's the end of it. Sometimes emails need an answer beyond that. Because either they, whatever, and sometimes it's just a simple question where they've asked us all. So I will sometimes CC y'all on one. Sometimes all of them. I think it's important to acknowledge the emails when you can. The challenge is if we hit reply all, it creates 7 records, right? So if there's an open records request, that's a reason to avoid doing it.
Is that a reason?
Well, not really a reason.
That's 30-second, I mean, I'm doing a search, it's on the subject, is that an actual reason?
For the strain, when you do reply all.
For open records?
Because I don't think it's, well, what the mayor's referring to is anything you do as a public official is subject to open records. That's one thing, so you may be pigeonholing us in a defense that is gonna mess it up if it's real crazy. But the real problem is this, the reason why I don't like reply alls and the reason why when I send y'all something that says no response requested is this. Even though we have the attorney-client privilege, when I talk to y'all as a group, if you respond, the question is, how did you get into executive session without a meeting? So the problem is that you're violating the Open Meetings Act through emails. Clayton County got in trouble with this about 20 years ago. And that is, when y'all talk to anybody and one person responds about city business, you're now in a meeting whether you realize it or not. That's why you don't reply all.
So
That's the reason. Yeah.
So then 7 of us could be answering that person and it is what it is. So for 7 of them.
I will offer if it's just, here are my thoughts on this. Thank you for sharing this.
Right.
Because I don't want to CC everybody on basically a second iteration of the same meeting.
And I will tell you that when they train city clerks, that they say respond to the person who, the sender.
Right.
Not to reply all, because then everybody starts talking. And truly, Catherine, in open records, when we get requests and they could be very voluminous. And you have a string and we still have to look at all of those, even though, oh, it's that string, we gotta go through them just to be safe. But really, they tell clerks, just reply to the sender. When you're copied, you're just copied for really informational purposes, not for, they're not expecting a response from you. But for you, they're sending it to the entire county.
Yeah, that's the question is.
I think what the mayor said about her responding, is she needs to do that is a good practice.
So an ad email only can respond. I'm not recommending that. That's actually a bit harder. But we don't need to do that. But I think, so clearly, based on what Ken just said, we just each need to respond individually.
And listen, the best response is this, because I hear the tension about, we don't want to let it go unnoticed.
Right.
Somebody sends you an email, you reply back that I am forwarding this email, because remember, y'all are policy board.
Right.
Eric's your day-to-day guy. I'm forwarding this email, I'm forwarding your concern to the city manager. And he or his staff will respond shortly. Thank you for your concerns. This matter is taken under advisement. Something like that. What you've done is you've acknowledged we got something. Now, the back end problem is this, Mayor, because I heard this earlier. It's not that Eric and his staff can't handle it when he's copied, he will. The back end is y'all would like to know it got handled in case you run into him at the grocery store, right? So that's probably on this list somewhere. The back end.
Let me play devil's advocate for a minute. So somebody sends us all an email that the road is sinking. And so I say, okay, I'm gonna send it to Eric, which is all 7 of us send it to Eric, or in that situation where it's so we understand, I understand zoning and the stuff that we could get sued over. On day-to-day stuff, like the water, why isn't the water fountain on at Brook Run, and they send it to all 7 of us. If we each answer it individually, that's actually creating a lot more work for staff. On those types of things where I'm just forwarding it to Eric, is it appropriate to just put council on there?
And here's what Eric will do, and Eric, I'm not trying to, no, maybe doing this already. You forward, there's an emergency,
I'm right.
obviously pick up phone, text, whatever. And what Eric should do is reply back to all of y'all, we've addressed this emergency, y'all know it's being addressed,
But
right?
we won't have the scenario, forget emergencies, because that's, I mean, although that's part of it. Somebody emails that just why isn't the water on it? We're gonna send it to Eric and Brett. Can we reply all in those scenarios where it's just a day-to-day operations issue?
She was saying, it's the city manager.
Right. Right.
It says we can.
And what that does is shuts the rest of us down. You don't need now, right, and then send it to Brett 7 o'clock.
We never reply unless it's, we are in the two line. We are in the two line, maybe then. That'd be the CC, you'd be CCing council, so.
No, you can go on the city's website and click a button and it says to council.
It's all, I'm so tired.
The main thing,
Right.
that works, the way it's been, y'all been doing it, it works. What I want to do is some kind of tracking on the backside of it.
Yes.
So y'all can see it's been handled. We need some way for it to be entered into the
So
system.
are we gonna talk about that?
Yeah, we're gonna,
That's
well, that's part of what we're gonna
Okay.
look at as far as, yes,
You know,
that's what I want to do.
if I think about it, I pin the email and then remind, I look
Yeah,
to
but that's,
see if
yeah,
it's back.
shouldn't have worried.
Right, I shouldn't have to worry about it.
And Mayor, so the concern is the group, right?
Right,
It's not that hard for Eric, me, Michael, Richard, whoever. To cut and paste the same email I just sent you that's been addressed and send one to her individually, one to her, one to her, one to her, one to her. It's not that hard on something that's made.
but he won't know, I'm really not trying to be difficult, but he's not gonna know that all of council got the email.
But he's got to inform y'all,
Yeah.
like, we know that there's a problem, shouldn't, Catherine, no, shouldn't.
Oh, somebody emails me that the dog park is dirty.
Specific to
Oh,
it.
yeah. I was talking about a major problem.
No. What we're talking about is the day-to-day communication that we get unrelated to zoning and planning. Where somebody emails us, the park is dirty, or frankly, I've never gotten that email. But, or, you know, there's not enough parking at the farmer's market, whatever it is.
Right.
And we send it on to staff, Eric and Brent, or just Eric. If all 7 of us do that, that's really creating work. If I just reply all, or Catherine gets to it first and she replies all and say, Eric, please see the note before, then this other 6 of us know that we don't have
That's
to
right.
touch it.
That's important.
And then Eric can send an email back saying,
Yep.
Brent, look into this and.
Yeah, we're not debating policy.
Right, we're not
It's
debating
directing
policy.
staff.
That's
Let Eric know.
That's fine.
Right.
And the
It's
main
not
thing,
a
Mayor,
policy.
is when that comes in, you know, copy, I'd like you to send it to me, to Jay, and whoever y'all think the department head is. It's fine. And that way, all it's going out, it's click, and then everybody knows, and then it's in the thing, I want to route it, because I'm kind of.
Planning and policy, we should never CC each other. For day-to-day operations, not policy, but like the road is sinking or whatever, so that we each don't send Brent and Michael an email, or Michael and Eric an email. One of us replies, send it on, and then we're done.
But the same rule applies to the day-to-day stuff, it applies to the zoning and the other stuff, but I understand what you're saying. Just understand,
Right,
don't all of y'all respond to that email.
Right.
It's in your having meeting.
right, we're not having any.
Okay, I think we're good there, if y'all were good there.
That's
the problem.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So Richard's gonna come up now and talk a little.
South Louisiana.
Right.
Yeah. there you go.
So we were asked to look at 2022, received 610 code complaints. 12 of these were held longer than 90 days. That was kind of a cutoff. Half of those were, if you remember back in October, we had an staff employee, step off a curb, she broke her leg. She was out for several weeks. She's no longer with us, but half of those were her cases. They're updated by the investigator. There are some cases where they may not be brought into compliance. Or having a hard time getting the owner to do it, especially if it goes to court. If it goes to court, it is a long drawn out thing. So, um. And then we generally contact them through email, because that's the most of the complaints come in that way. A lot of them are anonymous, so we don't have a way to notify anybody about it. But we try to notify them via phone or email as we can. Yeah. This is the process of code enforcement. The complaints received. You know, it can be as casual as going out and talking to that neighbor. Your yard needs to be cut. Great, I'm sorry, they'll cut it. They'll do an investigation. Code enforcement will. It can include conducting interviews, sending correspondence, inspecting sites, making the determination. Again, that can all be cleaned up with just casual conversation. Then the enforcement starts. The letter is drawn up and issued. If they don't respond, eventually it can work its way all the way to citation. That's when they come into court. A lot of times, especially the house on Shamley Dunwoody, the lady was not responding, or the people are dead and there's nobody. So those are still going on. So next. Then the hearing. Usually the hearing is somewhere between 30 and 60 days out. For example, the Camp Runnemut was the last 2 years. So, and then final processing, and it's a closed file. Usually we'll let you all know when those cases are closed. Not all of them, because a lot of times there are builders who mess up on a site, or the stream bank buffers or whatnot. So those will come in, they'll usually pay $1,000 and be done with it. So
then is there another step that says follow up?
So we
recheck it?
Yes.
At some point?
There are some cases where we I remember you from a couple of years ago asked that we put in there to follow up on certain cases. So we do that in iWorks.
I didn't cut my grass in June, takes till August, you fix it, September, it may need to be cut again. I just, why should the resident have to call again? It's a known issue.
Because we only have.
I know, I'm just asking, but it's a tickler file. You run by and take a look. It's not.
Is there a tracking system? This has been an issue since I've been on council, but is there a tracking system which allows, because I know we were talking about whatever the tracking system we're using, that says, you know, we've had this, it's one thing if it's one off, right? And then the next year they do it again. I think that should be noted. Oh, do you have a policy for warnings? Like, is there a consistent policy on what gets a warning and what has to go straight to the next step?
Yeah, certainly, like building code violations are instantaneous, stream bank buffers are instantaneous. Things like grass, remind them if they don't do it, they will.
But then the next year or 6 months later, to John's point, do they get a warning the next time their grass is too tall, or do you?
No, it starts over each time.
So they get a warning the second time.
Right.
You see how that might be annoying to neighbors?
Yeah, we need to change our code if we're gonna.
Okay, so I think we need to make a note, follow up, a different process. I'll just speak for him.
You have this, you just want.
I've lost her.
Well, and we've got over here, well, that's never for the complete zoning application.
That's totally different. It's not at all.
So we'll put it on this.
Yeah, it's a
Update code.
Update code.
define, I mean, really what we're looking at is define what gets a warning and what doesn't, but it's really just code update. Someone will remember.
Code enforcement.
Code and specific to code enforcement.
Yeah, thank you. So Richard, I'm curious in one, just kind of with the hours, I know we've had a complaint against the It's over at Jet Ferry, the Wells Fargo ATM.
Mhm.
It's so right.
I thought they had fixed their
Oh,
lights.
no.
No,
Okay,
it's still shining. out.
okay.
Okay, so that's what, okay,
Yeah.
so I guess it is dark kind of when they're working, but you know, it often have to be dark for them
Right.
to go out. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, typically. It's after hours when they get gone, so. I'm not sure where they live. It's usually about 5 o'clock when they leave.
That's when we're, you know, they have to be there when it's dark to
Correct.
see how.
Or a picture.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay, so.
someone can emails.
People to, if they're complaining, just send a picture, and those, not this one, it sounds like we already know about. But in specific things.
I drove by the other day.
Oh.
Yeah, there were several of them that came in all at the same time. I think some of them fixed them and others didn't. Project doesn't matter.
Okay.
So. On code enforcement. So I saw at the beginning of the presentation where you talked about. People are contacted, except that sometimes there's privacy issues. I don't, totally know. You need to, I mean, I don't, the complaints I'm getting lately have been people who don't realize there's a hearing, that kind of thing. And so I don't know how to fix that. But I suggest maybe we look into it.
So maybe Jennifer and I will get together and do the once a year or twice a year thing, just explaining how code enforcement works.
Well, the other thing is that if we gave code enforcement. When they visit with the like if they get a complaint via email or they talk to the complainant in person, something they can email them or hand them that says, this is how the process works. And you know, don't necessarily, I mean, say, you know. If you have questions, here's how to reach me.
Yeah, they usually have their cards.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like lately it's been. Yeah, people frustrated because. They're not hearing they don't know the process is ongoing, so it feels like. And if you do a bit something with Jennifer, I think it's important to say, I don't know how you say it, that people sometimes ignore us. And so, but in Georgia, they get due process. So we can't go straight knocking on your door, giving you 2 weeks to court. But there's a process because people think it's going to happen overnight. And sometimes, I hope a lot of times it happens quickly, but sometimes the fix is either really large or they don't care and they're going to end up in court. So I don't know how you explain all that, but that's what I think people need to understand. Anybody have questions or additional thoughts? Okay.
I just have a follow-up here. Are you saying that
You have to-
people, the neighbors, oh, sorry. Are you saying that the neighbors don't know what's happening to their frustrated, but not the person who's
Talking about the neighbors,
not the violators?
not the violence.
So violators are.
But we got, no, we're worried about the neighbors.
Okay.
So you file the complaint.
Right.
Somehow they don't find out what's happening, because the next communication with the city is often us. For me at least. And it's, y'all don't care, no one's done anything, how bad it looks. I mean, those are just 3 in the last week. And so, or the words and emails, and so. Then we have to trace it down.
But there's no consistent way of notifying neighbors for each case, right?
No, it's the complainant. I'm
Yeah.
not worried about random neighbors. I'm worried about the complainant. So someone
Oh,
said.
just that person.
Just that person.
That person.
That person. So yes, if a neighbor calls, we send them to Richard or
Right.
or
And a
Mary.
lot of times we don't know because if it's going to court.
Right, there's a long period of time between when you get cited and when you go to court. You don't do what you're supposed to
Could be
do.
60 to 90 days.
Right, could be 60 to
The
90.
complainant should know, right?
It does not seem like so you call in tomorrow.
Yeah.
About an issue with your neighbor. And then the city comes out and maybe gives them a warning, and then 2 or 3 weeks later, they cite them. And then they don't do anything, so they have to come back and then they have to get in the system to go to court.
So the complainant would not know, if I could speak. from
Right.
the court perspective, the complainant would not know. you know, When this case is coming to court, unless they submitted a record request. And then- But I think what you mentioned earlier, just a flyer that you give to the complainants. Just a couple of bullets.
Just explains that, because people are used to instant gratification. But also, in some cases, it may be egregious, or it may feel egregious to the person making the complaint, and they think we're not doing anything. And so then we get the emails demanding for us to do something, and we can't do anything. Okay, thank you.
How do we handle after hours, like? Noise? Please, okay.
And weekends as well, right?
What's that?
And weekends too. And is that at 911 or do we, does that go online?
That's-
Study,
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, quick quote, she called out on one.
Right.
Yeah.
You have to call 911 because they won't dispatch unless they go through 911. But we can talk about, we'll see what the study recommends. This is my note. All right, I think.
Better on code enforcement.
Yeah.
All right, so,
Is that where we're?
yeah, right here, but, going back to the, discussion about. Tracking issues and knowing when they're completed. Code enforcement has their system. We have C-Click Fix for Public Works. The more we can steer people to this. It tracks everything, and if they put it in C-Click Fix. The city doesn't even have any way of getting rid of it. I mean, it's there forever. So if people can, if they can go to there and put it in, then that is tracking it. We can pull reports, we can sort by issues. So that's really, it doesn't get buried in an inbox. It's all there in the system. Let's start out. This is our service request over the last 4 years by category. And it's interesting, went back when in 2020 in the pandemic, we were getting a lot of stormwater calls. It also happened to be a very rainy year that year. But the more we saw what was going on, yes, it was raining a lot, but one thing we realized is people are home more.
Yeah.
And we've seen that across every category. In 2020, almost every category of issue was the highest in the last 4 years, with the exception of course, signals and intersections, because people weren't driving. Payment, yeah, I mean, I think people were home more, they were seeing more things, they had more time to be at home, and they were reporting more things. So we've weathered that storm, and we are a little bit on a downward trend with the issues being reported. I think paving too has a lot to do with how much we've invested in paving, as we don't have as many streets in bad condition.
I think you have to control. You have the clicker.
I'll just stand here. So this, looking at, service requests in the last 12 months and the status of those requests. 85% of the ones reported in the last 12 months have been closed, which means they've been completed, resolved, or there's been some kind of response on those. Another 5% in each category of under review. Those usually involve things that are a little more complicated, or maybe even some of them have some legal ramifications. So they're still under review. Work orders are things that have been sent to the maintenance crew to complete. And a lot of those are paving requests that come in over the winter. This is the time of year where we usually have to play catch up, because there's a lot of days in the winter where they can't get asphalt to do any pavement patching because the plants are closed. And then we have about 5% that are open, which are really fairly recent. That means that they haven't either been issued a work order yet, or they've just come in and they still have to be dealt with. And then looking at ones that we have in the system older than 90 days, about 40% of those are other agencies, the CAB, state, DOT, a lot of utilities, and those are that tend to linger. We have another 15% or so that are under review, and another 15% that have work orders. But we spend a lot of time really like advocacy for other issues that are out of our control with the utility companies and the other agencies, and that's reflected here. Those tend to be the ones that linger the longest, because one, we don't have control over them, and then just trying to get somebody else to deal with them. But that's where most of our older service requests are, and we do get quite a few of those requests for a problem that we have to try to get somebody else to fix. And then I think there's been questions about, you know, see, one thing about See Click Fix is it's totally an open book. I mean, you can see what the city has said, you can see what the residents are saying, other people can chime in. I mean, there's a couple of local agencies near us that went away from See Click Fix because they wanted to be able to control the message a little more. But I mean, we've been pretty happy with the system. And one of the questions is, you know, why does an issue get reopened? And this here just shows historically, the black lines there are the percentage of issues that are reopened in a given year. And the last couple of years, we've actually improved in this area. We have about 1 or 2%, 1 to 2, you know, 98 to 99% of our issues are resolved the first time. Nobody reopens it. You know, occasionally it does happen. So there's miscommunication or something gets missed and it doesn't get fixed and somebody does have to reopen that. But some of the reopens that happen also are, it's not necessarily a maintenance issue. It's maybe a bigger project or something else. And our response is, or maybe it's a private property issue. And we say, you know, we can't really do that. It's a private property issue. And so they may reopen it because they don't like our answer. But we've, you know, improved in that area. And I think the next thing is about RFP. So I probably should stop and see if there's any questions about response or any of that before we go into the contracting piece.
I have a question. I'm not counsel, I'm sorry. So when a customer responds, once you've closed whatever request is in there, when they respond, does that ticket automatically reopen?
I think they have the option of either putting in a comment or putting in a comment and reopening.
I asked that question because in WA, when we respond to a request and we close it, if they turn around and ask us a question, that ticket automatically reopens. Okay.
Questions?
So how often do we get to see the status of these? Yeah, so it's a nice thing. Thanks for putting it together, Michael. I know I don't know how much work it is behind the scenes for you. If you go back a couple of slides just to show the, you know, those kind of things and that, and then the first go back like that one, yeah. So just like by year, how much work for you to put that out and the value of us for transparency, letting you know the community, you know, here's what we had at the beginning of the year, here's where what was 2022 for us, here's what we did, here's what was open, here's what we closed. Just to,
yeah, it's a little bit of work because, and I'm sure you can customize the software to you know, get custom reports, but most of this I took data from the system and then put them into this format. I mean, on See Click Fix, you can go on there and see open issues. You can pull up a map and see all the issues that are open at any given time. And I think there's even some reporting on See Click Fix that you can look at, but it's not necessarily in this format.
But it's driving our work product in the sense of, let's say, potholes. So bunch of pothole things will come in over the winter, then right now you're filling them all, you're going through the list trying to see what things are. And then eventually, the radar truck's gonna go down that street and see all the potholes that were filled, so therefore it's not as smooth. It might, I'm just trying to.
Yeah.
So, Joe, did you more? So you have whatever the 90-day thing was, that 15%. But every now and then, it seems to me, based on the communication I see on Facebook, and sometimes I might think, when you find out that it's a utility company or the county, do y'all in See Click Fix let them know right away, or when you figure it out, or do you try to advocate it to get it fixed while they're hanging out? Makes sense.
We do some of both. I mean, one thing, we don't close issues until they've been resolved. Like, I mean, I know other agencies, they say, well, I made the call to Georgia Power. Right. I'm closing it because it makes the stats look better. Right. We keep them open.
That's fine. But when do you, I think that if this remaining 15%, if you want to go back, or no, that's there.
Yeah.
And it looks like about third or 2/3 are not our responsibility.
The-
No, that's not 2/3.
The yellow is
Is it?
ones that aren't ours.
It's
It's not
like
40%.
25% maybe, whatever it is. I'm not very good at pie charts. But whatever it is. I think it would help if people could be immediately notified. So, because otherwise, what we're hearing, what I'm hearing sometimes, what I'm seeing on Facebook, what I get emails about is that I filed it 4 months ago and it's still broken. And we all know that the county takes friggin' forever to do what they need to do with the water stuff. They have a plan, they told us a week or two ago. And then with utilities, do we have any ability to hold them accountable?
Yes,
Okay.
well, what we do, so on the decaf thing, on like a water main
Right.
problem, we definitely go in there. We usually put in a request with the
Right.
DeKalb watershed.
Is it inappropriate for us to also add a line, please email your county commissioner, RJ Patrick at DeKalb County? GA.gov. I mean, I'm sort of being serious, because, you know, we put in a work order is great, I think those get ignored. But if Robert Patrick, our commissioner, sends an email, it tends to happen right away. And so instead of figuring that out right now, we could probably add it. I mean,
we can do that. If y'all want to do that, we can do that.
He's a staff. I think it's appropriate. I think you would want to know. If it's the county watershed, you know, we'll put in an order, but you may want to consider emailing.
Right. If it's not resolved.
Right, it's not resolved for the timing, and please email. Is everybody okay with that? Does anybody find that objectionable?
No, I think it's good, and we can give them that. Rock pack has a
Yes.
fill in form,
Right.
that probably helps him track,
Right,
maybe
exactly.
send an email,
So we can,
maybe that's what we
yeah,
send people.
yeah,
Um,
he gets things done, and it's not always, you know, and then, but what about you notify the utility?
We do, and on the utilities, the kind of our leverage there is we can withhold their permits when they come in with permits or things. And we threaten that a fair amount, and we actually do it in some cases where we can't get response. But it's a little bit of a balancing act, because on our projects, we need them to
Right.
be responsive on that, so we have to kind of balance all that.
But the organization not so large that one side doesn't know what the other side's doing anyway? Are you?
Oh, that definitely happens.
Okay. Gotcha. And I do have like an AT&T contact and then
Yeah.
and a gas contact and stuff, and so maybe that's the fastest way to get, and the Georgia Power contact. It's the fastest way maybe to get it done through their intergovernmental person, if we need to go that route. Okay, anybody have any other questions or thoughts?
Well, then you mentioned, they're a franchisee, right?
Right.
We have a contract with the city to use our public
Right.
easements. In exchange, they pay us that.
Yes.
Rental. Right, like you say, how do we hold them
Right.
more accountable
Right.
to having a turnaround and responsiveness?
Yeah, I mean, that's where we would hold their permits if we're really having an issue. I mean, like we have. I won't say who, but we have a utility right now. They have some of these older things that need to be done. We could hold their permits, but we're also telling them, we really need you to get out here and finish on this project. So it's kind of a balance of when to be heavy handed and when not to be. But when we need to be, we are.
Okay.
Ready to move on? Okay, so I think I wanted to talk about construction projects and how to hold contractors accountable, and if there's any way we can do things differently. I think a lot of y'all probably already know this, but just starting out about what we can and can't do under state law, and the attorney left the room. State law for any public works project greater than $100,000 or a road project greater than $200,000 is required to do basically low bid. And public works projects are basically any structure or infrastructure that the city would do. So that really applies to park improvements and basically any kind of facilities that the government would build. There are a few exceptions, obviously emergencies, And then professional, like design and professional services, that's when we do a RFP or RFQ process, because you don't have to do low bid, you can consider qualifications in those situations. You know, and one other thing that, I mean, we can do pre-qualification of contractors or have minimum qualifications in our bids for construction. The bar is pretty low on that. I mean, you know, especially for a lot of the type of projects we're doing. If we were building, you know, the interchange at 400, then you can say, no, that's probably not a good example, but you could say in that case, hey, how many, you know, billion-dollar projects have you done, and have you done on interstates? And so you weed out a lot of people at that point, because not many people have done that. And when we're doing a $1 million sidewalk project, you know, just about any contractor that has a license and has done any, you know, public work is going to be able to show that they have that experience. So it's hard to, there's only a few things that you can really look at when it comes to pre-qualification, like experience on similar projects and whether they're licensed, whether they're on DOT's approved contractor list. But, you know, it's not hard to meet those qualifications typically. So it doesn't really necessarily weed out some of the contractors you may not want to work with. You know, so what the law says, you have to award it to the most responsive and responsible bidder. And responsive means they have experience on similar projects. They have the ability to do it within a schedule. You can consider schedule. And then financial stability, bonding capacity, and safety record, things like that. I mean, when it comes to construction, there are a couple of ways you can do it without low bid. One, you know, design build or construction manager at risk. You know, but you have a lot of the same pitfalls there. I mean, the 400-285 project is design build.
Yeah, those are
Yeah, and they're, you know, they're having schedule challenges. Right. The biggest issue I see with doing it for our project, our road project particularly, is in design build, you give up a lot of the owner control. I mean, you say, if we're going to do a sidewalk project, you say, I want a 6-foot sidewalk with a 2-foot buffer, you know, from here to here. And then it's really up to the contractor to figure out how to design and build it. And so a lot of times we run into, well, if we do 2 and 6 here, we're going to be off the right of way. And, you know, one property owner, we might be able to get right away from, the next one doesn't want to give us right away, or it's going to wipe out their trees. And at that point, it's in the contractor's hands. And if they're trying to work through those issues and they say, well, you know, we're going to have to buy this right away, but this person doesn't want to sell it. And what we do normally in the design process is we say, well, maybe we can put a wall in and move it in the right way and then not minimize the impacts with it. And once the contractor has a project and start doing those things, they're going to say, well, that's not in my scope. You know, it's a change order. We didn't anticipate doing walls here, that kind of thing. So I think it would be very challenging to do design build on our projects when we, you know, particularly where you need right away and we're negotiating with residents.
So the way you're doing it now works great, except for the fact that I guess citizens are worried about the scope of the RFP in the sense, are the restrictions tight enough? Are the contractors hitting the metrics? Are we tight on our metrics to force the contractors that do bid on the project at the lowest price to hit timelines, to do this, to do that, to modify or lessen the impacts, but still give us the quality?
Yeah, that's good. Good segue into the next few things here. So I was going to talk about some of the things we do to try to, you know, manage quality and, you know, control of the contractor. This is, you know, we put a form in all of our bids that we ask for a lot of that information about their bonding capacity, their financial, their legal. We ask for 3 references, you know, we ask for a lot of qualifications up front. And review those. You know, when we can, we use on-call contracts. We do this a lot in stormwater. Those aren't as big a projects, but we vet the contractors up front, and we vet out on some smaller transportation projects too. We require the prime contractor to self-perform at 35% of the work and more. That's to keep from somebody just coming in and basically being a general contractor, and then you have a bunch of subs that you haven't vetted working on the project. As far as schedule goes, we assess liquidated damages when they exceed the schedule. And then we also, in some cases, we have liquidated damages in the contract for things having to do with traffic control, like if they take a signal out of operation and they have so many days to put it back, or they get liquidated damages. We do third-party quality control testing. We do an internal review on all our projects after they're complete, say, okay, what went well, what didn't go so well. We ask them to tell us who their project manager and superintendent are gonna be. And they have to get our approval before making changes. And then, of course, one thing we found, and this doesn't help necessarily when you're in the project, because you have to kind of suffer through it, but some of the penalties we have enforced on contractors, what we see is they don't tend to come back. You know, when we have held them accountable, we've assessed liquidated damages, or we made them spend a lot of money to fix something they didn't do right, we're not seeing that they're returning. And so we're kind of doing some weeding out, I guess, on the back end.
But on that same point, we're not allowed to blacklist them either. We're
No.
not allowed to say,
They make
you screwed up on that last project.
Right.
They got some mistakes, right? They get a certain number or something.
Well, I mean, that's where, yeah, we can't blacklist them. That's kind of goes back to that qualifications. The bar is pretty low. I mean, if we had, you know, if they didn't complete a project, or we ended up in litigation or something like that, we could possibly do that. But just we didn't really like the way you did it, and it took a long time. You know, we can't really blacklist them for that.
Are we having enough investment in the quality control aspects of the, making sure the compaction, the depth, the thickness of the pavement? Are we giving you enough to do that work to make sure the work is being done ahead?
Yeah, so our quality control aspect is, you know, we have a testing company out there, you know, for most of the, not full time, but, you know, 6 hours of the day if they need to be, they're there every day, that there's something that they need to inspect.
Many of the complaints we get are stormwater related, the sides, the mud, the runoff projects. Is that part of the contract, or is that separate? Are those specifications written in the RFP that they have to comply, and there's penalties, or how tough are we on those restrictions? Because that's a lot of issues we hear about.
Yeah, and that is part of their contract, and code enforcement and the city engineer do go out and do inspections. I mean, there's been a couple of times where we called code enforcement on our own contractor, just, you know, either for erosion issue, or, you know, we had one case where they continually were staying in the road every day past when they were supposed to be, and we just, okay, we're gonna call code enforcement.
Does our quality control project or quality control people modify or check that at the beginning of the project or during the project? Or is that the quality control is really just road to certain things, but it doesn't check this? Who's verifying all that that's done correctly?
The erosion control, the quality control is more on the like concrete and asphalt, and we do have in the contracts that they have to do sampling, you know, downstream sampling of the water periodically. But as far as inspecting the silt fence and things,
I would hope that's done on most major projects, and anything that's, major construction. I would hope that we are verifying that.
yeah. Okay.
So along these lines, so a few years ago, I don't remember when, it's been a while, we hired a project manager internally. Is that correct, Eric?
So the project manager, yes, we have a couple things on the projects that we're doing, like, for example, at, Brook Run, the baseball field, different ones. We do use a program manager that's been comprehensive program.
Right, I'm
services.
talking about.
They've done that. Internally, though, you know, we do have part through low. We have, you got that one there?
Okay,
Okay,
keep going, never mind.
okay, two different things, but yes, we do.
All right, so there's this idea that's been around in construction, I guess it's been applied to other things too, but this.
Everything.
We're trying to balance, you know, on a construction project, you're trying to balance cost, schedule, and quality. And kind of the old saying is you can have two, but you can't have all three. We try to obviously have all three. But I'd say that, you know, if you really said, what are we focused on? It's quality first and cost second. So when you do that, you know, if you want something fast and you want it cheap, then the quality is going to suffer. And that's kind of the idea here. So when we're trying to get good quality and we're trying to get it at a good price, sometimes the schedule is not as prioritized as other things. So what can we do? You know, we're looking at some ways that we can improve on some of these issues. And one thing we were just talking about, so this is on the left is our model. Now we have a construction manager that's kind of over the whole construction group within Public Works. And then we have a couple of field representatives under him. And so they're managing several projects at one time. They're not out on every project every day that something's going on. You know, depending on how many projects we have going on at one time, they'll do several projects at once. And with our model of, you know, staffing there, and what was proposed when Public Works was, you know, our current contract for Public Works Services, they're not all of those people are 100% dedicated to Dunwoody too. So they are going after their projects every day, but they're not there all day every day. You know, you could go to the other extreme of, okay, we want somebody from the city on every project all day, every day.
Are there cities that do that? I mean,
We've never done that.
I said, are there cities that do that?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
They have their own staff. They do. If
Right.
they're on staff or contractor.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar with that, but. You know, if you do, you know, we can do that. Again, it goes back to the idea, okay, if we want to, you know, add more to quality, it's going to cost us somewhere else. It's going to cost more, but I would say, you know, the having a person on every project is maybe further than we need to go. You maybe want to look somewhere in the middle if you want to increase our presence. One of the problems with, or one of the things we run into with having somebody on a project all day, every day, is that the lines start to get blurred between what's our responsibility and what the contractor's responsibility is. Ultimately, the contractor is responsible for doing all these things and doing the job, and we really should not be directing them how to do the work, because it can lead to problems later. If something goes wrong, they can say, well, we just did it the way you told us to. They're in control of the job, we provide oversight. So I don't know that you want to go to one person on every job all the time.
Right, I understand.
But if council, you know, if the city wants more oversight, then you could look at adding something in between.
So I keep going. We'll finish at the end of your presentation.
I just have one more thing. I think I can stop there.
No, you can talk about this, your idea.
So one other option was, and I've done this once before, you know, we have penalties for a contractor who doesn't finish the job at the schedule. I mean, you can offer a financial incentive to the contractor to finish ahead of schedule. You know, the only concern with that is, again, back to this idea, if you're wanting him to get done faster and he has a financial incentive to do so, are you going to lose some quality because maybe they're trying to cut corners so they can get their bonus. So it goes back to this idea of, you know, when you start to move more towards one of these corners of the triangle, you might lose a little bit something somewhere else.
All right, so I think I don't know the answer, and so, but I think that the challenges we've had on several of our projects recently. Some of it ties back to communication. I think we need to figure out. I don't really know the solution, but like in my part of Dunwoody, and I can guess in Catherine and Stacy's, that it would have been really helpful to have some updated work schedule. Maybe not, I don't know, communicate it. So in Georgetown, I think people get flustered and frustrated when their day-to-day commute is impacted, but you go to the webpage and the last update was December, unless it's been changed the last week. And so, and when major things are happening, I think sometimes we do a really good job of letting people know. I think sometimes maybe y'all don't know ahead of time. Like, because they don't necessarily, I mean, we certainly, with the 400-285 project, that happens all the time. But because of some things that happened on that project earlier, I guess last year, they have overcorrected, in my opinion. Now they communicate with mayors a lot more. 3 days from now, 3 weeks from now, we're going to do this. But is there a way, and we don't have to answer this today, but is there a way to improve communication so people know what to expect? Today, we're going to be working at Chamblee, Dunwoody, and North Shalford, or this week, that's where the work is going to focus. I don't know what the answer is, but, and this
So more frequent.
more frequent, the timeline is great, except it's kind of stops. We're in this phase. And then you look at it, and just like right before you announce that Atlanta watershed is coming in or whatever is happening on that, that road is closed. I got an email, when are they going to finish paying, something. And so I think maybe better communication, status updates or something.
Was it more frequent status updates?
Yeah, more frequent status updates would be really helpful.
Okay.
And then I don't want to make sure that because we have hired someone to be like our person on projects, that the people directly impacted that live along the project, I'm not talking like 7 houses down on a side street, have a phone number and an email address of someone to contact. And maybe they do. In the most recent situation, somebody moved, there's reasons it could get lost. But if we're not doing that, I think we have a responsibility to do that.
Yeah, normally when we start a project, we send a letter to everybody along the project and say, here's what we're doing, we're going to start around this time, and here's who to contact if you have any questions or concerns. But yeah, I mean.
And then, I'm sorry, go ahead. No.
And then some random day, the internet gets cut off.
Right.
So I mean, that impacts everybody working from home and everybody else.
Right. And similar to what John just said. Like there was a situation. I think having a rapid response plan for things like that, where Jennifer, we find out if we could put in the contract, I know it's probably unrealistic that they have to notify you, and maybe they do, like they hit a gas main, because that happened several times in Georgetown, right? So that Jennifer can push it out on social media as quickly as possible, that we can somebody can let us know as quickly as possible. Understanding that it has to be fixed, but then at least the communication part is handled a little bit.
If we were to push it out, that AT&T just cut the lines to
50
homes, and we're working on it. AT&T's gonna be working on it, put that out in mass media. I'm guessing that AT&T is gonna be working real hard to get that fixed.
Exactly.
I don't know, I don't have answers. I'm just trying to look at it.
Right, and there's one thing when contractors cut it, like utility contractors cut it because they're working on a utility project.
Right.
The whole other thing is, the whole other issue is when we, on our projects, things are happening. And I think, I don't know how to do that. But we need to communicate more for sure. We need more frequent project updates. When I think if the calendar is changing, like if time is going to be added on to the end, I think we should be honest and reflect that. Like our project update or whatever needs to reflect that. So
There's the website project, but then there's the day-to-day, like, okay, we Because you know, it's a 24, 48 hour window sometime on stuff that you know what's gonna happen.
Right.
So, but at that short window though, yeah, just send us a note so that we have it in the inbox. If you get notified too.
Right.
Right. Right.
By the way, P.S. I like the little, I'm a big still proponent of SPOS, your penny at work.
Yeah.
On all of these projects that we do. You know,
That's how.
so I appreciate, I saw those signs coming up a couple of years ago, knew I just saying did. Thank you for putting that out for public information.
I find that sign so obnoxious on the sidewalk I walk by every day.
School system doesn't do. Okay. So is there a to do here?
Well,
Yes.
I think, I'm gonna get with
I'm here. I think there's probably a to do here.
We haven't had.
I mean, I was planning to get with Jennifer and brainstorm,
Right.
you know, ways to, you know. more
I think
frequent
improved
communication.
communication around city construction projects is the ask.
Decathlon's doing it all the time, right? You're getting water notices by the millions, smoke testing, you get all those all the time. We can just filter them, and then when it's in my neighborhood, I go look and I find that email, and it's there.
Right.
And I know, so. And it doesn't kill us, I guess, to get a ton of that updates.
Does the city update? We receive those, Jennifer, we receive those water updates.
I do get those. I
They're
generally.
not counted, they're not sorted by Dunwoody.
Yeah, I don't generally hear this unless I've heard it's a big issue because we get so many.
What, yeah, we get them, you know, if it's a water main break, what we do with them. We log them on a list so that we can
Check out.
check it and see what's torn up.
And
You know, go out and see what's torn up and
why did they start the clock?
yeah.
Well, they say they have a new plan.
A plan is great.
Right, and it's gonna be great. And
But
just
it's kind of
so you know, they are out of, I don't know where they are today, but as of a few weeks ago, they were out of plates. And so they're using gravel. Where they can, I mean, obviously, but gravel. Where they can, obviously, because the default gravel won't work.
Well, yeah.
But I think they understand that everybody's frustrated and they have a plan and they're gonna tick them off, but. I haven't been down more shallow lately, but you know, Jennifer, it was not repaired.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's still there or not, but they were in Dunwoody when I said, there's one like 5 feet away. Go check it. So,
The gravel's a big issue. We tried to get their attention on that. I mean, it's one thing to do it in a neighborhood where the speeds are low,
Right.
but a few times they'll put gravel out on Chamblee Dunwoody Road or something, and
Right.
within 24 hours, there's gonna be a hole there and people are gonna start damaging the tires. It's really a safety hazard to not have plates on a road like that.
So the mayors have asked to consider if able, paying us cities to do the work. I know there's liability and stuff we have to figure out, but if it was coming from most of us, they would have to address that. And instead they've come up with the plan. So I'll give it a few weeks and then we're gonna see. For the cabinets. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mayor, that concludes what the staff has.
No, there's something about contract drafting.
Oh, there sure is. I'm sorry, thank you. We do have the contract drafting. We will have, you got it.
It's the RFP.
Your RFP process.
Might just be one slide.
Contract flow chart. Yes, that's it. And then, Ken, you were gonna work on this one with me right here.
You are now. Yeah.
Okay, so what we have here. I'm gonna have to get over here so I can. Slide around.
And the reason we're talking about this is because some of the issues we've had on capital projects might be embedded in stuff that is or is not in the contracts. And so that's why this is in front of council.
Or even, is it appropriate to even issue the RFP for contracts at this point in time.
Right.
Okay, this just goes from the beginning. Let's just flow through it, which is, there's a department identifies a procurement need. And then we confirm if there's, budget availability. Of course, a lot of times when we're doing something that's already in the budget, it was a budgeted, it was budgeted from the beginning, the council's well aware of that. So the need's already been identified, it probably wasn't identified just overnight. All right, then John Gates, in this case, the purchasing manager, determines what process we're gonna follow. Request for proposal, request for qualification, or we're gonna bid it out. We look at those different aspects. I mean, does it require a major bid? Or is it just a minor checking of pricing? Then the contract is developed with the department. We set aside a timeline. At that point, the city attorney gets involved. And they look at that. I skipped a step. I went the wrong direction.
Yeah, you went to,
I sure did.
all of there.
The procurement process ensues. Completion of procurement. And decision on successful contractors. In other words, bid out, we find the person, then we're gonna get the contract element of it. This is like really put into really small step here. After internal city reviews, the purchasing manager sends the contract to the contractor for review. And that's where Ken is also looking at it during that time. They return it, and we make sure everything's in the right proper format. The attorney returns it to purchasing. They sign off on the piece, depends if it needs the mayor's signature, or does it go to the clerk. That's where Sharon takes it over. She gets the mayor to sign those documents. Also, then it's sent on to the clerk to be part of our record system. So that's kind of the overall process there. What we're trying to do is streamline a few things. We want to be sure we're getting the right accountability for the contract people, be sure we're bidding it properly. Most of the bids that we do, we like to get qualification of people. The RFQ process works well. One of the things that Michael was talking about earlier in terms of other ways to do projects also with, we've done the construction manager at risk before, we've done that model. I don't like the design and build type model. When we go to that, it just doesn't, that's for something that's been extremely fast. We're usually not in that kind of category. With it, and you can't control the price is out of control. It's the most expensive model there is, but it's because somebody wants to get it done immediately. And there also is another element too for what's the word for it, Ken? Professional services, right? We don't have to bid those items out.
Exempt.
And engineering firms are exempt.
Architects,
architects,
accountants, attorneys.
right? And so it's good to follow those when we can. There's still a process that has occurred of type. We go inside. John Gates looks at the different companies. We look at qualifications. It just doesn't have to go through a formal bid process, and that's statewide. The other part of the state piece is what Michael talked about earlier. Any public works project over $20,000 has to be bid out, and that's why we have to go to low bid contractors anytime for those type of projects, which makes it somewhat difficult sometimes to and if they're not delivered on time. But I won't always blame it on the low bid process. Part of our projects are part of the items that we're facing with on most of our construction projects that are right of way, are built within the right of way, are utility relocations and those items. That's what we have zero control over all of it. And then that runs the contractor away. Contractor can't have their workforce sitting out there if they're waiting on another contractor or a sub to another contractor to move a water line, sewer line, gas line, things of that nature. A lot of those utilities are not marked, as y'all know. We lived through that in the village, if you remember. There were a lot of service lines that were there when there were houses in the village, and now the houses are for ancient. And we're hitting everyone. Nobody knows where they are. So you have all those factors, but all this goes back into here because Mayor, the main thing we want to do is deliver the best product we can with y'all on that. But I'm gonna be quiet for a moment and see if y'all what questions you have.
One question that has arisen repeatedly through our major projects is traffic management. And I think the reason I asked for this to be on the agenda was is it possible for us to increase our standards and spell it out in the initial whatever RFP stage, that this is in the city of Dunwoody, we require. And then it reflects it in ultimately in the contract. So when they're bidding on the job, they understand the expectations of, and I'm not talking about just the pretend police officer. So that is a symbol of what we've seen with traffic management on our projects. So I don't know, but to me, that's, we're not, first of all, we don't want people having to use our neighborhoods as cut throughs. Because they speed, frankly, the neighbors speed too, but it would be nice if we could figure out how in the process we prioritize traffic management.
Most of our bids have about probably 50 pages. There's a specification that GDOT puts out about traffic control and what you have to do. I mean, I think most of our issues with traffic control arise just when they have to close the lane and there's flaggers out there and the traffic's stacked up. And, we put hour restrictions in most of our contracts, they can only do it between 9 and 4. There are times where they needed, we'll tell them they need to work at night and on the weekends. So, I mean, we do have things in our contract. It's just a matter of, at times, I think we get the complaints because people get stuck in traffic.
And get some complaints because people get stuck in traffic. I think we also get some complaints because they don't manage it well. So, they're overwhelmed, they're flagged. I mean, so I don't really know the answer. I'm defining the problem.
Are we reviewing other cities' best practices and where are we in relationship to them? If I was a paving guy, I might love to work for Dunwoody because they're really easy and might hate to work for city B because they're really tough and really hard. Maybe we want to go be city B. Maybe we want to look at how that works in other cities. I'm just asking, it looks like Eric went in the right process as far as I was concerned, that where's the bottom middle box to the left? Looks like it should be much further to the right. And you're
right, and that's when I first read it, I was like, it seems like it belongs there, the other steps, because that's a major component of everything that's done there.
If it's done after procurement, that's a problem.
Right, and I think, like I said, I think some of these things are broken up in such small pieces that they're not done, they're done in groups, really. It's part of a group. To answer your question, you're asking about what other cities do. Was that the main?
Yeah,
thing?
I mean, what's our contract? Why is our
Is there
contract?
best practice?
Is it best practices compared to other cities? All the same subcontractors are out there.
Right.
They're all dealing with all those other RFPs and RFQs and contracts. What are best practices and how can we learn from the other cities as far as how they're operating?
Right.
I'm just guessing there's.
Right. We can look at that. Some of the issues that we're faced with, in my conversation with say Sandy Springs and Brookhaven, it's very similar.
Okay.
And part of that similar in the communities that aren't as developed, in other words, where the utility piece is a huge element of any construction, but in an area that doesn't have as many utilities in the ground, they have less issues. There's some areas they don't have gas, they don't have, so those areas are much easier. Our piece has been the utilities in twofold. One is the utilities we come across, and number two, remember the utility, which is a separate note from this, but how they kind of abuse some of the right of way issues out there, especially with the neighbors hitting their sprinkler systems, hitting all their stuff, and not really taking care of it at all. And then we have to get involved. And it kind of goes back a little bit, we were talking earlier about the project managers that we have out there. There are projects that we have them set up to manage their certain projects, but then they have to stop what they're doing to go manage a project that wasn't even our project. Right. Because it's within the right of way. A case in point was the guy who was doing the sewer line. Oh, I'm not mentioning the straight out, but it's irrelevant, but doing that wasn't our project at all, but we have to spend, I don't know how many hours you sit on that. You spent a ton personally. Plus we have our inspector over there. And then you have the different ones that I just mentioned, this one like Comcast, different ones that are burrowing under the ground there. They hit stuff, and that stuff's very risky because there have been cases in the law where they hit a gas line and they hit somebody's private sewer line, and the gas goes into the house and makes the house explode. So it's a real problem, and there's not great care that's given to some of that stuff. And that's something that we are very frustrated with as a staff, but it's, they fall under the PSC, Public Service Commission, and we have very little control over that. It's a statewide element, and some of those have statewide franchise. Just to tie it all back to this, the standards that we're following are, I'm not saying there's not room for improvement. Let us look for any room for improvement. And glad to make those, because these are the frustrations. I know you all face them and hear about them, and we do as well, because it's just, we try to be, I'm gonna use the word perfect on everything that we do. And then you have these little, there are blips in the road. Yeah, 1 point. How about that? Thank you. But that's what we're looking at, and I hope that. I know that there's not a direct answer to this question.
I have a question too that's kind of related. As I look at, because I try to look for solutions. So one thing that maybe is making the current time we're living in particularly terrible. In terms of this, is that we have a project going, two different projects going on Chamblee Dunwoody Road at the same time. I don't know how, and then really we had one at the other end, so for some reason you had to go across the city. You just can't avoid it. And so in the future, as we do timing of things, I think this is something we should consider. And then I tell you, I think I said to John that I wish we could manage, like when you give us projects to decide on, I wish there could be a pain factor rating. And that could be part of the decision of council moving forward. You know, and there are certainly residents, I said it's, yes, how disruptive is it gonna be? I mean, we already do that, like with Dunwoody High School, we're gonna try to build a half a sidewalk, but not to be disruptive. But just in the future, if we could space out the projects in such a way that we're not on top of each other.
Yeah, and that's an interesting piece, Mayor. One thing that I've noticed, and I talked to Michael about it, the coordination that one of the local counties does around us is if they have a major project, it starts the day school gets out and it has to be completed, but it goes back to an incentive program for it's completed before school goes back in.
Not worried about
So in other words, it has to be, you know, so you don't have the school traffic. So that's something that we could, that is a best practice in some areas.
But I'm worried about incentives.
No, because there has to be, I mean, you can tell from those communities, I mean, it is open, it's not complete.
Right.
The road's back open, now they're doing shoulder work and things like that. So there are, but as far as the road functionality, it's there.
Right. Just. I think the what is how to, make sure that we have the best traffic management we can have in these projects. Maybe not the flaggers on the cell phone at the same time.
Remember, let's bring up a point on that too. There was something that was brought up before. Remember the automated, if we know they're gonna be up there for a while. You know, they have an automated piece, and there was one of the contractors that was on Chamblee, the other part of Chamblee, Dunwoody, north of the village.
Right.
They had an automatic thing, I think it was a traffic light.
Right.
You know, yeah, but it was kind of, they were able to move in and out pretty quick. I don't know who was doing that. He was right around the school zone. They're going north towards Saul.
Yeah.
It was a temporary piece, but it works kind of cool. But even the other day, I was driving through Sandy Springs, going to a meeting over there, and there was they had somebody working on their roads, and the guy was saying people didn't want to stop, and the guy's holding the sign up high because of the hills and different things.
Right.
So it's very unsafe for the people out there. And it was a moving construction piece. They were patching, so moving here, going up 100 feet and doing it again. It's not a unique problem, but we're certainly open to try to find different ones. And there were some years ago, around the Shannon Dunwoody, we had some complaints about when we were doing the other part of Shannon Dunwoody with a water line that had been done, and they were complaining about some of the people out there at the time.
Yes.
We take a lot of pride. If y'all ever hear anybody yelling at somebody like they have a yeah, Shannon Dunwoody runs in different parts. It goes all over.
Like that.
And but we had the one the other day where we had a fake cop over there directing traffic. He yelled at somebody that got him in trouble and ultimately got him arrested. But it's like, don't yell at people, you can't do that. It was crazy. It's like, what else could go wrong on that? But we are working on those things, Mayor, and I love our communication that y'all have with the staff, because anytime something like that, we try to get it rectified immediately.
I know that, y'all do that.
It's not, Joe.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
Let's have a real like from 101 on RP process, and let's start with the public facing side. You got a great website, the public works website, right? But you know, like again, it's the public engagement of their expectation. Is it going to happen tomorrow? So for me, when I click on Tilly Mill sidewalk, a lot of people don't really see that arrow at the top that goes from concept to construction complete. That's part one feedback from just the usability. Somehow or another, can we really break that down to let people know that it's not funded, that it's not in the CIP, it's 7 years out, whatever. And I know that's something we're still working on, right? Because it's all of a sudden it gets posted on the website. Right, so this is just, footnote here. I know you're adding some verbiage on some things that helps. But again, the public, we got to do a better way of communicating to the public of how can we break it down that it's in the CIP and we're allocating money and eventually it might get constructed. But eventually it's going to go to council for a vote. y'all know what we're kind of trying to say here.
It's. No, I have no idea what you're trying to say.
Are you saying that people actually look at the RFP page and think that's gonna happen? Is that your, I'm not that.
Yeah, they're saying, oh, filling the sidewalk, that's gonna be. They're gonna start telling.
It just means it's invested. They may not
So-
understand some of the terms.
They're gonna lose.
So what? I don't know. I think the task on that is looking at. Show me. Get up and look. Right, so that there's actually a project page for each project.
But they don't realize.
Right, so I agree. I think if somebody looks at the project page, they have no idea that it could be 7 years before we get to the second phase.
There's not even funding for design.
Right,
Right. You're just looking at, is it a feasible project?
And
So
with
you
council,
No, I'm sorry.
right?
Say it again.
And with this, and I try to say, you know, it's got.
It's two separate issues.
Okay.
Right, so the project page are an excellent tool. But if you came to this project on the Tilly Mill sidewalk, you would think, because we have a project page. If you just look at the timeline that we're like starting, so it says concept, preliminary, I think we need to explain what concept is better. But I'm not, it's not our job to tell you what to do.
Jennifer, are you seeing this?
Yes, I am.
Just explain what the terms mean.
Right.
That's okay. That's
So-
really.
So absolutely, this is good, but
Yeah.
so I think the what is this, is that we need to look at our public works pages. And make sure, or make sure that it's clear, 'cause, like I'm looking at it and it doesn't, anyway. Just make it clearer for expectation.
So.
It might be, instead of, I'm just kind of looking at this right now, instead of having all the projects on the first page, have them listed by concept and what that means.
Right.
And then the project, and then what comes next.
Yeah,
Something maybe future. maybe
And then
reorder.
preliminary design and list those projects, and then final, so that,
Right, in progress. or
yeah, whatever it is, and so you could actually have.
The last step could be projects funded for construction.
Yeah, and then those pages.
Then you
need to
see the
be-
word funded and you know, oh, now it's
And
actually.
under construction.
Yeah, and then.
And under construction is also essential that we let people know, like. Subscribe, so you can, people subscribe to the 400-285 stuff to sort of get updates. And maybe our projects don't require the same level of communication, but something.
So we have a newsletter right now for Georgetown. That people subscribe to, probably about 100, no, maybe not 80. And so what we can do is when those initial, when the initial outreach happens, by then we would have a link where people who live in the area can subscribe. The problem is keeping those updated,
Right.
and how often they come out. It's a
Right,
challenge.
and I actually don't think I knew that existed.
Well, we've advertised,
Not that been in D news.
it's been a genius. But that doesn't mean, I mean, obviously, there's a lot of people doing
But Eric, I
this.
think that might be exec session. You need to
Yeah,
take that,
yeah, I
I
think
think
that-
you need to take it down.
Yeah, how do we get that down there?
and so my second one is about the RFP process, Eric. Eric, how is it, Eric, for the RFP process itself, for public works projects?
One page on this.
We know that, how do we know, like, we have to say, we look at the 2023 budget. Inside there, should we be able to pull out the 23 budget and see which projects we're gonna do for concept design, for RFP, for concept design? Is that clearly stated in our 2023 budget? That we know which, these are like the new ones that we're gonna start a new concept design.
Richard, you wanna start, Richard Platt? You wanna talk about, come up here a minute, come on up. Why don't you talk about that a minute, because the budget document, is if we're gonna talk about that a moment. And how that, because that's what we thought, so much you pick up and read and understand everything going on in the city.
So we need to, we work with Michael to get put that CIP together, so he's got his stages and what we need to do for the next step. Now that we've got the CIP in place, we need to have. Project description, for lack of a better word, it needs to be a more robust CIP plan, basically, where we're describing project and. This funding is for design and then construction funding will come this year and stuff like that. So yeah, we don't have that right now in there. I mean, we know internally, working with Michael, I know we know what it is.
We can do it externally, we can do it externally to the public.
The public side could be leveraged on this public works website.
Yeah.
That's all we need to do. So it's just when it goes in the queue. So the first queue in the rung is concept design, right? The first time we issue an RFP for concept design, then that's. So what I appreciate is just having that tie-in of knowing, if I can look at the 2022 budget and know new projects that we're going to be introducing for concept designs. Or which others consulting services we're going to be RFPing that apply.
What do you think? You think it's something we can add to the website to satisfy what he's talking about?
We can for each project, but I don't know, I don't know about that.
Okay.
Part of it.
So we're not, but are you at, I have a question for what you just said, it's maybe in the.
The forecast and upcoming
For the public or for council? Sorry,
for upcoming.
for the public or for councils? You think this needs to be provided? Forecast for the public on what we're doing 15 months from now? Or is it for, are you trying to understand for yourself?
I think it's,
Council makes the decisions in the budgeting process.
yeah, I think it's twofold to say, you know, oh, by the way, now we're forecasting this new intersection project within our CFP, but oh, this year we're going to be doing the concept design. To let us know that it's coming.
So you're asking for status updates.
Of forecasted updates of our new.
Status updates of forecast.
Our new capital projects that are coming in through the pipeline.
Let's go ahead and either, would you prefer that on a parking lot or would you prefer that here?
I think it's all related to projects, yeah.
Yeah, it's under six, it's sort of. is under six.
That's reported.
And it's, yeah, the RFP issuance, pre.
So it's all, that's all status, right?
Yeah.
So it's from two to pass.
Sure.
That, I think that's what you're saying. So
Yeah.
that's- Hey, okay.
Thanks.
So I think that, that's everything. Yes, I forgot. All right, so now we're gonna talk about sustainability. And Rob is gonna stand in the middle and lead us.
Do you understand?
Do we have a slide?
No,
No, there's no slide, and this will be good.
we're almost finished. We have to be quiet.
This will be quick, and I think it'll be an item that we just add to our, it's pretty basic. I mean, this is just, get back around over here.
This is just kind of a topic Joe and I were talking about earlier this year with the idea that we want to have a little bit more focus on sustainability. And just kind of talking amongst ourselves what we thought might be some good ideas, and Joe jumped in, like some of this is different, but you know, we have a lot of practices we implement in the city, but have we ever checked to see how they're being adhered to? So maybe just some sort of audit of what we're already doing. And then maybe getting with you know, some sort of work group, maybe one or two council members, a couple folks from sustainability, maybe a member or two of the staff, just to kind of go through some of the recommendations that they haven't put in yet to see what might be feasible. My personal preference would be to look at energy audits for our buildings to see if there's any kind of building upgrades we can do, or solar on city buildings, something that might have a return on investment. You know, over time, where we might actually get savings for the citizens. So that's it. We didn't have a lot of, there's no real strong agenda, just a desire for us to put a little more focus on that this year. Yeah, we're doing. What's that?
We're doing both of those.
Yeah, and
See, so that's, there we go.
I have a meeting on the 10th with sustainability member talking about water testing. And figure out how that's going and what funding, if any, is needed for that.
Yeah, I guess. So this is all great stuff that I'm all finding out about. So some of this might just be providing updates.
Yeah, what's the feedback, Lee?
Yeah.
On that.
So I'm just gonna write on the current lot sustainability update.
so that when does council get the feedback?
So sustainability update 2 months.
We're coming on the 24th of April to give you all an update.
Oh,
Well, look at that. So there you go. I'm very pleased with how quickly the issue is handled.
sorry, I think we're done, but we need to assign, are we going to? In dates and assign?
Yeah.
It's gonna do it?
Yes, so Kelly, Jennifer, you want to?
I do. I have 3 different comments I want. I think that also it's, Eric, conceivably with your staff, I know that some people go to different staff, that what can you all handle?
Numbers, you got 69, so we do it, we just assign, it doesn't, none of it has to be done tomorrow, none of it will be done.
Yeah, last year what we did, just so you know, we had like, I don't have any, we had 2 pages and we got them. So we'll see how, let's just refresh them, make sure we understand them.
So what we did last time was, is that we assigned, all assigned a staff person and how much time it would, you thought it would take. I don't know if you can hear us.
Did we? That's right, no.
Later, just do that later.
The general.
Just do it, put budgeting or something. The general, I'll tell you where I have the general fund surplus. I think there's too much uncertainty to spend that money right now, because we don't know what's gonna happen. We'll know a lot more by the time the budget committee starts. Because of property value assessments for next year. And so I think I think
Save it as a.
save it, and then once we get the assessed digest, then we can, if it's truly not needed to pay next year's bills, we can address it during the CPI process of the budgeting process. The budget committee and whatever, does that make sense?
And is it the 6-month reserve now we're looking at? I saw a 6-month reserve, 4-month reserve. What was our?
No, we had the 4-month.
4-month is our policy, but what I, as mayor, am recommending and will recommend is until we understand what our digest is gonna look like for next year. That we don't spend it so that we can pay bills, plus we got that report from the police chief,
That's
so.
all we're planning.
So
Okay,
it's.
all right.
We have red, green, and blue.
Well, just, I think the person's name, just so it's legible.
So you are gonna rank, you are gonna get by, do down and whole, you're just putting time on everything.
Yeah, we put a time on everything.
Perfect.
But it could be a year from now, it could be 6 months from now.
Okay.
It's not up to me, it might be 2 years. But, okay, so Eric, do you want to figure this out with us?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so
Let's
the
start.
first one is
Yeah.
code enforcement. Statistic change with the 3rd employee, status tracking system that is resident accessible, so that's, we were just talking.
So I think the statistic with the 3rd employee.
You asked to
employee,
get a
yeah, that
report
could just
on
be in
what's-
a monthly, I mean, just if we could get a report on that area.
Okay.
Yes, that's written.
So, you
And then how,
Yeah.
you'll do that about,
I'll do it in a monthly report.
okay.
You'll
So
do
you want to
that.
push May.
So for the first item, the statistic change, this can be a May report. And then how? Okay.
But shouldn't we have a review?
Yeah, I don't need it monthly. We want it once. We want to know.
Did the 3rd employee make a change?
Yes.
Right.
In May. It's May.
May.
As soon as we get the 3rd employee.
Oh.
Of course, we don't have to. Guy change his mind.
Okay.
Oh.
Alright.
Okay.
But then once you get them, that you have to give them time.
Yeah, so it's not, so this, that is not, there is, there's no. So this means.
Okay, and then.
So tracking system is something totally different. So this is under finding eight, this is what we were just talking about.
But
How do the residents access the tracking system?
So, but we came up with a different solution, which is how we communicate with the person making the complaint.
The flyer that says,
Right.
you've been heard,
Right.
here's the process,
Here's
contact
how
that
to-
person.
Right.
Yeah.
When can that take place?
2 weeks.
So June.
Yeah, June, okay, thank you. June.
June, just give people plenty of time.
Yeah, go, yeah.
Right, this is not.
All right, the second one is resident engagement, is that customer service. So it goes back to, again, tracking status and resolution and electeds having access to the dashboard.
Who said that? Who said the dashboard? I don't even know what we're talking
Well, that's right, where's Joe? Joe uses that term.
So
Joe, the dashboard, resident dashboard, is that your term?
I can't remember.
Oh, just the public facing, right?
This is number 2 from yesterday.
Metrics. So they just see where we are, right? So we can share live status updates for secret things.
So this is so they feel a higher level of customer service. We have residents engaged with us, feel a high level of customer service. They, again, back to tracking the status of their problem and its resolution. And then,
So we're changing that. I don't think that's what this was about.
well, no, I think this was kind of like the emails you were talking about earlier, like to make complaints to you, but.
Yeah, it was a little bit more high level. It was about, how do we get the feedback loop? So Eric, you got a ton on your plate. We send you a lot of stuff, citizens, a lot of stuff. It's just saying, hey, our responsiveness of closing out the issue.
We want to, in a system, right? You ever take this into a system?
So they're saying,
Track and then sign, and then everybody knows the thing.
We want to just get the feedback loop on it, you
Yeah.
know?
if somebody complains, you want to know that it was taken care of and that they're taken care of.
Exactly.
It was to you guys, not,
Whatever the best.
That's not
It's
Jennifer.
a-
That's not Jennifer. That's
Yeah.
really you.
I'm sure it would be a ginger.
No, it's a very-
CM office.
Yeah.
Alright,
We'll figure it out.
And you can have July.
Yeah, but this is a big, that's a big.
That's a
thing.
big list.
It's a big thing.
Let us get something started by July. I mean, it won't take us.
We just need to figure out how you're gonna do it.
Okay, fair enough. Please.
Some kind of-
September.
If it doesn't have to be. in place.
Three is me, and there's no need to put a deadline because I.
But that's, yeah, mayor. Right, is it mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
And no
Yeah,
deadline.
nice.
So this was the multi-city approach to the
That's with
EMS.
Eric and I.
Yeah.
Mayor,
But CM and mayor.
And that's gonna be ongoing, just to set
And
expectations.
it's already.
Underway, and it's going to be ongoing.
number 5, public safety budget, staffing engaged. You guys talked already about a timeline here. The Barry Dunn draft will be out in May. You want a July report out deadline so that you can figure out what this is gonna look like moving forward, money ties to that. And then requested as part of that, just an org chart, does the staffing type change, is it low level, is it management level? So this all ties, you've got in here already a timeline.
But put CM and chief.
You can see. Okay, number 6, ARP 1, the deadline expiration, money spent by deadline. This was, are we on track to spend all the dollars that were allocated in ARP 1 by the deadline set?
Okay.
We don't want anything left.
Yeah, that's gonna be Jay and Richard.
Sure.
Richard Bynum.
Has to be
And I think that
obligated
should
by
be-
December
I think
20.
you should get that.
We're spending on December 26th, we only have 6 million left.
Oh. So wait, I forgot about that. So you just spend it. by
We
the end
have
of
to be
26.
obligated by December of 2024, spent by December of 2026. Of the 18 million, we have spent 12 million and we have 6
That
million.
is not what the budget showed us, I don't think. Are you saying we've allocated in budget categories? 12 million?
We have, remember, we did the revenue replacement.
Oh, right,
18 million.
10, right, right, so, right.
18 total.
But of the 8 that could go back to them. That's what we're really concerned about.
Sure, so we spent a little bit over 2 million, we have 6 million left as of the end of January.
Okay,
So December 24th has to be obligated, spent by the
Well, 24.
Quarterly.
December 24th.
Yep. Thank you.
So how about quarterly reports?
We do have a webpage for this.
Yeah, it's updated.
It is updated.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
So-
Websites. Thank you.
So probably more about an education, an update for the council, where, how they can access.
Well, it's got to be obligated with 24, you said?
Obligated by
Just
12.
under 22.
Let's get us a report in October to make sure that we have 2 months to obligate whatever money is left.
October 23.
Well, yeah, okay. I know what you're saying. That's like, by that last quarter, you guys should be done.
So
Oh,
I think the next 6 months, I think October of 23. We get an update on
10/23 here.
Yeah, 10/20.
All right, ready? social services incubator timeline / building purchase, possible recreational equity allocation combination.
That's one, yeah, Jay's been working on that one. But it's gonna be, so put CM office. Jay.
Sorry.
And also.
We have
Brett.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I know.
That works. Sam and Jay.
Okay.
Is there a timeline? Because you're requesting a.
Yeah, we
timeline.
want the time, I would say, so, timeline October or something.
I think within 6 months. It's gonna take a little while. We can report. And I think when I'll ask council. I think we should have a council person or two in this, if it's not inappropriate. I don't, Joe, I mean, not Joe, John, if you think you'll have time,
I'll do it.
and Tom.
We're basically looking for underserved community
Right.
location in that
The
district.
qualified census tract.
So it has to be in that census tract, which is basically.
Doesn't have to be, but.
So.
Right.
All right, ARP1, we gotta have ARP2, update on those dollars flexibilities with our nonprofit partners. So this is an update on our ARP2. I guess it's on the website as well. So we just hide these, I think.
Well, this is one where we have a little bit of unallocated money. We're gonna see how it was going, to see who might need,
Right.
or where it might be best used.
Which was, do we have flexibility to use it?
I'll send that in the last little bit.
So that,
For just,
Yes, so we have obligated committed $1.2 million to the nonprofits. We have spent almost $700,000 of it, so we've got $500,000 remaining to put out there to them. But within ARP2, we also have a contingency of a little bit over $1 million that can be used for a variety of needs as well.
so I think the question was. And we don't know, you have to tell us, when is it appropriate for us to be concerned if they haven't drawn down all the money? Like, when are you going, what did y'all tell them?
We told them they had to have it all drawn down by the end of this year.
Okay.
December.
So in January of 23. 24, we can get a report and then talk strategy at that point. Does that sound reasonable to everybody?
We are working with them.
And that's
Yes.
Richard. What?
Richard.
Did you say?
I think it's.
It'd be 124, this is what you did get the final reports at the end of December from the nonprofit.
Right. Next is Rob.
So,
Give yourself a deadline, or you don't have to.
yeah, it's gonna be, me and I guess. You don't have to talk, we're gonna figure out, how to go through it, but the big thing will be the scheduling 2 meetings.
For the train and then the
So
training.
why don't we talk and come up with a timeline, you have a council, maybe, we'll look at schedule, put it on a week, I mean, it's very flexible, so. Something maybe in May or June when there's not a lot else.
Okay.
Okay. Good.
All right, so this was, you wanted a proposal from the staff about the stipend and also required trainings, the stipend for board members, which groups, how much? Do they get, how often, and then benchmarking other communities as to what committees or boards get, right? So, and then the training, we said we want it to be easy and local and we're gonna require. So this is a proposal from staff about required training for each of the different boards and committees, as well as any potential stipend for board, correct?
Yes,
So
Do that, let's do that for the.
Cecilia.
Yeah, so it's gonna be Richard McLeod, probably the lead on it. But then that was part of the budget, 2 budget committees. That's the end, 2 budget committees. Because we need to make sure we have that, if we're gonna do it. Mhm. And that would be to take effect on the 2024.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was the recommendation to start it in new fiscal year. Let people
We're just
go.
counting it.
If we do that.
If we do it.
right.
Yeah,
Right, if you
that's
do.
if it's gonna happen, that's the recommendation. All right.
Number 11, so this is the April report, so we've got a date on there. So that's first meeting in April will be a report for the pond to the council, right? And then the first or second meeting in May, the vote. So that's already assigned.
That's going.
12,
Ken, do you want to be the one that's kind of steward over that, or give me to be, put my name on it
this is for the bond.
for the bond case?
I can do it.
You just put KB just because he's gonna,
We have the same.
yeah, yeah.
We've already got that.
Yeah, call on me for bond. That's great.
Hey, will you do me a favor / Sharon, because I'm communicating with her about schedule.
Yes.
Sharon, do you mind? Just.
Next, we have the joint meeting with the planning and development authority. So we said we wanted to get a meeting on the books, a joint meeting with the development authority and then potentially with the planning committee. And June work for you, Mike? So Richard and Michael?
Yes, yeah.
Richard, you work for you? Love June. It can be no earlier than June for me, so I say June.
Yes, June.
It's gonna be hard to get those three, I think, people.
Yeah.
I think we just do it and.
We'll be real.
Maybe record it. We said end of summer.
You sort of thought of part.
School gets back. Middle.
It just gives a vague,
Okay.
that's really
We
acceptable.
want to do it before we,
Okay.
right? That's just the
We'll
deadline.
get it, that's fine, we'll get it in.
So this was a broader question about how do we get more folks to public meetings? Are we gonna go to restaurants? Are we gonna go out? So that's public meetings engagement. Right, it was really about how we build it into, there's two pieces, how we build it into the contracts. And RFP, so that when a developer comes in for a design contract, that they understand that they're gonna have to do X, Y, Z and then also for our own projects. How we're gonna change that, and I think that y'all need to talk about this internally. Maybe we could have it by the end of summer, if that would work for y'all.
In the summer, and then I'll discuss that with staff.
Because one of your things was about demographics, right? The age of folks who you might be hearing from or not hearing from. Yes, yes. City. I think we can learn a lot from High Street, Edge City. So anyway, okay, about how they're doing it. City project communications, this was about a process to create an intentional push in the areas that projects are ongoing. So if it's in a certain area, it's kind of like fencing, right? So you're talking about if something's happening in this area, what's the process to get the information out to the people of that? I believe that's correct.
Does that kind of go with 13 a little bit?
No, it doesn't go with 13. 13 is the pre-whatever meetings.
Okay.
I think it goes here.
Yeah.
I think it's 14 and 16.
Yeah.
It's also on the first page, I think, too, on the first page. Was it? Kind of about that, maybe not, but it's definitely the same as 16. Right.
Track status, yeah.
It's a track status, it's all.
2, 14, 16, and 2.
What do you say? We need it. We need it, right? That might say that we think we have a problem.
It was afternoon, morning, and then Saturday.
Right. That's right.
Okay,
That's taken care of.
yeah, totally. Sorry, yeah.
No, we also talked, this was a policy change. Yeah. So, Richard,
Yeah.
when do you think you can bring that to us?
Probably 6 months.
Because that's gonna take an audit, right? So it starts with a one here. So 6 months is October, you want to say fourth quarter? That's fine. You're ready. She was on it. Are we comfortable that the timeline we put on number 2 works for everything else? Because we just.
July, CM office, so we want to get back with them, have some kind of plan to do.
Okay.
So we need to finalize with that. That's a budgeting item too.
Yes.
So it needs to be done ahead of budget.
Okay, and then the other thing we just talked about and said it tied in was those capital project status updates to council. That was where council wants to be aware so that they get regular.
And that goes with that.
It actually goes with 16.
It does.
Yep. So I didn't renumber it.
Right.
It's not missed. I think you're talking, Pierce. And then there was one thing that we touched on apparently very briefly yesterday, Eric, was chief working on an ordinance to mimic what the CAB's done with nuisance businesses.
Okay, let's add that to, on number 17, to put
Here.
nuisance ordinance. Chief, yeah,
Yeah.
and then chief, and that's gonna be, put on there, look at the cab, or see the cab,
Right, he knows.
yeah. And then put that on there for a third quarter.
Is it just
Yep.
the chief?
Yeah, just the chief.
Does anybody have anything else?
We need to do anything with parking lot?
Oh, with the parking lot.
What do we do with the parking lot?
Generally, and get it back with staff, and they determine where those items fit, because we just said they don't fit here. So we need to determine where they're gonna come up in what meeting. Is it appropriate if it comes to council, or is it appropriate if it goes to a planning commission, or is it appropriate? So staff would determine where these items need to be discussed generally.
Right.
Anyone have
Any of the number 8 items they want to move to the to-do follow-up?
What about?
I'll let you add we can put the date on number 8, I already know it's.
We had,
Last meeting, right?
we had interns.
We can talk about that as an agenda item. Okay. Or something you might should talk first, but it's,
I don't even know.
Just think that's our.
yeah, it would be next
Well,
legislative.
and so when we're down in Regency, you're gonna have to reach out right and see it on the calendar. So try to why it's.
We were just asking about dates and like. We put dates on the lot because we know the dates.
We haven't got, we're not having a conversation.
So is there anything else regarding the parking lot?
Well, there we go.
They're just.
We were discussing that and we
Right.
opted out.
Right.
Anything else regarding the park?
Does anybody want to move?
Intern policy.
Oh, right. We want to add a to-do, and it could be Nicole, I think,
It would be.
an intern policy. And we'll leave that they have to be paid.
You have a program?
Paid
No,
in
we don't
turn.
have a
We
policy.
would establish.
Intern program.
So intern program / policy.
Well,
Establish.
right, establish,
Potentially.
right.
Okay. And who is it? I'm sorry.
Nicole.
Thank you.
She's the HR.
Is there a date? That you want that info from?
Just whenever.
Yeah, I mean,
I know.
In place for 2024.
Yes,
Yes,
sometime
yes.
by the end of third quarter.
Okay. Sounds great. I have room for one more. No, just kidding.
All right, anything else? Thank you. Okay, I think we need a motion for executive
We
session.
do,
We need to clear the room or.
but you can go in the motion and then we have to turn the, this is gonna be the end of the streaming portion for the meeting, so Mayor, if you want to say anything.
Okay, so
It makes
say-
sense, council move out to a different room.
Yeah, no, we're doing it, but now we get it out. If
That mean, move to executive.
Wait, we don't know what yet. Just legal,
we're leaving.
legal. Okay, so we
I
don't-
move that we move to executive session for purposes of discussion. So.
all in favor,
Sorry.
opposed, so drive safely.
Yeah.